Hello. Welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me. 9 MTFI. Chapter 401 Wong G. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Attacking Jufeng Trading Company Limited will definitely put some pressure on Yi Fei. Soon, the five elders came to an agreement. They unanimously approved Akainu's idea. Agree to hand over the Jufeng Business Social Network to Marine. Upon receiving the order from the world government, Akainu immediately took action. In the first place, he sent someone to East Blue. I found Shuai directly. What? Let's attach to Marine. Shuai was shocked when he heard the news. That's right, that's what Naval Headquarters means. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Gumir replied. Why is Naval Headquarters doing this? We have always been honest and serious businessmen. Shuai immediately argued. HMPH, serious businessman. Don't be kidding. Do you think we don't know about your deal with Yi Fei? Gumir sneered. Shuai was startled. Could it be that something was discovered? I'm in business, and others have needs, should I refuse? Advertisement. Shuai pretended to be calm and asked. Warships banned by Naval Headquarters are included. Gumir asked back. Hey, what do you mean? When did I trade warships? If you don't have evidence, don't frame it randomly. Shuai said loudly. When someone talked about it in his heart, he already started to feel a little flustered. Previously, the world government had explicitly prohibited Jufeng Trading Company from manufacturing warships. But all along, he has been doing business in this area. If you want to sail in pirate world, you must have a warship, because it is indeed too profitable. In this regard, he has always been in private disobedience to the orders of the world government. This time I played a bit too big with Yi Fei. It is estimated that Marine and world government must have discovered something. But they have no direct evidence to prove that those warships were sold to Yi Fei by themselves. At this moment, he suddenly felt lucky. Fortunately, some preparations were made in advance. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome. But Shuai's idea was indeed too simple. Hehe, if you have the ability, go talk to Naval Headquarters. This time, we are here to recruit you. Within 1 month, get ready to surrender all to Marine, and all assets will be taken over by Marine. You Shuai, you can still get an official position in Marine. This is a good thing for you. Advertisement. Marine doesn't want to talk to you about this, regardless of the evidence. The purpose this time is to directly incorporate Jufeng Trading Company into Marine's logistics force. Quote. Shuai was stunned on the spot. He originally thought that Marine would look at the world government's face and would not dare to mess with them. But from Gumir's tone, it doesn't look like this at all. Obviously, things were a little different from what he expected. As a businessman, he keenly felt the seriousness of the situation. Incorporated by Marine, that means that Jufeng Trading Company Limited has given away all the results of years of operation. What official position in Marine? He doesn't like it at all. In Jufeng Trading Company, that's the freedom. After sending Gumir away, a tall and burly man with a fluttering beard was sitting on the throne. Akoku did not die. In order to avoid being hunted down by Marine, he changed his name to Wong G. Good thing. What a fart. You are here this time for the Marine matter. Although he is over 60, his beard is still black and his spirit is shining. Gumir reminded again. As the president of Jufeng Trading Company, Shuai is especially respectful in front of this person. Akoku, the former main crew member of the Rocks Pirates and the captain of the Wufeng Pirates. However, Gumir ignored it and said to himself, I will stay in East Blue for a few days. For more than 30 years, he has been hiding his identity. Are we really going to belong to Marine? Advertisement. Shuai's whole body is not well. Ship owner. Shuai replied truthfully. I live on Hive Island. He has already got the news in advance. Concentrate on asset inventory. Marine wants to incorporate Jufeng Trading Company. After finishing speaking, Gumir turned around and left. The reason why he was not polite to Shuai was because he knew that he dared not listen to Marine. 38 years ago, the Rocks Pirates were defeated by Garp and Roger. He is the former captain of the Wufeng Pirates, known as the Captain Wufeng. Shuai nodded silently. The expression on his face was extremely unnatural. They want us to finish the adaptation within a month. Wong G couldn't help sighing. Wong G did not directly participate in the trade of Jufeng Trading Company, but handed it over to the people below. The Wufeng Pirate Group was also changed to Jufeng Trading Company, mainly engaged in maritime trade. Shuai and Mao Haifeng are their most important subordinates. Wong G's identity. In Jufeng Trading Company, only a very few high-level people know about it. With a premonition that something was serious, he immediately took a fast boat to the Hive Island of New World and found a person. And this person is the hidden actual controller of Jufeng Trading Company, Wong G. Can you hear me clearly? During this time, don't go to other places. Yes, Marine has sent someone over. Chapter 402 belonging to Marine. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The purpose is to not want to fight too much with Pirate World. Therefore, For more than 30 years, he has been running Jufeng Trading Company, even though he seldom shows up. Do you want to give away the painstaking efforts of these 30 years? How can this be reconciled? But if it does not belong to Marine, Jufeng Trading Company is bound to usher in a catastrophe. 38 years ago, he had experienced that despair. What a powerful Rocks pirate group! Under the cooperation of Marine and Roger, they were killed and defeated. If he hadn't run fast, he would have died under Roger's hands on the spot. This time the world conscription, from the female Marine Admiral, he also saw the same ability as Roger. The fear from many years ago haunted my heart again. What does the owner mean to surrender Marine? Shuai was very puzzled. Becoming Marine, all their previous efforts were in vain. From Wong G's words, it seems that he intends to surrender to Marine. He is depressed. This is not his intention. Don't you have a better way? Wong G asked back. Shuai was speechless. In any case, he didn't want to surrender Marine. But I can't come up with any better way now. I know you don't like it, and neither do I. Advertisement. But now there is no way. Instead of resisting, it is better to join Marine. In this way, we still have hope of survival. Seeing that he didn't speak, Wong G persuaded him. He doesn't want to do that. But he can't help it. How about we cooperate with Yi Fei? He is now the Four Emperors. In New World, his strength is not necessarily weaker than Marine. Cooperating with them, at least, we have absolute freedom. Shuai said suddenly. He has dealt with Yi Fei before, and he knows that Yi Fei is not an ordinary person. Defeating Kaido and becoming the Four Emperors is the best proof. Taking refuge in him, Marine definitely dare not say anything more. Compared with Marine's rules and regulations, pirates are much more free. Moreover, their business will not be delayed. Yi Fei. Wong Ji was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Shuai would have such a plan. During this period of time, the news of Yi Fei has been reported all over the world. Of course, Wong Ji also saw it. However, for this young man, Wong Ji did not absolutely trust him, and always felt that he was too young. You know, how many big pirates have been defeated by Marine? What can he do with just Yi Fei? Advertisement. Beat Kaido. So what? Although I am not Four Emperors, my comprehensive strength is not necessarily much worse than Kaido. Apart from Garp, now, in Marine, there is someone with the same strength as Roger. This is what scares him the most. That person is still too young to be trusted. Wong Ji blurted out directly. At that moment, Shuai finally began to understand. Wong Ji intends to belong to Marine. As for the specific reason, he didn't know. However, he quickly remembered one thing. Captain, you were the captain of the Wufeng Pirates before. Participated in the Valley of the Gods battle with the rocks. Surrender Marine, if your identity is revealed. How will Marine treat you? Shuai asked. Back then, Roger helped Marine destroy the Rocks pirate group. Therefore, Roger is credited to the world government on this matter. But the world government not only erased all his credit. Moreover, he tried his best to cover up this matter. In the end, world government and naval headquarters didn't let him go. After Roger turned himself in, he was still killed by the world government and Marine. This is not to mention Akoku as the Wufeng pirates. Marine discovers this secret, and will naturally clear him directly. Advertisement. I'm still staying on Beehive Island. Not directly, they think that the owner of Jufeng Trading Company is you. As long as you belong to Marine. Even if they find out and you all belong to Marine, they have no reason to touch me. Wong Ji replied. Now he just hopes that his identity can be hidden. Even if Marine finds out, he agrees to belong to Marine. However, Jufeng Trading Company was taken over by Marine. And he himself, no longer interfered in the matter. Therefore, he felt that there was no major problem for him to stay on the Hive Island. Shuai finally understood Wong Ji's words. It turned out that he wanted to vote for Marine himself. And he continued to hide behind, being his pirate, hiding his identity. When enjoying benefits, he is the big head. It's me who is desperate, and it's me who is unlucky. Immediately, there was dissatisfaction in my heart. However, Shuai did not show it. Since the owner means to belong to Marine. Then, I will do as you say. Shuai replied. He knew that Wang Ziding's affairs could not be changed by anyone. Simply, I will not say more. Then, he took the people away. Chapter 403 Identity Exposure, Recruitment or Extermination. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At the same time, Naval Headquarters soon learned of Shuai's trip to Hive Island. During this time, Naval Headquarters has been monitoring Shuai. He knows his whereabouts like the back of his hand. But this time Shuai went to the Hive Island, which still surprised Naval Headquarters. Of course, they knew that Hive Island was controlled by a man named Wong G. For so many years, Beehive Island has not allowed any outsiders to enter, even if it is Marine. At this critical juncture, what did he ask Wong G for? In this regard, Akainu is full of doubts. Immediately, additional spies were immediately dispatched. Soon, Akainu got some clues. The communication between Jufeng Trading Company and Hive Island is extremely frequent. As usual, this matter is not difficult to understand. After all, Shuhai is in business, and it is reasonable to say that he has close contacts with others. But at this critical moment, it seems inappropriate to go there again. There must be something strange in the middle. The relationship between them must be abnormal. Akainu guessed. The following information confirmed his thoughts. Advertisement. The spies on Hive Island took back Wong G's photo. After being confirmed by Naval Headquarters veterans, they quickly determined Wong G's identity, Akoku, the former captain of the Wufeng pirates. Moreover, they also confirmed that Wong G is the controller behind Jufeng Trading Company. So that's it, that's the end of the story. Akainu smiled knowingly. A former member of the Rocks Pirates, changed his name and surname to start a business. So, why did Shuhai make a special trip to find Wong G for this matter? Marine is still careless. The man who has been hiding for more than 30 years has only surfaced now. Akainu murmured. 38 years ago, he had just joined Marine's recruit. I've heard of the Valley of the Gods War. Moreover, the name of Akoku, together with Rocks and Whitebeard, resounds across the sea. For so many years, although Marine has looked for him, she has never heard from him. It turned out that he was really not dead, and he was hiding in New World. He also runs the largest trading company in the One Piece world, and has also cooperated with the world government. It just confirms the saying that the more dangerous the place, the safer it is. Advertisement. If Naval Headquarters hadn't specially investigated this matter, it would have been difficult to find out along Shuhai's line this time. Marshal Sakazuki, shall we take this opportunity to take Akoku? Soon, someone gave Akainu advice. Taking down the pirates who were contemporaries with Roger is considered big news that shocked the world. Regarding this suggestion, Akainu immediately shook his head. Take down Wong G. Then how can Jufeng Trading Company submit? With Marine's current strength, it is not difficult to win Akoku. Simply dispatch a Marine admiral to destroy. But right now, Marine's plan is to recruit Jufeng Trading Company. Marshal Sakazuki, isn't the Jufeng Trading Company owned by Wong G? If Wong G is taken down, the Jufeng Trading Company will return in anticipation. You're thinking too simply. The nominal controller of Jufeng Trading Company is Shuhai. He can run such a large trading company, and his means of strength are naturally impressive. I'm worried that winning Wong G will make Shuhai turn his back on Marine. After they surrender, let's discuss again. For Naval Headquarters, taking Beehive Island is easy. But the current situation is to recruit Jufeng Trading Company to join. At this juncture, it is undoubtedly foolish to take down Wong G. Once the Jufeng Trading Company is in trouble, eliminating them will not be of much value to Marine. Now, the best way is to recruit them and let them do things for themselves. Also, with Akoku, decades have passed. In the past few decades, he has not caused trouble at sea. Advertisement. For Marine and world government, it does not constitute a major threat. Instead of eliminating Wong G, it would be more cost-effective to use him to do things for Marine. How to treat Wong G correctly? Akainu has already made arrangements to appease. Next, Akainu called the Naval Headquarters meeting again. When they learned that Wong G of Hive Island was Akoku, the captain of Wufeng, everyone was very surprised. After Akainu expressed his opinion, Naval Headquarters immediately agreed to his plan. At the same time, Wanokuni Flower Capital, General Mansion. Yifei is handling Wanokuni affairs. After serving as General Wanokuni, Yifei began to make various preparations for the founding of Wanokuni. At this moment, de Rees Rosa sent back news. Jufeng Trading Company, Limited unilaterally stopped the supply of munitions materials to de Rees Rosa. The specific reason was that it was restricted by navigation. Knowing this, Yifei was extremely surprised. All along, the cooperation between the two parties has been extremely smooth. Even with the warship deal, both sides are very happy. But this time, they unilaterally stopped the supply of arms raw materials. This made Yifei very upset, and at the same time, very puzzled. You must know that the reason why de Rees Rosa has achieved what he is today, and the root of Yifei's fortune here, lies in the arms transaction. Chapter 404 Cut off de Rees Rosa's business. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Without raw materials, there is no way to produce arms. Without arms, no one comes to de Rees Rosa. If no one comes to de Rees Rosa, then the economy of de Rees Rosa will be hit hard. It can be said that the arms industry is the economic pillar of de Rees Rosa and cannot be lost. Shuhai's actions made Yifei very angry. Although angry, Yifei quickly calmed down. Next, I began to think about the reasons. Jufeng Trading Company abandoned such a big customer as itself. Presumably, they also lost a lot. Could it be that they would rather lose such a big loss than refuse to cooperate with themselves? This is almost impossible. They are businessmen, and businessmen will not give up their own interests. So, something must have happened in between. Immediately, Yifei thought about the warship incident last time. Shuhai said long ago that Marine expressly prohibited them from selling warships. Last time, Shuhai mentioned that he was very worried that Marine would find out about this. Perhaps, what was really discovered by Marine. However, at New World Marine's avatar, there was no news related to Shuhai. This made him a little depressed. You know, the level of that identity is Marine Admiral. He didn't know about it. Advertisement. Why exactly? Logically speaking, this kind of thing should not be hidden from Marine Admiral. Now I have no news. So it shows that naval headquarters may not be made public on this matter. Even Admiral probably doesn't know. Since Marine can't get the news. Yi Fei decided to contact Shu Hai in person. After the last cooperation, the two left a communication method for each other. In the past few months, he has not had direct contact with Shu Hai. It seems that this time, it is time to say hello. Soon, Yi Fei got in touch with Shu Hai through the phone bug. It turned out to be Captain Yi Fei. No, it should be the General of Wanokuni. No, now I should be called Lord Four Emperors. Also, you seem to be Shichibukai too. Sorry, you have too many names, I'm a little confused. On the other end of the phone bug, Shu Hai's tone seemed very relaxed. For Yi Fei, he is very interested. In the world of pirates, he accomplished tasks that ordinary people could not accomplish at all. Forehead. Yi Fei was speechless. Yi Fei didn't expect Shu Hai's words. This guy finally has some respect for himself. Advertisement. However, at this moment Yi Fei was holding back his anger. You have cut off Laozi's income, and you are still here to say some polite words to Laozi. I don't know why you contacted me today. On the other end of the phone bug, Shu Hai remained calm. I heard that President Shu Hai unilaterally stopped arms cooperation. I don't know which aspect of me offended Gaotai and asked you to do this. Yi Fei resisted the urge to curse, and asked him politely. Oh, Master Yi Fei is for this matter. Recently, many routes have been controlled by Marine, and many of our cargoes have been seized by Marine. So the cooperation between us may be affected a little bit. Shu Hai replied. Marine control, why haven't I heard of it? Yi Fei lowered his voice. At present, most of de Reese Rose's munitions raw materials come from the Mao Haifeng branch of Jufeng Trading Company, Limited. New World. In New World, Marine has no navigation controls at all. Others don't know about it, but Yi Fei, who has the Marine avatar, is very clear about this matter. In Shu Hai's words, it's okay to fool others, but fooling Yi Fei is simply a joke. In addition, even if there is navigation control, it will definitely not restrict the pirates of New World. Therefore, Shu Hai was lying. That's the truth, I can't help it, I'm sorry. Shu Hai looked very embarrassed. Of course, that was faked. He didn't know about Yi Fei's avatar. Advertisement. But his lie, in front of Yi Fei, has long been self-defeating. What do you mean, how long will it take to recover? Yi Fei asked intentionally. At this moment, he suddenly looked a little curious. Shu Hai should also know that this reason for navigation control cannot be justified, but he just said so. So it means that he must have other purposes. A few months, it should be possible to recover in a few months. Shu Hai said awkwardly. Hey, what are you kidding me about? A few months, do you know how much Laozi will lose? I made you a lot of money last time. If you turn around, I will cut off my income. Are you still a human? Yi Fei has long run out of patience. The tone changed accordingly. Raw materials for munitions will be suspended for several months. So, wouldn't Laozi's clients all run out? What the F***K? Laozi still has tens of thousands of people to support. Yi Fei was very angry about this. Master Yi Fei, don't be angry, I can't do anything about this matter. You lost a lot, but I also lost a lot. On the other end of the phone bug, Shu Hai still had a smile on his face. He knew that he had successfully attracted Yi Fei's attention. This move is exactly his purpose. Chapter 405 Yi Fei recruits Shu Hai. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Is there a reason for you to do this? Seeing the other party laughing together, Yi Fei's tone softened immediately. No, this really doesn't exist. Facing Shu Hai's answer. Yi Fei seemed to understand what he said. He seemed to pique his interest. Obviously, the reason for navigation control is too low level. It seemed that he couldn't save face now. Deng even exposed his lies. Hey, Shu Hai, don't lie to me anymore. New World doesn't have any navigational controls at all, and our ships can sail freely as the best proof. I guess, it should be Marine deliberately targeting you. Last time, you sold us a lot of warships, first believe Marine should be aware of it. Maybe they gave you some reason you couldn't refuse, so you deliberately cut off our supply of munitions raw materials. Right. After Yi Fei finished speaking. On the other side of the phone bug, there was silence. After a long time, Shu Hai finally spoke. As expected of Captain Yi Fei, I guess the reason so quickly. After that, Shu Hai suddenly laughed. These days, Jufeng Trading Company is going to be absorbed by Marine. It made him very depressed. Advertisement. Of course, he didn't want to do that. So, he found Wong G. But he didn't expect Wong G to agree to Marine's inclusion. This made him very angry. In a fit of rage, he stopped all supply of munitions materials to Yi Fei. The purpose is to see Yi Fei's reaction. If he really cared about it, he would definitely ask about it himself. And he can also take the opportunity to negotiate with Yi Fei. The concept of voluntarily joining Yi Fei is completely different from being recruited. So, since then, he has been waiting for Yi Fei's phone bug to ring. Sure enough, he came today. The reason why I didn't admit it directly just now was to see Yifei's reaction. Unexpectedly, Yifei quickly guessed most of the things. He is indeed very smart. He never agrees to being incorporated by Marine. For him, there is almost no freedom. Instead, it is better to go directly to Yifei. So, he had to wait for Yifei to speak up about it. Now that Yifei has spoken out, he can admit it. That's right, it's not that I want to reject Lord Yifei. It's Marine who wants to recruit us. Master Yifei, tell me, what should I do? Shuai finally admitted. Now, he throws the question to Yifei. Advertisement. He wanted to see what Yifei would do. What Shuai said surprised Yifei. Sure enough, it was Marine who interfered. Now it seems that they really have learned about the purchase of the warship last time. Not only that, but they also made a move to incorporate Jufeng Trading Company. For that matter, Naval Headquarters is doing a pretty good job. Even my own Marine Admiral doesn't know. Akainu should have put a lot of effort into this matter. Presumably, his own strength has already made Marine feel nervous. So they did not hesitate to beat themselves by incorporating Jufeng Trading Company. As long as they are successfully incorporated, then his own Derice Rosa may bear a huge blow. This came out really well. Of course, Yifei disagreed. That's why you deliberately find a boring reason to cut off my business. The purpose is to get my attention. In my opinion, I think you don't want to be recruited by Marine. Yifei laughed. This is my guess. If Shuai really hopes to be incorporated by Marine, then, he will definitely not contact himself. The phone bug just now will definitely not be able to get through. Because he will be afraid, so he absolutely dare not pick it up. And Shuai not only answered the phone bug, but also acted very relaxed. Advertisement. Based on this, Yifei knew that Shuai did not want to be recruited by Marine. Master Yifei, what you said is not wrong at all. We do business, and we are used to it freely. Where can I stand the constraints of Marine? Shuai laughed. Yifei finally understood. This guy is looking for a new backer. If he could say this in front of him, it meant that this new backer was himself. Immediately, Yifei invited him directly. I don't know if President Shuai is interested in joining our Whitebeard pirates. Finally, Shuai waited for his most important sentence, the recruitment of Yifei. In pirate world, New World is the dream of countless pirates. The 4 emperors are the pinnacle of all pirates. Now, in the Whitebeard pirates, there are 4 emperors. This is enough to prove that they already have the strength to rival Marine. Take refuge in Yifei, let them become your new backers, and you will no longer worry about the troubles brought by Marine. Shuai's idea lies in this. However, as a shrewd businessman, he didn't agree directly. I have this idea, but I don't know how sincere Master Yifei is. Hearing this, Yifei asked deliberately. Sincerity. Obviously, this guy wants to make conditions. From what he said just now, Yifei felt that he might have to raise conditions. Chapter 406. An agreement was reached. Ace was sent to Derice Rosa. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What conditions do you have? You can just say it directly, and I will never be vague if I can agree. Yifei cut to the chase. If Jufeng Trading Company can be incorporated into the Whitebeard pirate group, then, whether it is military strength or financial resources, the Beituan will be even more powerful. This is what Yifei dreams of. I have 2 requests. As long as you promise me, I can join you. First, we will go to the New World, and you must protect us accordingly. Second, in New World, the Whitebeard pirates cannot interfere with my business. These 2 requirements can guarantee his independent position. Hearing this, Yifei thought about it. These 2 requirements seem reasonable, but in fact, they are somewhat harsh. Protect them, that's fine. After all, if you join the Beituan, you are a member of the Beituan, and you have this obligation. The problem is with the second clause. Don't meddle in his business. Obviously, his sincerity is not that high, and he has his own independent ideas. This one made it difficult for Yifei to accept. You know, everyone who joins the White Group must obey their own arrangements. But Shuai wants to maintain an independent state in New World. Advertisement. He was just looking for a strong backer, not defecting in good faith. Thinking of this, Yifei couldn't help feeling a little angry. Thinking of the current situation, if he disagrees with his request, maybe he will immediately turn around and run to Marine, or even run to the opponent. If he really did this, he would have lost more than he gained. However, Yifei did not rush to agree to him. 2 points are not impossible. However, I wonder, what can you bring to the Whitebeard pirates? It is impossible for me to help him for no reason. Facing Yifei's question, Shuai just replied softly, lower price of arms raw materials. Hearing this sentence, Yifei immediately became interested. Lower raw material prices, then, their own costs can be reduced. Under the condition that the price of arms remains unchanged, the lower purchase cost can save Yifei a lot of expenses. Although he didn't directly pay the protection fee, saving money is equivalent to paying it. Therefore, this deal is still worthwhile. Shuai wants to ensure independence and that his business will not be interfered with. It also makes sense. Anyway, you can get benefits yourself. As long as he is not affected, it is fine for Shuai not to join Marine. As for the others, leave him alone. Advertisement. Wait until he comes to New World. Okay, I agree. In New World, as long as I am here, no one will dare to touch you. Yi Fei directly agreed to his request. Master Yi Fei, you are really refreshing. Everyone cooperates with integrity. I believe Captain Yi Fei will not break his promise. On the other end of the phone bug, Shuhai was very happy. 4 emperors from New World escorted themselves. Then there is nothing to worry about at all. Next, the two discussed specific matters. After finishing the conversation, Yi Fei immediately called for Fire Fist Ace. Ace, Wanokuni thing, I can't walk away now. During this time, you want you to stay in Derice Rosa for a while. Wanokuni has nothing to do. Yi Fei decided to stay here temporarily. Well, now only Derice Rosa for Ace to go. It is good. Yi Fei, can I bring someone with me? Ace nodded in agreement, then said suddenly. Advertisement. Who? Yi Fei was wondering who he was going to bring. Yamato, she said she stayed in Wanokuni too long and wanted to go out. So, I wonder if I can take her with me. Ace asked with some embarrassment. In fact, he didn't take the initiative to take Yamato out. Last time, I drank a little too much at Wanokuni's banquet. In a daze, he agreed to Yamato. As a man, he must walk the talk. Now that Yi Fei was going to send him back to Derice Rosa, he wondered if he could take Yamato out to sea. No problem. Yi Fei nodded in agreement. During this period of time, Yamato also expressed his desire to go to sea. Since defeating Kaido, Wanokuni often points behind her back because she is Kaido's daughter. All this made Yamato unhappy. The matter of Wanokuni is over, she wants to take this opportunity to go outside for a walk. After all, she has never been out of this country since she was a child. Immediately, Yi Fei revealed everything about his plan to deal with Shuhai, and taught him how to do it. Shuhai was completely relieved. Of course, it is not an easy thing to abandon Marine and go to Yi Fei. If Marine finds out about this in advance, then no matter what, he cannot escape. Chapter 407 Abandoning Marine, Shuhai goes to New World. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. All we have to do now is to do what Marine says. In order to convince Marine, he counted the package materials and belongings, and basically reported them truthfully. But he was thinking about how to get directly from East Blue to New World. As long as they reach New World, it is the sphere of influence of the 4 emperors, and Marine has no control at all. This time, he has to lose something, but he believes that he will earn it all back in New World, and there will be more. President Shuhai, Naval Headquarters, I am very satisfied with your performance these days. I have already recommended you at Naval Headquarters to make you the captain of the Marine Logistics Force. Admiralty, Marine Rear Admiral. During this period of time, Shuhai has been fairly honest, and Vice Admiral Gumir is satisfied with this. Said that he recommended Shuhai to be the captain of the Logistics Guard. It was just that he was still asking for credit in front of Shuhai. In fact, that was originally the meaning of Marine. However, when he said it, the meaning changed. That position, but I recommended it to you. However, no matter how smart Gumir is, he couldn't hide it from Shuhai either. You know, he has run Jufeng Trading Company for decades, and he has never seen any kind of person. Advertisement. At this point, he can see clearly than anyone else. Therefore, Shuhai has already seen through Gumir's thoughts. But he didn't expose it, instead he followed his words. Thanks to Vice Admiral for the promotion. A small gift is not a tribute. After all, Shuhai asked people to open the things that had been prepared for Gumir. The box was opened, and it was filled with all kinds of gold and silver treasures, which was really dazzling. Is this all for me? Gumilton opened his mouth wide. The benefits of Marine Vice Admiral are naturally good. But it was the first time he saw so many valuable things. Moreover, it still belongs to oneself. Immediately, I was so happy that I couldn't close my mouth from ear to ear. That's right, this is for Mr. Vice Admiral. Also, I have prepared some others for the other adults in Naval Headquarters. I hope that after first join Marine, the big shots in this department can give me some care. Shuhai replied respectfully. Advertisement. The reason for doing this is to paralyze Marine. Only in this way can they better believe in themselves. Where is Marine Rear Admiral located? He doesn't like it at all. That's natural. Gumir didn't know Shuhai's thoughts yet. His attention never left the treasure. In his heart, he was thinking about Shuhai, a very sensible guy. Sure enough, those who do business are still rich, and there is so much money when they make a move. The trace of vigilance that Gumir had originally had disappeared at this moment. He believes that this time Shuhai must be sincerely attached to Marine. Nothing to worry about. Within a month, Shuhai had finished inventorying all the assets of East Blue Jufeng Trading Company according to Marine's request. According to Marine's request, there is no way to relocate heavy assets such as shipyards, and they still stay in East Blue, leaving a small number of people to stay. As for what can be taken away, let Shuhai directly ship them to Naval Headquarters. This includes a lot of property, as well as various talents. Shipping to Naval Headquarters, that's equivalent to going to Marine. Advertisement. This is not what Shuhai wants to see. So, halfway through, he took the initiative to petition and send some supplies to naval headquarters. And he transferred himself to New World on the pretext that it was the main source of income for Jufeng Trading Company, and he had to handle it himself. The purpose of Shu Hai's move is to reach the New World. Sending supplies is also to show his loyalty to Marine, so as to achieve the effect of paralyzing them. Shu Hai's idea is more in line with Naval Headquarters' plan. New World is the biggest battlefield of One Piece world. Naval Headquarters has long been interested in moving there. Letting Shu Hai go to New World undoubtedly prepared the logistical work in advance for the future Naval Headquarters. Coupled with Shu Hai's lobbying and property management, Naval Headquarters quickly agreed to his idea of going to New World. After that, Shu Hai brought hundreds of large merchant ships into New World with the approval of the world government. As soon as he entered New World, Shu Hai transported most of the merchant ships to his branch in New World, leaving only dozens of ships to go to the branch of New World Marine EG-1. The reason why 10 merchant ships were sent there was because they didn't want to completely turn against Marine. What Shu Hai did was not in line with Naval Headquarters' plan. Their plan is that all Shu Hai will be stationed in the G1 branch, and the purpose is to serve the 2 Marine admirals there. Shu Hai's actions quickly made Naval Headquarters discover the abnormality. It didn't fit their plan. Chapter 408 Akainu was furious, Wong G was implicated. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. It seems that Jufeng Trading Company has been attached to Marine, but most of the business transactions are still in his hands. Clearly, he was disobeying orders from Naval Headquarters. They immediately sent someone to contact Shu Hai. The explanation Shu Hai gave was that New World's business needed to be managed by him himself, and there was no way to go to the G1 branch. For this excuse, Naval Headquarters is not satisfied. Specially sent someone to New World to find Shu Hai. However, Shu Hai still used excuses to shirk and did not carry out Naval Headquarters' orders. It left Naval Headquarters feeling cheated. Then the Naval Headquarters warship was dispatched to question Shu Hai. But when the warship of the headquarters arrives in New World, it is found that the area where Shu Hai is located has been included in the sphere of influence of Ye Fei's Whitebeard pirates. Moreover, under Ye Fei's order, the Whitebeard pirates absolutely do not allow any marine warships to appear on their territory. In One Piece world, 7 warlords of the sea has its own territory. As long as they don't allow it, there is no way for marine to pass. Advertisement. Without the order of Naval Headquarters, the warships sent would never dare to fight Ye Fei easily. The fleet of the headquarters had to go back the same way. Marine Marshal Akainu, who heard the news, was furious on the spot. We were cheated by that guy Shu Hai. He has no sincerity at all to be recruited by us. Also pretending to send supplies. Akainu flew into a rage. I thought he would sincerely surrender, but I didn't expect that Naval Headquarters was played by Shu Hai. At this moment, he understood Shu Hai's deep intentions. Marine was completely fooled by him. Moreover, as soon as he entered New World, he arrived at Ye Fei's territory. Based on this, Akainu can judge that Shu Hai has already reached a cooperation agreement with Ye Fei. Otherwise the Whitebeard pirates would never have been there. Coincide. That is simply impossible. While Shu Hai pretended to surrender to Marine, he secretly cooperated with Ye Fei. This made Akainu of Naval Headquarters furious. At sea, it is always the Marine who controls others. Advertisement. But this time, they were played like a clown. Afterwards, they directly dispatched troops to all the shipyards of Jufeng Trading Company, limited in East Blue. But there are only empty shipyards and a few guards left, which are no longer of any value. And the really valuable ones have already been taken away by Shu Hai. Marine finally confirmed that Shu Hai was pretending to belong to him. Now, he has entered New World and continues to run his business. In this regard, Marine has nothing to do. If you attack Shu Hai rashly, it may directly lead to a war with Ye Fei and the Whitebeard pirates. This is bound to be a very troublesome thing. Akainu didn't expect this move. But the anger in my heart can't be dispelled. Since there is no way to take Shu Hai now, I will find Wong G. You are his superior, and Wong G must be responsible for this matter. For this matter, Akainu must find a punching bag. Soon, under the arrangement of Akainu, everyone came to the Hive Island. Knowing that Shu Hai did not return, Wong G was completely shocked. As a result, Marine discovered his identity. Advertisement. Second, Shu Hai defected to Marine. Although he couldn't figure out how Marine knew his identity. But it doesn't matter now. The current situation is for Shu Hai to leave Ye Fei and return to Marine's embrace. You know, Shu Hai made a special trip to find him for this matter before. At the beginning Shu Hai said that he would belong to Ye Fei. He didn't care. He thought Shu Hai was just talking, but he didn't expect him to dare to do so. Afterwards, he immediately contacted Shu Hai. Hey, didn't I ask you to surrender to Marine and accept Marine's recruitment? Why did you suddenly go to New World? As soon as the phone calls between the two were connected, Wong G asked angrily. Without my own permission, I came to New World privately. Captain, I did not surrender Ye Fei. I'm just running my own business in New World. Shu Hai replied falsely. His actions were already obvious, but in front of Wong G, he didn't want to directly admit that he had taken refuge in Ye Fei. Seeing that Shu Hai refused to admit it, Wong Ji became even more angry. Chapter 409 Persuading surrender failed. Wong G was arrested. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Marine sent someone to find me here. You do what Marine wants right now. Otherwise, I will never end with you. Wong G spoke almost in an orderly tone. This made Shuai very unhappy. But for this old superior, he still gave a little face. After all, what he did this time was indeed a little too much. Of course, he knew very well that if he did so, he would drag Wong G into the quagmire. New World business, very busy right now, I can't leave at all. East Blue has already stopped, if New World's business is delayed. I'm afraid our Jufeng Commercial Society will go bankrupt directly. Please understand the owner. Shuhai's tone was still very polite. However, how could he hide his thoughts from Wong G? Shuai is acting with him, he knows better than anyone else. Don't tell me these useless things. I'm asking you now if you will obey my order. If you listen, then you will come over and explain to Marine right away. Wong G ordered angrily. Boss, please forgive me for being so humble. Shuai still pretended to be embarrassed. Advertisement. In my heart, I was already unconvinced. For so many years, I have been running outside. You just take charge of collecting the money. Are you talking to me like this again now? Damn, explain to Marine. You really think I'm stupid? Can I come back after I go? Shuai, do you know that if you do this, you will put me to death? Wong G was furious. Obviously, Shuai has betrayed him. Shuai defected, and Marine had no way to deal with New World's Yi Fei. Marine will definitely take him straight to the knife. This is what worries him the most. But things are now moving in this direction. Captain, why don't you come to my side? This is Yi Fei's territory, even Marine can't affect us. Shuai said suddenly. Immediately, Wong Ji understood what he said. Shuai said so, he must have reached a certain deal with Yi Fei. This was something that Shuai had not reported before. Moreover, what he said meant that he had defected to Marine. So, you have turned to Yi Fei. What I said doesn't count anymore, does it? Advertisement. Wong Ji was almost dizzy with anger. He didn't expect that the person he brought out had already stopped listening to him. At this moment, he wished he could kill Shuai immediately. However, now he has no way to control the whole situation. For so many years, Shuai has been taking care of Jufeng Trading Company. He Wong Ji rarely participated in it. Even if you want to, you are powerless. Suddenly, Wong Ji felt a sense of loss. If his intentions had been discovered earlier, things would not have gotten to this point. Now it seems that things are beginning to be irreversible. Captain, you brought me in Jufeng Trading Company. I've been doing my best for it all these years. But you made me surrender to Marine with just one word. I have put all my heart and soul into this for so many years. Let me surrender Marine, I can't. If you don't want to come here, then you can stay on Hive Island. After Shuai finished speaking, he stopped talking and hung up the phone directly. My grass. Before Wong Ji could swear, the phone bug had already cut off the signal. Call again, can't get in touch at all. At that moment, Wong Ji finally understood that the lover he brought out officially betrayed him. For Shuai's betrayal, Wong Ji was heartbroken. But now he has no time to feel sad. Advertisement. This is not the scariest. Shuai turned his back on Marine and caused him a huge problem. Now that Marine has found him, it means that his pirate identity and that of Jufeng Trading Company have been exposed. Now, I have no way to convince Shuai. Marine is bound to settle the score on his own head. Although his own strength is not bad, he simply doesn't have the confidence to go against Marine directly. The Hive Island in particular is located in New World. That woman, Marine Admiral, is here. Once Naval Headquarters gives the order, I am afraid that I will not be able to protect myself. Wong Ji was right. Seeing that he couldn't convince Shuai, Marine lost her patience. For Wong Ji, Marine knew that he was afraid of Roger many years ago. And D. Carl Lily is the same woman as Roger. Immediately after that, Marine Admiral D. Carl Lily was dispatched, and she led the people straight to the Beehive Island. See Marine Admiral, Night Goose, appear on Hive Isle. Wong Ji was completely shocked. He didn't expect that the more he was afraid of something, the more it would come towards him. If Marine sent someone else, I might rebel, but this woman's abilities are almost exactly the same as Roger's. 38 years ago, he almost died at Roger's hands. Even after so many years, Roger's shadow never dissipated. Chapter 410 Bring Back Shuai, Forgive You. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In front of Admiral Yan, Wong Ji didn't have the guts to resist. His intuition told him that the woman Roger had a relationship with was not simple. Especially some time ago, what she did in New World. Immediately, Wong Ji had no choice but to lead his troops to surrender. Soon after, he was sent to Naval Headquarters Marineford on charges of being an enemy. Wong Ji did not agree with his charges. On the first day of his arrival at Naval Headquarters, he asked to see Akainu. Naval Headquarters fulfilled his request, and Akainu met him. Marshal Sakazuki, I am not an enemy, why did you arrange this crime for me for no reason? As soon as we met, Wong Ji couldn't wait to explain. The purpose of retreating behind the scenes is that I don't want to get too involved in the disputes of One Piece world. Akainu smiled coldly. At this moment, he didn't believe any of Wong G's words. No enemy. Jufeng Trading Company belongs to you, right? They have joined the pirates now. Akainu has already found out the details of Wong G. The Jufeng Trading Company he created turned his back on Marine and took refuge under Ye Fei's banner. This incident made naval headquarters lose face in front of the world government. At this point, Wong G also had to admit it. Yes, it's mine. Advertisement. But Jufeng Trading Company has always been run by Shuai. I basically don't care. This time he refused Marine to take over. What does it have to do with me? Wong G argued. In his opinion, this incident was completely caused by Shuai. However, Akainu doesn't see it that way. Hehe, interesting. Your own trading company has defected to Marine's enemies and has nothing to do with you. Do you think I'll take your word for it? The betrayal of Jufeng Trading Company made naval headquarters feel cheated. The world government was also furious. Now they have no way to trouble Shuai. This pot can only be carried by Wong G. Quote. Wong G was speechless when asked. In this respect, he is indeed responsible. But he didn't expect that Shuai wouldn't listen to him. Seeing that he was silent, Akainu spoke again. If you have a way to bring Shuai back or capture naval headquarters now. Your charge, naval headquarters can be cleared directly. Can you do it? The trade of Jufeng Trading Company, limited spreads all over the world, and its volume is huge. Advertisement. If there is still a way to recover them again, Akainu wants to give it a try. This could also recover Marine's losses. Bring Shuai back. Wong G suddenly raised his head. That's right, as long as you bring Shuai back, all your charges will be cleared. Including your affair with Rocks 38 years ago. Akainu confirmed. Quote. Wong G took a deep breath. They really knew what happened 38 years ago. Although I don't know how they know, but this matter has been hidden. But that doesn't matter. I want to bring Shuai back. But a very troublesome thing. It is basically impossible for him to come over on his own initiative. Shuai would not be that stupid. If you defected from Marine, it would be a dead end for you to come back. Sending warships to attack, it is basically impossible to win. He knew very well that it was now the territory of the two four emperors, Ye Fei and Whitebeard. Otherwise, he would have already called. However, if he wanted to bring Shuai back, he really had a way. That is Mao Haifeng, the head of New World of Nine Peaks Trading Company. Mao Haifeng is his adopted son, brought up by him. Advertisement. Wong G has always been very optimistic about him. In order to prevent Shuai from completely emptying himself, Wong G specially arranged him in New World. If Mao Haifeng is used, maybe Shuai can be brought back. Thinking of this, Wong G immediately expressed his thoughts. Hearing this, Akainu secretly delighted. He didn't expect that Wong G still had such a relationship. Immediately, ordered Wong G to contact Mao Haifeng. At the same time, New World, a branch of Jufeng Trading Company, Limited. Since Shuai settled in, Mao Haifeng has been reduced from the top leader here to the second in charge. Originally, I could control all the business of New World, but now I can only listen to Shuai, so I feel a little uncomfortable. But Shuai is powerful, and there are 4 emperors behind him. He didn't dare to mess around at all. It's just that I feel a little upset. In the past few days, he learned that his adoptive father Wong G was arrested because Shuai defected to Marine. My heart is even more angry. Although he is a businessman, he always remembers Wong G's kindness. He is very clear. The reason why the adoptive father was arrested was entirely because of Shuai. And Shuai must also know that his betrayal of Marine will bring great trouble to his adoptive father, and he may even die, but he still did it without hesitation. So it shows that Shuai has no morals at all. Chapter 411. Mao Haifeng's plan. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. He suppressed all the anger in his heart. And Shuai was so powerful that he didn't dare to take any action at all. So since Wong G was arrested, he has been drinking to relieve his worries every day. Unexpectedly, he suddenly received a call from Wong G himself. Father. At the moment when he received Wong G's phone call, Mao Haifeng was very excited. On the other end of the phone bug, Wong G answered heavily. The two haven't seen each other for several years. For his adoptive son, he still attaches great importance to him. Are you suffering now at naval headquarters? The child is incompetent, there is no way to rescue the adoptive father. Speaking of this, Mao Haifeng felt a little sad in his heart. You knew already. Wong G sighed. He has sailed the sea for many years, but now he is a prisoner of Marine, the world is unpredictable. I know it all, it was Shuai who caused you to get to this point. I told you before, that person is not reliable at all. Mao Haifeng was so angry that he almost trembled. Over the years, he has always been dissatisfied with Shuai's actions. Advertisement. Especially when the adoptive father listed Shuai as the boss of Jufeng Trading Company, he was even more depressed. Obviously he is the successor, why did Shuai become the boss? He also personally asked his adoptive father about this matter. At that time, the foster father explained that Shu Hai was only in charge temporarily, and he, Mao Haifeng, would eventually become the boss of Jufeng Trading Company. Therefore, Mao Haifeng always remembered these words. For the development of Jufeng Trading Company, he has been listening to Shu Hai's words. Now that the adoptive father has been arrested, the Jufeng Trading Company has been controlled by Shu Hai. There is no way to fulfill the words of the adoptive father now. It's useless to say that now. It's just because I saw the wrong person at the beginning. Wong G replied awkwardly. At the beginning, it was precisely because of seeing Shu Hai's management ability. That's why he was listed as the boss. But I didn't expect that there was something wrong with this person's character. Stealing and cheating, even cheating herself. Then what do you do now? Marine, how are you doing? Mao Haifeng doesn't want to talk about the previous things now. What he is more concerned about now is the safety of his adoptive father. Thank you. At this moment, remember foster father. Father is not afraid to tell you the truth. Naval headquarters has given an order, if Shu Hai cannot be brought back. Then I can't survive. Wong Ji sighed heavily. Advertisement. Although Akainu didn't say so directly. But the meaning is already obvious. He has seen this very clearly after traveling across the sea for decades. Marine needs to find someone to take the blame, and if it wasn't Shu Hai, it would be him. Bring Shu Hai back. Mao Haifeng looked puzzled. That's right, can you do it? Wong Ji nodded. The implication is to let Mao Haifeng wait for Shu Hai. Quote. Mao Haifeng was silent for a while. Immediately he said, as long as Shu Hai can be brought back to naval headquarters, can you save foster father? Wong Ji nodded. That's right. Okay, I'll figure it out. Mao Haifeng agreed to Wong Ji's idea without any hesitation. After hanging up the phone, Mao Haifeng fell into deep thought. If you fight against Shu Hai directly, the chances of winning may not be great. Although New World has a lot of people, but this time Shu Hai brought them here from the headquarters, and there are many powerful subordinates among them. In addition, Shu Hai has obviously reached a cooperation with Yi Fei. At this time, if you start a war rashly, if you can't defeat Shu Hai, then you may die without a place to bury yourself. Part of Yi Fei's fleet is also stationed nearby. Once they make a move, I'm afraid they will directly help Shu Hai. This is why I have been afraid to make a move. Since storming doesn't work. Advertisement. Then it's just a trick. A few days later, Mao Haifeng changed his usual attitude. Take the initiative to entertain Shu Hai. Of course, Shu Hai was also very happy. You know, since he entered New World, Mao Haifeng's complexion has not been easy. This time, the sudden change of attitude really surprised Shu Hai. Immediately, he happily accepted the invitation. In order to show his sincerity, he specially ordered a boat, and his entourage only brought dozens of people to the banquet. The feast begins. President Shu Hai has been in New World for a long time. Haifeng is ashamed, and has never had the opportunity to invite you to have a drink together. Mao Haifeng picked up his wine glass and said politely. In fact, I was already disgusted in my heart. I'm sorry about the ship owner. Captain Yi Fei and I made a promise that he will rescue the captain, and I believe Captain Yi Fei can do it. When the ship owner is rescued, we can provide Yi Fei with low-cost munitions. Don't worry too much. Shu Hai raised his glass in response. That was just to trick Mao Haifeng. Yi Fei has never made such a promise. His purpose is only to appease Mao Haifeng and continue to work for him. A smile appeared on Mao Haifeng's face. For Shu Hai's lie, he knew that the other party was lying to him without even thinking about it. Yi Fei and Marine fight against the rescue father. Is it possible? Why? Low arms prices. Ridiculous. Chapter 412 Civil Disturbance. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Will he go straight to war with Marine over a stranger? Just for such a small benefit? Then please ask the president to move around more. Mao Haifeng did not expose Shu Hai's lies. Instead, he drank the wine in one gulp in front of Shu Hai. Seeing this, Shu Hai nodded in satisfaction, and also drank it down. There seems to be something wrong with this wine. As soon as he drank the wine, Shu Hai fell down in a short while. Get drunk after just one drink. That's impossible. Shu Hai's drinking capacity is very large. The entourage quickly saw the problem. They all stood up and immediately drew their swords. Whoever follows me will not die. Mao Haifeng pulled out a long sword from the bottom of the table and kicked the table over. The table rolled to the ground, and hundreds of people rushed into the hall immediately. They all held weapons in their hands. Shu Hai's followers also immediately understood what was going on. Mao Haifeng, do you want to rebel? Shu Hai accompanied by a leader immediately jumped out. As soon as the words fell, a sword light flashed in front of him. A head fell to the ground. Who else dares? Don't you know that Wong G is your real master? If you resist again, you will end up like this person. Advertisement. Mao Haifeng wiped the bloodline off the sword. More than 100 subordinates directly surrounded everyone on the other side. Under such circumstances, Shu Hai's people had no choice. Had to hand over weapons and surrender. Tie me up and take them all away. Mao Haifeng ordered immediately. Without further ado, he knew that once Shu Hai's people found out that he had been arrested, they would definitely send a large team to kill him. Therefore, They must be brought onto the ship as quickly as possible. Then, send it directly to the New World Marine Branch. When we get there, even if Uranus Lousy comes, it doesn't matter. A group of people just walked out of the hall and hurried to the pier. Unexpectedly, at this moment, there was a loud noise in front of him. A ship on the shore suddenly fired. It was brought by Shuai. Everyone was startled, but before they could react, they saw hundreds of crew members jumping out of the boat in an instant. HMPH, a bunch of traitors. Mao Haifeng snorted coldly. He has already prepared for this ship. You have to be careful when playing with Shuai. Kill them all for me. Mao Haifeng gave an order, and countless crew members immediately appeared on more than a dozen ships in the port. He made an ambush in advance. Surround these hundreds of people again. The fierce battle between the two sides begins here. For a time, there were many swords and gunshots. Advertisement. Although the hundreds of people Shuai brought over were all elites. But facing an enemy several times their size, they are not opponents after all. Soon, most of them had been slaughtered. As long as hundreds of people on this ship are slaughtered, Shuai can be taken away smoothly. Hope lies ahead. Just as Shu Heisha was on the rise, unexpectedly, there was a sudden scream from behind. Mao Haifeng turned his head and saw the scene in front of him. He was shocked. Are you awake? I saw Shuai standing upright in front of him. The iron chains that bound him had already been broken. There was a corpse lying on the ground, and he was holding a person's head in his big hands. HMPH, do you think that trick of yours can fool me? Shuai showed a contemptuous smile. Immediately, he crushed the head of the man in his hand. The moment I received Mao Haifeng's invitation, he had a premonition that something was not normal. Since entering the New World Branch, Mao Haifeng didn't like him very much. Invite him when Wong G was arrested. Obviously, the purpose is not simple. But he still accepted Mao Haifeng's invitation with a smile on his face. But I saw you drink that glass of wine with my own eyes. Mao Haifeng hurriedly responded. It was the medicine he was looking for specially, it was colorless and tasteless. Put it in the wine, no one will find it at all. But how did Shuai find out? Advertisement. Wine, I didn't drink at all. Do you think that in this form, I will drink whatever you give me? The moment he fell, he had already spat wine on his clothes. In fact, he didn't know whether there was a problem with the wine. The purpose is to see what Mao Haifeng will do next. In the end, things went exactly as I expected, and Mao Haifeng was really dealing with himself. It really is an old fox. Your strength is good, but your people are almost killed by me. I heard that you are very strong, let's see if you can kill it. After Mao Haifeng finished speaking, he backed away. The crew behind him immediately blocked in front of him. Medication is only the first step, and the second step is these thousands of ambush soldiers. If Shuai doesn't drink the medicine, these thousands of people will be used to send him to heaven. In front of densely packed enemies, Shuai's expression was unusually calm, without any panic. Ha 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 ha, want to kill me? Do you think I'm not prepared? You can think of it, can't I think of it? Shuai looked up to the sky and laughed. His laughter made Mao Haifeng's hair stand on end. Intuition tells that the situation may be very bad. Do you know what happened to the gunfire just now? Hey, look back. Hearing this, Mao Haifeng trembled all over. Turning his head, dozens of large ships suddenly appeared on the sea. Chapter 413 Mao Haifeng was arrested, Ace Yamato appeared. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. He could see clearly that it was the ship of the headquarters of Jufeng Trading Company. Dozens of large ships are approaching at a fast pace. Accompanying them came the firing of countless shells. The cannons of merchant ships are fired directly and indiscriminately. This is exactly Shuai's death order. As long as the signal on the ship sounds, all fleets must fire towards the port. The shells fell on the port, and there were bursts of explosions. Mao Haifeng's people didn't have time to do anything, they immediately turned their backs and retreated again and again. Master Haifeng, we can't stand it anymore. After a meal of shells, dozens of large ships have come in front of them. Countless people rushed down with guns and swords. At that moment, Mao Haifeng finally realized that his situation was over. Next, his people were surrounded by groups. Surrender, I can let the past go. Shuai stepped forward and shouted loudly. In the round of cannons just now, Mao Haifeng's men were already running out. Coupled with Shuai's words, most of them began to throw away their weapons and surrender. After all, he is now the titular boss. Except for a dozen people who stood in front of Mao Haifeng, the others had turned against Shuai. Mao Haifeng, do you still want to resist? Shuai asked proudly. Before coming here, he had already parked the fleet on the sea not far away. As soon as they heard the sound of the cannon, they would rush over immediately. Advertisement. This is the end, you kill me. Looking at the dozens of people around him, Mao Haifeng knew that there was no way to win. Don't talk about saving the adoptive father now, I'm afraid it's hard to even protect myself. Then throw away the weapon. You are all faithful. Let go, we lost. Mao Haifeng was depressed. Signal to those around you to put down their weapons. He's a man, he lost to Shuai, he admits it. He didn't want these people to die with him. Originally, he wanted to capture Shuhai and hand it over to Marine in exchange for his adoptive father. Fortunately, Shuhai didn't catch it, but fell into his hands instead. He knew very well that if he fell into Shuhai's hands, he would never survive. He and he were enemies in the first place. It is impossible for Shuhai to let go of such a good opportunity. Under his order, dozens of people around him put down their weapons and raised their hands to surrender. Soon they were taken down. Only Mao Haifeng was left standing alone among the crowd. Do you know why you lost? Shuhai was quite proud. After defeating Mao Haifeng, he will control all the business of Jufeng Trading Company in New World. Previously, Mao Haifeng had always been directly involved in Derice Rosa's business. This time he will replace Mao Haifeng and trade directly with Derice Rosa. At this moment, he will control the absolute command. HMPH, I admit defeat. Don't talk about anything else, isn't it just death? Advertisement. Mao Haifeng snorted coldly. Since there is no way to save Wong G, then he is already ready to die. He didn't want to justify Shuhai's boring words, but he just couldn't get over his feelings. Well, Shuhai responded heavily. In fact, he has always valued the younger person in front of him very much. His abilities are very strong. That's why New World's business is so good. It would be a pity to kill him. However, the deal is done, and Shuhai has no way to change it. This person has already developed a bad heart for himself. If you don't kill them, you have no way to manage them, and you will inevitably leave behind hidden dangers. The best way is to follow Mao Haifeng's wish. Since you want to die, then I will fulfill you. There was a trace of regret in Shuhai's heart. Afterwards, he spread his hands and motioned for Mao Haifeng to be taken away. He didn't want to see Mao Haifeng die in front of him. Several crew members stepped forward and held Mao Haifeng. Ready to take away. Suddenly, a flame appeared in the sky and hit the ground vertically. The flames dissipated, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Fire Fist Ace. Everyone was taken aback. He didn't expect that Fire Fist Ace would suddenly appear in front of him. On the surface of the sea, 6 new warships appeared. Advertisement. Above, hangs the pirate flag of the Whitebeard pirates. And Yamato stood on the leading ship, majestic and heroic. 6 warships are approaching the port at a high speed. Bai Tuan's ship, and Fire Fist Ace is coming. Fleet of the 4 emperors, that's real pirates. Even Kaido is no match, let alone us. All eyes look towards the sea in horror. The current Whitebeard pirates are the most powerful in New World. The crew on their merchant ships have no problem dealing with ordinary pirates. The fleet of the 4 emperors is out of the question. In front of Bai Tuan, they didn't even have the courage to fight. President Shuhai, hey, Haifeng, what's the situation? Why are you still tied up? Ace said hello, then looked at Mao Haifeng. In a word, Shuhai and Mao Haifeng were quite embarrassed. Just now, there was a civil war. It's really strange for an outsider to ask this suddenly. Also, can't you Ace see the corpse on the ground? We're doing a little housework. Shuhai replied awkwardly. He still knows the name of Fire Fist Ace. Therefore, Shuhai is very polite to Ace. Family. Ace feigned surprise. Just now he heard the sound of gunfire nearby, so he rushed over. Chapter 414 Interfering in Internal Affairs, Yi Fei is the real decision maker. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Yes, Shuhai was extremely embarrassed. He didn't expect that Ace would appear suddenly. When something like this happens, it's hard to make a family scandal in front of outsiders. Ace looked puzzled. Then, he looked at the scattered corpses on the ground. Then he looked at Mao Haifeng who was tied up. You don't want to kill Haifeng, do you? I don't agree with that. Haifeng, but my friend. Ace said dismissively. Hearing this, Shuhai almost fell to the ground. He never expected that Fire Fist Ace would say such words suddenly. For a while, it was a little inexplicable. After reacting, he immediately asked, Ace, what do you mean? I deal with internal affairs, it seems that it has nothing to do with your white group. This matter is an internal matter of Jufeng Trading Company. The Whitebeard pirates want to join. It has nothing to do with you guys. Ace nodded thoughtfully. Advertisement. Your internal affairs, logically speaking, we shouldn't be in charge. However, if you want to kill Mao Haifeng, then it has something to do with our Baituan. He is the person who deals directly with us. Kill him, what about Derice Rosa's business? Since the cooperation between Jufeng Trading Company and Yi Fei, Mao Haifeng has always been the connector. Therefore, in Ace's view, Mao Haifeng must not die. Ace, I am the head of Jufeng Trading Company. Even without Mao Haifeng, I can continue to trade with you. Also, we will be more pleasant to work together than before. Shuhai was extremely embarrassed. He didn't expect that they would still recognize someone when doing business with the Baituan. It's simply the best of the best. Ace, don't believe what he said. No one knows the situation in New World better than me. Killing me won't do you any good. That guy doesn't understand this place at all. On the side, Mao Haifeng suddenly shouted loudly. He had already planned to die. Seeing Ace is like seeing a life-saving straw. It's human instinct. If you can't grasp it now, then today is really dead. And Ace also seems to be deliberately partial. Then he said seriously. Advertisement. Hey, no matter how you say it, he is someone Yi Fei approves of. So, you must not execute him. Shu Hai understood. Ace intended to protect Mao Haifeng, otherwise, he wouldn't have used such an affirmative tone. Ace, you are meddling in our internal affairs. I made a promise with Master Yi Fei. Shu Hai's face looked a little ugly. Previously, he had agreed that the Beituan could not interfere with his business, which implied that they could not interfere with their internal affairs, including the execution of Mao Haifeng. But in front of Ace, he didn't dare to attack. Not only because of his strength, but also because of the two Sea Emperors standing behind him. Especially Yi Fei, who just defeated Kaido, is in the limelight. Even naval headquarters is afraid of him. Fight against them and still want to do business. Don't even want to die. At the same time, Shu Hai was also very puzzled, why Ace desperately wanted to protect a person who was not particularly important. I just said it. I don't care about anyone else. But Mao Haifeng is our direct traitor. You can't kill him without Yi Fei's permission. It's not your business anymore, it's already related to our Beituan. Ace said coldly. Previously, at Wanokuni, Yi Fei asked him to make a special trip back to New World. Just to deal with emergencies here. And today, when he came here this time, he also has a great relationship with Yi Fei. Shu Hai, who has always been shrewd, broke his halberd in front of Fire Fist Ace. Advertisement. Facing Ace's words, he couldn't find anything to refute. Holding back his breath, he had no choice but to answer. Okay, I will contact Master Yi Fei directly. Immediately, he ordered someone to get the phone bug. At the same time, Mao Haifeng also looked nervous. You know, if Yi Fei suddenly changes his mind, he is dead. After losing the battle with Shu Hai, he gave up hope of living, but the moment he saw Ace, his instinctive desire to survive made him hope to survive, but now, only Yi Fei is the one who decides his life or death. This is power. Wait for someone to fetch the phone bug queen. Shu Hai contacted Yi Fei immediately. What? You want to kill Mao Haifeng? Wanokuni, General's mansion, on the other side of the phone bug, Yi Fei looked extremely shocked. That's right, he's causing trouble inside Jufeng Trading Company. Shu Hai looked extremely embarrassed. This kind of thing is indeed a bit embarrassing. He didn't want to go into too much detail. Unable to bear it, Yi Fei wanted to ask. Hey, if something happens, just scold and beat me. It's not worth killing him. He is one of the important leaders of New World. Yi Fei said deliberately. The reason for saying this is to be a peacemaker and ease the relationship between the two parties. Chapter 415 Yi Fei's decision. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. However, this was not Shu Hai's idea. Yi Fei's answer made Shu Hai extremely embarrassed. He thought that Yi Fei would directly agree to what he said. Unexpectedly, Yi Fei wanted to get to the bottom of it. Now it seems that he has to tell the truth. Master Yi Fei, it's not just as simple as making troubles. Today, he brought thousands of people to take my life. If it wasn't for me, I would have prepared for it in advance. I must be the one who died here today. So, you know, if I don't deal with him, it will be difficult to convince the public in the future. In front of Yi Fei, Shu Hai had no choice but to answer truthfully. Now, he is the boss of Jufeng Trading Company. If the killing of the boss is not deterred. So, what should I do if this happens to my subordinates in the future? After speaking, he thought Yi Fei would agree with him. In the end, instead of agreeing in a hurry, he asked him instead. You mean he wants to kill you? What happened? Isn't it good a while ago? Why did I want to kill you all of a sudden? Could it be that something major happened in the middle? Shu Hai was instantly dumbfounded by what Yi Fei said. He just said that Mao Haifeng wanted to kill him, but he didn't say why he wanted to kill him. Advertisement. The real reason why Mao Haifeng wanted to kill him was because he had betrayed Wong G. In the world of pirates, whether you betray your superior or your friends, you will be cast aside. Teach is despised by everyone in the white group for this reason. And he, Shu Hai, was murdered by Mao Haifeng precisely because he did something similar to Teach. Facing Yi Fei, Shu Hai did not tell the truth. Just evasively answer. He wants to replace me and become the boss of Jufeng Trading Company. Shu Hai's words don't have much confidence. His voice is small. But Mao Haifeng heard it clearly. Then he cursed. Shu Hai, you are the most unfaithful person in the world. Your foster father values you so much, yet you want to betray him. Master Yi Fei, you must not trust this kind of person. He can betray Wong G, and one day he can betray you too. Facing Mao Haifeng's abuse, Shu Hai felt particularly harsh. He gave the person next to him a look and gagged his mouth. On the other end of the phone bug, Yi Fei heard clearly, and suddenly felt a little funny. In fact, I just learned about this not long ago. What Mao Haifeng said was not without reason. Immediately, Yi Fei stopped talking, just wanted to hear how Shu Hai would explain this matter. However, Shu Hai's words were beyond Yi Fei's expectation. He didn't explain anything about it at all. Instead, talk directly about the matter at hand. Master Yi Fei, do you think I did the right thing? Advertisement. After quieting Mao Haifeng, Shu Haixiang still got Yi Fei's consent. Now, only with Yi Fei's consent, he has the power to execute Mao Haifeng. I was also very helpless in my heart. Obviously it is an internal matter of Jufeng Trading Company. But let an outsider handle it. What the hell is going on? Hearing this, Yi Fei smiled coldly in his heart. This guy was as ruthless as he expected. But right now, Yi Fei needs Jufeng Trading Company. You did the right thing. First of all, Yi Fei affirmed his approach. But Yi Fei changed his tone immediately. Mao Haifeng is one of the directors of New World. It is also an important partner of our Beituan. Also, that guy is also Ace's friend. It's probably inappropriate to just kill him directly like this. After hearing Yi Fei's words, Shuhai was stunned on the spot. He didn't expect that Yi Fei would say the exact same reason as Ace. If Ace is fine, so is Yi Fei. Immediately, he was speechless. Yi Fei wanted to protect him, so he had to get rid of him. If you stay behind, you will not sleep well. Advertisement. But he betrayed the society. If I don't deal with it, I have no way to explain it to others. After reacting, Shuhai said immediately. In front of Yi Fei, he didn't dare to argue with reason. Instead, he justified his grievances, and the purpose was to execute Mao Haifeng. How you handle it makes me feel a little bit embarrassed in front of my subordinates. Let's stay. Facing Shu Hai's defense, Yi Fei sighed. It was just a helpless sentence, but Shu Hayden was terrified. Because I have already expressed my attitude. Yi Fei still made it clear that he wanted to protect him. Now I understand that I didn't listen to my own words at all. Shu Hai felt as if he was facing an abyss, and he suddenly felt that Yi Fei didn't seem to trust him. Otherwise, this kind of internal matter must be internal digestion. Shu Hai didn't understand Yi Fei's actions. Then continue to argue. Master Yi Fei, this seems to be our internal matter. Can we handle it ourselves? Did you forget our agreement? You can't interfere with our internal affairs. However, he made a big mistake. You know, the meaning of Yi Fei is very clear. Shu Hai wants to go his own way. This made Yi Fei very angry, but he didn't get angry. Chapter 416 Take away Mao Haifeng. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Agreement. We have an agreement, yes, first, to protect you. Second, don't interfere with your business. We have not violated any of these two. But these two things seem to have nothing to do with Mao Haifeng. Yi Fei suppressed his anger and reminded again. However, Shu Hai, who had already identified the reason for death, did not want to give up at all at this moment. He realized that leaving Mao Haifeng behind would definitely be a disaster. So, can't stay. But in front of Ace, the big pirate's fire fist, he was not easy to strike. So, now we have to try our best to get Yi Fei's approval. Master Yi Fei, do you really want to protect him? Without him, our business will continue. If you promise me this time, I can give you a lower price for my munitions raw materials in the future. Shu Hai replied, and his words also made Yi Fei get to know each other. This is an extremely vicious person. No matter what, if you don't achieve your goal, you will never give up. Frankly speaking, Yi Fei doesn't like this kind of person. But right now, the two are in the stage of cooperation, and Yi Fei doesn't want to break up with him directly. Advertisement. But just let him kill Mao Haifeng for no reason. Of course Yi Fei would not agree. Shu Hai, now you don't take my words to heart at all. Could it be that you want to rebel against our white group? At this moment, Yi Fei's attitude was no longer as gentle as before. Just now, because of the cooperation between the two. Therefore, Yi Fei has been saving face for him. I didn't expect that guy to be so ignorant. There is no need to give him face now. Master Yi Fei, I was wrong. Yi Fei's attitude made Shu Hai wake up instantly. Shu Hai reacted extremely quickly and immediately admitted his mistake. He was really angry. Four Emperors Yi Fei, angry. At this moment, Shu Hai felt how out of control he had just been. He, who wanted to execute Mao Haifeng wholeheartedly, lost his head just now. As long as you know. After hearing Shu Hai's confession, Yi Fei on the other end of the phone bug gave up. Master Yi Fei, the matter of Mao Haifeng is left to you to decide. Shu Hai's face was pale. Heartbeat inexplicably accelerated. Instinct told him how timely the apology just now was. With Yi Fei's current status in New World, only one sentence is needed. De Reese Rose's hundreds of steel warships will raise New World's Jufeng Trading Company to the ground in an instant. Advertisement. Marine not only can't get along with each other, but also applauds. At this moment, he finally rang, the reason why he exists in New World reasonably, Marine dare not offend. It's all because of the four emperors of the Whitebeard pirates. For Mao Haifeng, Shu Hai is very fortunate that he gave up in time. It's good that you can have this idea. Mao Haifeng did make a mistake, I know it too. Since he is Ace's friend, I don't want to kill him directly. Well, I'll let Ace bring him back to De Reese Rosa. Jufeng Trading Company, you can continue to manage, I still recognize your position in New World. Shu Hai admitted his mistake, and Yi Fei didn't want to continue to pursue the matter, so he decided to stop here. I beat him up, so now I have to coax him with a candy. De Reese Rosa's business needs him right now. Originally, Yi Fei intended to ease the relationship between the two parties. But Shu Hai insisted on killing Mao Haifeng, and Yi Fei knew that it was impossible to ease the relationship between the two, so he had to take him away. Okay, okay, Shuhai hurriedly answered, wiping the sweat from his forehead from time to time. When I thought of heaven, I almost made a big mistake. Yi Fei responded, and then hung up the phone directly. After wiping off his sweat, Shuhai waved his hand and ordered Mao Haifeng to be let go. At this moment, he was a little dazed with fright. Haifeng, let's go. Ace waved at him. Advertisement. Mao Haifeng, who was let go, looked terrified. He didn't expect that he was really released. A matter as big as Jufeng Trading Company can be resolved with a single sentence from Yi Fei. This made Mao Haifeng never think of. At the same time, Mao Haifeng's mood is complicated. The cooperation between Yi Fei and Shuhai led to the arrest of his adoptive father Wong G, which made him very upset. If it weren't for this cooperation, it is estimated that the adoptive father would be fine. Therefore, Yi Fei is also responsible for the death of foster father. But on the other hand, Ace made a special trip to rescue him this time, and he felt a little inexplicably moved. Therefore, Mao Haifeng's mood was extremely complicated. On the one hand, he hated Beituan, but he was grateful to them for saving him. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Mao Haifeng followed Ace and boarded Beituan's boat. From the very beginning, Mao Haifeng had doubts all the time. He and Ace know each other, but they can only be said to be familiar, not particularly good friends, let alone partners. He couldn't figure out why they would suddenly save him. This matter obviously has nothing to do with the Whitebeard pirates. He didn't hesitate to turn against Shuhai and save him. Soon, he asked Ace about it. The matter you mentioned was arranged by Yi Fei. Ace laughed. Mao Haifeng looked puzzled. Yi Fei arranged it, what do you mean? I only met him once or twice. He wants to save me. If you are free, ask him again. Ace smiled, and then said nothing. Chapter 417 The plan failed and Wong G was killed. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Recently, under Yi Fei's arrangement, he has been wandering around. One is to prevent Marine from entering the territory of Jufeng Trading Company. Second, if there is turmoil within Jufeng Trading Company, Mao Haifeng will be brought back to Derice Rosa. Of course, all of this is Yi Fei's plan. However, before this, Yi Fei did not think of this plan. The origin is because Carl Lilly took away Wong G. Last time, Wong G was taken to naval headquarters by Carl Lilly, the G1 branch. Only then did Yi Fei learn that Wong G is the boss behind the Jufeng Trading Company. Moreover, the reason why he was taken away was precisely because Shuhai betrayed Marine. Knowing the reason, Yi Fei despised Shuhai. Because he betrayed his boss, what he did was indeed too dishonest. It was precisely because he cooperated with himself that Yi Fei did not point out the matter. In addition, Yi Fei also found out that Wong Ji's adopted son is Mao Haifeng. According to Ace has dealt with Mao Haifeng. Advertisement. This person is a good hand in business, and his methods are relatively ruthless, but he is also a very filial person. Because his mother was bullied, he killed her in a rage, then wandered around, and was finally taken in by Jufeng Trading Company. Yi Fei concluded that Mao Haifeng is very likely to take revenge on Shuhai because of Wong Ji's affairs. Therefore, he arranged for Ace to wander around the Jufeng Trading Company, while preventing Marine from entering. He also inquired about the internal news of the Jufeng Trading Company. In the event of internal turmoil, if Shuhai is defeated, Mao Haifeng may surrender to Marine because of Wong Ji. Then Ace can go to help Shuhai to ensure that the two parties continue to cooperate in the transaction. If Mao Haifeng is defeated, then Ace can bring Mao Haifeng back to put psychological pressure on Shuhai and let him cooperate well. No matter which side, Yi Fei can choose both ways and restrain them with his strength. This is the so-called indiscriminate choice. In fact, Yi Fei prefers Mao Haifeng because he is more affectionate. But Shuhai is far behind, he betrayed his superiors. That's why Yi Fei wanted to save Mao Haifeng. For Mao Haifeng, Yi Fei hopes that it can be reused in the future. Too bad it's not right now. As for Shuhai, his biggest problem is that he wants to remain independent in New World, and Yi Fei still has reservations about him. Besides, he could betray Wong Ji, and one day he might betray himself too. But now insisting on killing him, Yi Fei still doesn't want to do it. Advertisement. First, Mao Haifeng is not obedient enough in Jufeng Trading Company, otherwise he might be the right candidate. Second, Shuhai just killed him when he surrendered himself. How can he recruit other people after that? Before there is no absolute reasonable reason, Yi Fei will never take action against him, the purpose is to show others. Therefore, Yi Fei decided to keep him and see how he behaves. Mao Haifeng was taken away by Ace. Shuhai breathed a sigh of relief temporarily. He couldn't figure out why Yi Fei would do this. Mao Haifeng is not dead, in his heart, it is always a heart disease. At the same time, the news of Shuhai's defeat soon reached Wong Ji's ears. At that moment, his last chance had been lost. He was right. Because Wong Ji was unable to hand over Shuhai, naval headquarters put all the charges on him in order to avoid the world government from being held accountable. With the approval of the world government, naval headquarters sentenced Wong Ji to death. A few days later, at Naval Headquarters Marineford, in front of the whole world, Wong Ji was put on execution platform. Before Wong Ji's execution, Naval Headquarters revealed his identity, Akoku, the former captain of the Wufeng Pirates. What? Captain Wufeng was arrested suddenly. Isn't he dead? Why did he appear suddenly? Marine released information that he hid his identity. One of the overlords of the sea more than 30 years ago has come to this point. Life is impermanent. He has been retired for more than 30 years. Why do you want to kill him? In the past few decades, I have never heard of him causing trouble in the sea. Advertisement. The execution of Akoku, the great pirate of the Roger era, shocked the whole world. However, Marine simply ignored what the world was saying. Wong G was executed directly. A generation of sea hero Akoku, this is the end. Finally gone. The era is coming to an end. Hearing that Wong G was executed, Whitebeard couldn't help but sigh in his heart. 38 years ago, in his prime, he was a member of the Rocks Pirates, along with Wong G, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin. The battle in the Valley of the Gods could have changed the world, but in the end he chose to stand with Roger. Time flies, those past events are vivid in my mind. Today, there are not even two of those who remain in the present. This also made him have to sigh that their era is coming to an end. Wano-kuni, the general's mansion, Yi Fei heard the news and didn't take it too seriously. As long as Shuai is fine, Wong Ji will definitely die. This is what he had met long ago. Marine had to find someone to cover the bag, and Wong Ji was that person. Now that he was dead, Yi Fei didn't want to think too much, but just told Ace to appease Mao Haifeng. Chapter 418 The Rise of the Blackbeard Pirates. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. He learned that his adoptive father Wong Ji was executed. Shu Hai didn't eat anything for several days. According to Yi Fei's wishes, Ace also gave him a lot of care, and arranged for Shu Hai to enter the fire factory as a manager. After dealing with this matter, Yi Fei received a report from Derice Rosagai Sakurong. The first batch of man-made devil fruit has been produced. Currently, it is in the experimental stage. As long as there is no problem with the experiment, the next step is to let people eat it. Gai Sakurong successfully created devil fruit again. Yi Fei intends to continue development at Wano-kuni. However, previously Wano-kuni residents were disgusted with devil fruit production. Moreover, under the oppression of Kaido and Orochi, Wano-kuni's devil fruit factory has brought great pollution to the environment here. The residents there dared not speak out. Yi Fei decided to learn a lesson and move the devil fruit factory to Ghost Island. After all, there is only a Sky Island now, and it is far away from residential areas, so he can continue his plan. In addition, to help Wano-kuni's development, Yi Fei decided to build a harbor in Wano-kuni to facilitate boat traffic. Using Derice Rose's successful experience, copied to Wano-kuni. Yi Fei is still taking the road of arms. Advertisement. Only when someone comes, can money be made, and all walks of life can prosper. Next, with the help of several daimyos, Wano-kuni's path began to unfold. With all the moves, Yi Fei has won the voice of the people in Wano-kuni. General Yi Fei, the real master of Wano-kuni. Compared with Kazuki Oden's visionary, Yi Fei is the real practitioner. Therefore, Yi Fei's voice in Wano-kuni is higher than that of Oden. While Yi Fei was engaged in infrastructure construction at Wano-kuni, he accidentally got a piece of news. Blackbeard Teach, who has been silent for a long time since the Summit War, is rising rapidly. In New World, he defeated several supernovas in a row, including Captain Capone Beige of the Flame Tank Pirates, Jewelry Bonnie of the Bonnie Pirates, and Arouge of the Broken Monk Pirates. Hearing the news, Yi Fei was a little surprised. Last time, in Marineford, Blackbeard was beaten badly, and he thought he would keep a low profile. Unexpectedly, he still rose up. Thinking of this, Yi Fei couldn't help sighing. Sure enough, Blackbeard Teach is not an ordinary person. This also proves a saying, as long as you are a talent, you will shine wherever you go. Although Di Chi is bad, it is undeniable that he has extremely strong abilities. Advertisement. In addition, Yi Fei also heard a new news. That is, Blackbeard recruited a powerful pirate, who is said to be a Logia fruit ability user. As for who and what fruit ability, there is no definite information. Originally, Ace thought that person would be the original Marine Admiral Aokiji. But Ace's idea was quickly rejected by Yi Fei. Aokiji is currently traveling the world. Occasionally, Yi Fei would also ask him to go to the hot spring island to soak in the hot springs. The only purpose is to attract Aokiji into the group. Aokiji didn't nod all the time, and Yi Fei didn't force anything, just following his character. Although Aokiji didn't join Yi Fei's white group, he didn't join Teach's group either. Yi Fei can confirm this. Yi Fei is also very curious about the Logia fruit ability person recruited by Blackbeard. Meanwhile, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach isn't sitting idle. In a certain sea area of New World, just now, he defeated Eustace Kid, the captain of the Kid Pirates. Thief ha 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 ha. Teach let out a hearty laugh. Then, he took out the flagon at his waist and drank a few gulps. Lying in front of him is the Captain Kid, and Kira, one of the supernovas. The two of them were covered in cuts and bruises. In the battle just now, the Kid Pirates were defeated across the board. Advertisement. As for the two of them, they had no chance to fight back after being beaten, they could only lie on the ground to catch their breath. Kid, become lousy subordinate and conquer the sea with me. Teach didn't kill their ideas. He didn't kill most of the people who had been defeated before. The purpose is only to recruit these people into his own hands so that he can continue to grow his own strength. In the world of pirates, all big pirates hope to recruit some powerful subordinates. In that way, not only can they strengthen their overall strength, but also expand their sphere of influence. Di-Chi is the same. He knows very well that only powerful assistants can help yourself to fulfill your dreams. Hee, stop dreaming. Kid spat out a mouthful of blood, and responded coldly. Teach has a moral problem, which he hates. Get him attached to Teach, he'd rather die than do it. Thief, ha 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 ha, since you are not willing now, then I will not be polite. Teach laughed. Then, they ordered people to lock them with seastone and take them away. Teach is not in a hurry to subdue these people. He has plenty of time. After taking the two of them away, Teach suddenly turned to a crew member beside him. Hey, Mu Huang, we should go to the Hive Island, which will be our base camp. Chapter 419 Original Work Marine Admiral, Mu Huang. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The man Teach is talking to is Mu Huang, the green cow of Marine Admiral in the original book. However, at this moment, he has become the deputy captain of the Blackbeard pirates. It was not his original intention to become a pirate, because he hated pirates extremely. And his original plan was to participate in the world conscription. But by chance, he wiped out a group of pirates by himself, but accidentally ran into Blackbeard Teach, who was recruiting pirates. Under Teach's persuasion for half a month, Mu Huang suddenly changed his mind, gave up the world conscription, agreed to Teach's invitation, and became the vice captain of the Blackbeard pirates, second only to Teach in the pirates myself. No problem, don't forget the promise between us. Mu Huang nodded slightly. I haven't forgotten what you said about the Revolutionary Army. I will definitely help you with that matter. However, before we do that, we have to gain a foothold in the new world. Teach smiled triumphantly. Mu Huang is a Logia Sensen fruit-capable person. With his help, Teach has taken down dozens of pirate groups in a row, and many famous pirates have been defeated by them, including many supernovas who have shaken the world. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Teach recruited many desperados. Today, the kid pirates were defeated again. Mu Huang contributed a lot. In New World, the Blackbeard pirates are growing rapidly. Wandering in the sea all the time is not a good choice. Teach decided it was time to find a place to call home. Advertisement. The Hive Island has an excellent location. Wong G has occupied the Hive Island for decades, and the facilities on the island are extremely complete. This time she was killed by Marine, and the Hive Island was empty, which gave Teach a great opportunity. A group of people, after finishing the battle with the kid pirates, headed towards the Hive Island quickly. A few days later, they arrived as scheduled. However, Hive Island is not what Teach expected. He thought that after Wong G was arrested, there was no one guarding here. Unexpectedly, Marine has already taken the first step and occupied this place. Quote, when you see Marine's flag. Teach was a little stunned. If other pirates occupy this place, then, without further ado, he will directly occupy this place. But this time it's Marine, and it's really troublesome. Damn it, Marine actually took Lousy's place. In Teach's view, Hive Island is already in his pocket. Originally, he also wanted to deal with Wong G on the island. Wong G was killed, he wanted to take advantage of it. Unexpectedly, Marine has already taken the lead. Advertisement. Teach, what's the matter with you? Could it be that you are afraid of Marine? Seeing Teach's hesitation, Mu Huang's tone was tinged with sarcasm. For Teach, he is not polite at all. Also, since joining the Blackbeard pirates, he has been calling Blackbeard by his name. Quote, Teach was embarrassed. To say that he is afraid of Marine. Impossible, even in the face of Sengoku, the former Martial Buddha of Marine, he has no fear. So, some at war, he dared to go straight to Marineford. It's just that right now, he doesn't want to directly conflict with Marine. Besides, in New World, there are 2 Marine admirals. That's tricky enough, but it was not easy to come to the Hive Island. It's really embarrassing to return home like this. Moreover, he couldn't lift his head up in front of his deputy captain, Mu Huang. Teach, if we don't take Hive Island today, we're going to be wandering the sea again. Mu Huang laughed. Advertisement. Teach was finally awakened. You are right, Marine, I have already turned against them. After all, Teach immediately ordered to attack the Hive Island. The battle was over as soon as it started, and the Blackbeard pirates defeated all the Marine guards on Hive Island without any effort. There is only one cadre at the Marine captain level stationed on Hive Island. Marine, starting today, this island is Lousy's territory. You all get the hell out of me, Teach said loudly. For these Marines, Teach didn't kill them, although this is somewhat out of character. But Marine is not the same as pirate. In this area, what Teach weighs is very clear. He just wants to occupy the island, and doesn't want to start a war with Marine. Seeing that Teach let them go, the defeated Marine guards fled in all directions. The escaped Marines soon passed the news of Teach's occupation of Hive Island back to New World. Admiral Yexi of the G1 branch, also known as Yi Fei, learned of this matter at the first time. Blackbeard attacked Hive Island. Yi Fei was a little puzzled. Hive Island, in New World. After Wong G was taken away last time, Marine only left a small number of personnel to garrison. Chapter 420 To deal with Blackbeard, Marine dispatches. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. It is far away from the G1 branch. There is no suitable person from the branch, only a captain-level official is left. Naval headquarters did not give clear instructions on how to dispose of the Hive Island. Therefore, the Hive Island has always been there. Boss, Blackbeard is so bullying that he dared to touch Marine's territory. He didn't pay attention to the boss at all. Let's go teach him a lesson now. Boss, in New World, you have the power to launch an attack without reporting it. Let's hit. On the side, Wuming couldn't hold back when he heard about this. Yi Fei nodded silently. Nameless was right. Knowing that Admiral is stationed in New World, Blackbeard dared to attack the Hive Island. This is not only looking down on Marine, but also looking down on the two Marine admirals here. This momentum must be stifled. It seems that it is necessary to teach him some lessons and let him learn how to behave. However, there was one thing that Yi Fei was very worried about. Carl Lily took the flying squirrel to the world to attack Big Mom. Now naval headquarters, just myself and a nameless. The strength of this clone is only 30%. If you really want to fight Teach, you won't necessarily be his opponent. Advertisement. If he loses, he will not only be ashamed of himself, but may also be discovered by Marine. At this point, Yi Fei is still a little worried. Could it be that the two bodies merged into one like last time? Immediately Yi Fei shook his head. Now Wanokuni has a lot of things to deal with. That body is inseparable at all. Fortunately, Wuming's strength is not bad. If you really fight with Teach, you don't necessarily have the upper hand. The idea is made. Boss, can you let me take the lead this time? Hearing that Yi Fei agreed, Wuming couldn't wait to ask. Last time at Wanokuni, he didn't play well at all. Blackbeard is said to be strong. Maybe, this time, his wish could be fulfilled. Since you think so, then I agree. Yi Fei smiled awkwardly. This guy is very interesting. You put him in a meeting and he might fall asleep. But as long as he said to fight, he would immediately rush to the first place. Since he asked to take the initiative, is it possible to consider giving Blackbeard to him to deal with? Boss, I'm going to prepare now. Nameless was quite excited. This time, I can finally give it a go. After the two agreed, they began to gather troops in the school grounds. Advertisement. A few days ago, Carl Lily and Flying Squirrel brought 20 new style marine warships to Wangguo. Now the G1 branch has only 10 new warships. In order to deal with Blackbeard, Yi Fei decided to bring them all this time. Only some low-level school officials were left to defend. G1 branch, school field. 8,000 marine soldiers gathered here. Although there were not many people, all of them held their heads high and held their chests high with extraordinary momentum. When Yi Fei gave an order, the shouts were overwhelming. This trip, life and death. We must not only be prepared to kill the enemy, but also be prepared to die at any time. Everyone is the elite of Marine, I hope you will not let me down. Yi Fei just finished speaking. Thunderous shouts erupted from the audience. Seeing the audience, Yi Fei nodded and turned to Wuming. Nice vibe. You trained them well, since entering the new world. Wuming and Flying Squirrel have always been doing the work of training Marine soldiers. The 8,000 soldiers in front of him were the result of Wuming's training. It can be seen that Wuming is indeed superior in this respect. After the assembly was completed, 10 new style warships, plus 20 old-fashioned warships, set off from the G1 branch in a mighty way. After a few days of sailing, Yi Fei's fleet arrived near the Beehive Island smoothly. Teach has already learned about the news of the attack on Hive Island. Advertisement. On Beehive Island, he had already prepared his position. He had already expected that Marine might send a fleet this time. However, he didn't expect that Marine's reaction would be so quick. Confront Marine Admiral Yeshi. Blackbeard Teach doesn't dare to be careless. Almost all warships were sent to meet the enemy. Of course, he didn't want to fight Marine directly. Once the battle starts, maybe Marines will come to Hive Island continuously. This is a great trouble for him. His idea is to avoid it as much as possible without starting a war. So, face the fleet led by Marine Admiral. Blackbeard moved forward alone with his Zebek. The purpose of this move is to negotiate with Marine. As long as the negotiations are successful, disputes with Marine can be avoided. At the same time, he was also ready to negotiate. What is this guy doing? Only one ship was sent over. Looking through the binoculars, Vice Admiral's nameless face looked bewildered. It was Teach's main ship, the Zebek, that came. Obviously there is going to be a war. What does it mean to send only one ship? The sudden move made Yi Fei a little dazed. Yi Fei also couldn't figure out what purpose this guy had. Chapter 421 Lousy is Yi Fei. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Get ready to fire. Nameless ordered suddenly. Immediately, all the warships turned their guns and aimed at the Zebek. The battle is ready to go, and there is tension in the air. After commanding the warship, Wuming asked Yi Fei again. Boss, is it time for me to play? Wuming walked up to Yi Fei and asked for his life. He decided to be the first to play, to get a lottery for Yi Fei. Hearing this, Yi Fei smiled. As long as we fight, don't you have a chance to play? Nameless looked embarrassed. Didn't you agree before you came? How suddenly? Don't worry, it looks like Blackbeard still has something to say. I guess he might want to talk to us. If you can't agree, it's never too late to do it. Yi Fei vaguely felt that Blackbeard didn't seem to want to fight yet. So, he wanted to see what that guy was going to do. Wu Ming had no choice but to retreat with a depressed face. Teach's move, he felt very strange. Before long, Teach's main ship was approaching. And Yi Fei also ordered his boat to go forward. Advertisement. Soon, the two ships met on the sea and stopped at a distance of more than 20 meters. Teach, you are really courageous. Seeing Blackbeard greeted him with a smile, Yi Fei pretended to be angry. Thief, ha 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 ha. It turns out to be Lord Marine Admiral, Green Bull, I'm sorry to welcome you. Teach laughed wildly again. He had heard of the name of Marine Admiral Yessi. The world's best recruiting. Don't talk about those useless things, the Hive Island is the territory of the Marines. If you are sensible, get out immediately. Otherwise the army will be overwhelmed and wiped out on the spot. For Blackbeard Teach, Yi Fei is not polite at all. Master Green Bull, you are a bit unreasonable now. Hive Island, it used to be Wong G's territory. You Marines are just admiring, and now this site belongs to me. I didn't kill any of the Marines stationed here. How could you give up the meat you got so easily? He Teach is not such a person. But he didn't want to start a war with Marine. Therefore, when the Beehive Island was defeated, all the soldiers were released. Teach's attitude did not make Yi Fei change his attitude. Since you don't leave, then talk about fart. After all, Yi Fei was about to turn around. Lord Green Bull, why don't we make a deal? Advertisement. Blackbeard Teach doesn't seem to be in a hurry. Yi Fei turned around with a puzzled look on his face. Teach's words inexplicably aroused Yi Fei's interest. Then look to Teach to see what he has to say. Yi Fei from New World must be giving you headaches, that guy has become 4 emperors. As long as Marine acknowledges my place in New World, I can help you deal with Yi Fei. Lord Green Bull, you are Marine Admiral, and you have full power. As long as you give up the Hive Island, I can cooperate with you at any time. I will do what I say. Teach suddenly blurted out. He is very clear that in today's New World, the pattern of the sea has changed. The Whitebeard pirates led by Edward Newgate and Yi Fei deservedly become the boss of New World. If it is allowed to continue to develop, I am afraid that one day Marine will not be able to hold it down. Therefore, Teach believes that the current Marine must be very interested in weakening Yi Fei. Teach is very smart, he knows Marine's intentions very well. Therefore, he took this opportunity to let Marine give up the Hive Island. However, he is a little too clever. You know, the Marine Admiral Yi Shi in front of him is the great pirate Yi Fei. After listening to Teach's words, Yi Fei felt angry in his stomach. Against Yi Fei, lousy is the King Yi Fei. You're going to team up with Marine against me. How funny. Advertisement. Lousy thought you were going to say something, but it turned out to be against me. Depend on. There was anger in his heart, but Yi Fei didn't let it out. You know, there are all Marines behind you. Although Yi Fei hated this move, the Marines behind him must have agreed to this plan. Getting angry rashly will inevitably make people around you feel strange. Because Teach's idea is in line with Marine's strategy. At this time, don't get angry easily. So, Yi Fei decided to take a different approach. Facing Teach's expectant eyes, Yi Fei suddenly laughed and said, Teach, I heard that you were previously recognized by the world government as 7 warlords of the sea. But in Marineford, you betrayed Marine. Please tell me, how does Marine trust a man who once betrayed? Yi Fei's words immediately greeted cheers from the Marine soldiers behind him. Yes, the Admiral is right. This guy is a family slave with 3 surnames. First he betrayed Whitebeard, then he betrayed Marine, and now he wants to cooperate with Marine. It's too ridiculous. I don't believe it. Marine, who was cheated once, wants them to be fooled again, how is it possible? Facing the taunts from Yi Fei and Marine, Teach's face was black for a moment. Originally, he thought that Admiral Yexi would directly agree to this plan. After all, it's in Marine's favor. But he didn't expect that he would use the past as an example. Suddenly, he changed his tone. Yes, see, that's all in the past. Can't you Marines see the current situation clearly? Chapter 422 Nameless vs Muhuang. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hearing this, Yi Fei smiled coldly. Originally, I was still hesitant about attacking Teach. Now it seems that it is the right time. If you leave him today, then, in the future, it is bound to leave troubles for Bai Tuan. I don't want to listen to his nonsense now. He didn't want to talk to him at all, so he turned around and asked Wu Ming to play. A voice came from behind. Teach, I have already said, Marine will never let you go. On the Teach boat, a figure came to him. Yi Fei turned her head instinctively. After seeing this person's face clearly, Yi Fei felt a little strange, he should be a newcomer. This man is extremely powerful, and at the same time he dared to call Blackbeard by his name, so he obviously possessed great strength. Immediately, the eye of the stars opened automatically. The information of the person in front of him is clear at a glance. Name: Mu Huang, Original Marine Admiral Green Cow. Height: 301. Fruit ability: Sensen Fruit Logia, Awakened State. Weapon: Long Sword. Hockey. Armament Hockey S rank, Observation Hockey S rank. Skills: Forbidden Forest S level, Fire Forest S level. Advertisement: Combat level S level. Admiral: Green Bull, in the original book. How can that be? It is rumored that the Logia fruit capable person recruited by Blackbeard is him. In the early days of world conscription, Yi Fei thought Wu Ming was a green bull, but later he realized that he was wrong. Therefore, Yi Fei was always puzzled. Where did the green bull in the original work go? It turned out that he was recruited by Blackbeard. Perhaps, because of his appearance, the plot trend of One Piece world has been changed. Teach this guy is really not easy. Aokiji was recruited in the original book. Now Mu Huang has been recruited again. Ordinary people really can't do it. Thief, ha 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 ha. Mu Huang, it seems that the other party is really going to fight us. Teach laughed out loud. With a helper like Mu Huang, he might not be able to lose in front of Marine Admiral. Let's fight then. The corner of Mu Huang's mouth slightly raised. Facing Marine Admiral, he was not afraid, but looked forward to it. He was originally going to participate in the world conscription, but after watching Admiral Yesie's game, he really wanted to fight against him. Immediately, he was ready to fight. At the same time, Yi Fei, who was in an accident, quickly recovered. Now, it seems even more necessary to take down Blackbeard. Advertisement: Such a person will definitely be the biggest threat in the sea. It must be eliminated. No name, what are you waiting for? Yi Fei spoke suddenly. He didn't want to do it himself, but assigned Wu Ming to fight. Yes, boss. Wu Ming had already carried the iron rod on his shoulders. Since the two sides met, he had been waiting for Yi Fei's instructions. When he received the order, he had already fallen into the air. Lifted the iron rod and hit it directly. Mu Huang rose into the air, stretched out 5 fingers, and countless green vines spread out from the fingertips, expanding rapidly, and attacking Wu Ming from different directions. Wu Ming threw the mixed iron rod out in an arc-shaped air wave, smashing all the vines that were besieging him. But the vines that had just been crushed immediately stretched out again, expanding even more. In a blink of an eye, the vines turned into hard branches. And Mu Huang's whole body instantly transformed into a huge tree man. Seeing this situation, Wu Ming suddenly laughed. Ha 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 ha, Logia's fruit ability user. Suddenly, such a powerful opponent appeared. Let Wu Ming feel excited. Wield the mixed iron rod and hit again. And Mu Huang's branches have already turned into countless fists, and it is a duel with Wu Ming. At the bow, Yi Fei was also very excited to see it. Logia, the Sensen fruit ability user. Yi Fei murmured to himself. Advertisement: Being able to fight Wu Ming is inseparable. It is indeed the Admiral Green Bull in the original book. According to Yi Fei's guess, those with the ability of dense fruit should be able to absorb sunlight to obtain energy. So, he can live without food for several years. Today, the sun is scorching, and he can obtain a steady stream of energy from the sun. It seems that he still has some natural advantages. Behind him, the Marine fleet saw that the battle was already going on ahead. Immediately drive forward, ready for battle. Seeing that Teach was fighting with a happy face, Yi Fei wished to go up to give him some color immediately. Teach, it's time for us to play too. As soon as the voice fell, unexpectedly at this moment, the golden phone bug that he carried with him rang again. Blue blue blue. Picking it up, it turned out to be Akainu again. Every time I get his call bug, Yi Fei always has some bad premonitions. Last time, at Wanokuni, that guy, suddenly asked to take Kaido back, almost made himself embarrassed. Now, at this critical juncture, again, Yi Fei was a little helpless, and immediately connected. Yes see, are you on Hive Island now? As soon as the phone bug connected, Akainu on the other end immediately asked. Quote. Yi Fei looked confused. Akainu, that bastard, where he is, that old guy, knows everything. It seems that among the New World 1 branch Marine, there are indeed many people from the headquarters. Chapter 423 Retreat. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Yes. Yi Fei nodded in confirmation. Before you attacked Beehive Island, why didn't you hear the report? On the other end of the phone bug, Akainu suddenly asked. He didn't understand that Marine Admiral didn't report the attack on Blackbeard. Akainu's words made Yi Fei a little angry. Report. Marshal Sakazuki, doesn't Marine Admiral have the right to make his own decisions? Yi Fei questioned. Rights to Marine Admiral. Yi Fei is still very understanding. Possesses the golden phone bug, has the ability to launch the Buster Call at any time, and can destroy any location without reporting to the superior. Such is the power of Marine Admiral. But now, when he wants to attack a small Hive Island, he will be questioned by Marshal Marine. This made Yi Fei very unhappy. Yi Fei's words made Akainu feel a little embarrassed. It is the Marine Admiral's power to make up his own mind and exercise the power of life and death. He is indeed doing what is within his power. Immediately, Akainu also felt that Yi Fei was somewhat resistant to what he just said. After all, he is one of the strongest combat forces in Marine. And, at Wano Kuni, he brought back the Kaido of the beasts. Immediately, Akainu's tone softened. I'm not saying you shouldn't report. Advertisement. However, there are some special circumstances in the attack on Beehive Island. That's why I said that, please don't mind. Akainu comforted him with kind words. This made Yi Fei slightly relieved. Originally, he thought that Akainu would pressure him with his superiors. Unexpectedly, he suddenly became so polite. Therefore, did not continue to pursue. However, he was still puzzled by what Akainu said. Special case. Could it be that Akainu is going to make trouble again? His intuition told him that something must be wrong with that guy. Marshal Sakazuki, Blackbeard has occupied Marine's territory, clearly looking down on us, and now they are attacking Blackbeard on Beehive Island. You won't let me stop at this time? Yi Fei asked with an embarrassed face. As Yi Fei expected, Akainu's purpose is exactly this. Yes, Naval Headquarters has decided to suspend the attack on Blackbeard. Go back. Hearing this, Yi Fei almost jumped up immediately. It took me so much effort to get here. One word from you will make me go back. Today, I will not leave without giving me a perfect explanation. Marshal Sakazuki, what do you mean? I've worked so hard and spent so much time. Advertisement. You actually want me to withdraw my troops? Yi Fei's tone was particularly excited. Akainu on the other end of the phone bug looked embarrassed. That's right, I didn't expect you to take the initiative to attack Blackbeard. Although he is a pirate with a bounty from the world government. But what happened this time is really special, so it's not convenient to explain it to you now. I'll talk to you alone when I get a chance. Akainu replied. In front of Admiral Yexi, he did not tell the whole story. Marine really can't attack Blackbeard this time. Because Marine wants to keep him for other purposes. Quote. Yi Fei was speechless, although he couldn't figure out what Naval Headquarters meant. But from the standpoint of the Whitebeard pirates, now is an excellent time to attack Blackbeard. Once missed, when he develops, this is definitely not a good thing for the Whitebeard pirates. Originally, Yi Fei wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to use Marine's people to defeat Blackbeard. But suddenly Akainu ordered. It made Yi Fei very helpless. After all, this identity is Marine. I'm afraid it would be inappropriate to directly disobey the orders of Naval Headquarters. Looking into the distance, the two are fighting fiercely, and everyone's eyes are on them. Yi Fei had no choice but to send out a signal to withdraw troops. Seeing the signal from Marine, Wu Ming, who was fighting Xing, was instantly distracted and was directly hit by Mu Huang. Advertisement. Fortunately, he did not fall into the bottom of the sea, but jumped back onto the warship. As soon as he boarded the warship, Wu Ming looked at Yi Fei angrily. Boss, what does this mean? I'm just getting started. If it wasn't for being distracted just now, that guy wouldn't have a chance to hit me. Nameless complained to Yi Fei. He didn't understand Yi Fei's move. This is an order from Naval Headquarters. Yi Fei smiled and explained awkwardly. Damn Naval Headquarters. Nameless cursed immediately. The warm-up exercise has just started, and it was immediately stopped. This feeling is naturally extremely uncomfortable. Then I didn't say anything more. After all, first am Marine Vice Admiral now, so I can't let my temper. Marine suddenly called gold and withdrew. Teach was not surprised, but laughed out loud. Thief, ha 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 ha. Hey, aren't we going to fight? Marine Admiral, I really want to see your strength. Teach is not without brains. On the contrary, he is a very smart man. As soon as he attacked Beehive Island, he knew that Marine would send people to counterattack. Therefore, as soon as he captured the island, he sent someone to propose a condition to Naval Headquarters, to cooperate with Marine and deal with the White Regiment. It's just that he didn't get a reply from Marine. But the scene of Marine retreating in front of him made him think about it quickly. Chapter 424. The Big Mom pirates were defeated, and the 4 emperors became the 3 emperors. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Teach, in New World, you don't mess around. Yi Fei reminded with a cold face. As Marine Admiral, he must be given a warning. Seeing Teach's expression, perhaps he had expected this. Immediately, without further ado, he directly ordered the troops to retreat. Seeing Marine recede, Blackbeard was smug. Hey, Mu Huang, what's my solution? Hive Island, from now on will be Laozi's territory. Marine leaves. Then it means that Naval Headquarters or world government has acquiesced to his existence. Mu Huang glanced at Teach, but didn't answer, then turned around and left. Not being able to use Marine to defeat Blackbeard, Yi Fei was disappointed. Naval Headquarters may have agreed to Teach's plan, to team up with Marine against the White Corps. This can't help but make Yi Fei feel a little nervous. Although Marine did not hit the White group on the surface, judging from Akainu's attitude. Naval Headquarters may have already become quite alert to the White Regiment. This is not a good thing for the White group. Advertisement. Facing 2 strong enemies at the same time, even the Baituan could hardly cope. Next, how must we meet the enemy? On the way back, Yi Fei was very preoccupied and kept thinking about it. But soon, Yi Fei's thoughts were interrupted. Because, New World, came a more shocking news. Marine Admiral D. Carl Lilly led troops to defeat the Big O pirates, and behead 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin at the same time. Hearing this news, at first Yifei thought it was just fake news. After all, Big Mom is considered the top figure in the pirate world, with many powerful subordinates. Carl Lily is good, but she only brought a flying squirrel this time. But soon, this incident caused a lot of noise in the new world. Moreover, Naval Headquarters, World Government confirmed this matter. The World Daily also made a headline report on this matter. Big O pirates are eliminated, New World 4 emperors become 3 emperors. Yifei finally believed it. Carl Lily did it. When confirming the news, Yifei took a long time to react. The pirate group of the 4 emperors' mother was wiped out. It seems that New World is going to change again and reshuffle the cards. On the way back from Yifei, Carl Lily had arrived at Naval Headquarters with Big Mom's head. For defeating the Big Mom pirates and beheading the 4 emperors, she received a special award from Naval Headquarters. Advertisement. This is the first time Marine has solo eliminated the 4 emperors' pirates. Akainu gave Carl Lily high praise and called her a rare Marine hero. Carl Lily enjoys the aura given by Marine. But on the other side, it was extremely lonely. In New World, on a sea area, several pirate ships are sailing on the sea. On the bow of the ship hangs the damaged pirate flag of the Big Mom pirates. These ships are the remnants of the forces that escaped from Wong G not long ago. The leader is Charlotte Katakori and Charlotte Smoothie, the 3 generals of the Big Mom pirates. They escaped amidst the chaos of war with several children of Big Mom and a few surviving crew members. Come out. Except for them, all other cadres of the Big Mom pirates were wiped out by Marine. Before the war, they thought Admiral, Night Goose, would be easy to deal with. However, they were wrong. The strength of that woman was so terrifying that they could hardly imagine it. The cadres of the Big Mom pirates were completely vulnerable in front of her. If they didn't run fast, they would have died at the hands of Yi Yan. Katakori Big Brother, what shall we do next? Charlotte Smoothie looked tired. She never imagined that with her bounty of more than 900 million yuan, she only had one move against Carl Lily, and she was directly defeated. The long sword behind her was also broken into 2 parts, and she couldn't find the other part either. Advertisement. Like her, Cracker, one of the 3 generals of the Big Mom pirates, was killed directly after being defeated, without even a chance to escape. I do not know either. Katakori replied awkwardly. Likewise, he also looked tired. At this moment, he was immersed in the battle a few days ago. If he hadn't reacted quickly, perhaps, he would have been like his mother. Now, there are only a few of us left, always looking for opportunities to avenge my mother and brothers and sisters. Charlotte Smoothie replied. Although she lost, she still wanted to take revenge. Her idea was quickly dismissed by Katakori. Let's put revenge on later. That woman's strength is not something we can deal with right now. When Katakori said that, he looked very frightened. You know, in the Big Mom pirates, besides his mother, his strength is the strongest. But in front of Carl Lily, he was still unable to parry. Since we can't take revenge now, let's find a place to go. Katakori Big Brother, we can't always be drifting on the sea. Charlotte Smoothie knew the Big Brother wasn't lying. Chapter 425 Katakori, let's take refuge in Yifei. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Where to go right now, she has no plan at all. Ordinary pirates probably wouldn't dare to take us in. Maybe, we just have to find the other 4 emperors to see. Katakori sighed. In his heart, he is repulsed to join other pirates. But right now, a way out must be found for these people. Also had to find a place to stay. This time Marine crushed them. Ordinary pirates, knowing that they are Marine's enemies, will definitely be afraid of Marine, and will definitely not take them in. Katakori didn't like it at all. Now before them, there is only one way. Join the 4 emperors of the new world. That way, it fits their identities. 4 emperors. Now mommy has been killed. There are only 3 of the 4 emperors of the new world. Charlotte Smoothie answered helplessly. Today, the 4 emperors are only Whitebeard, Yifei, and the redhead Shanks. Among them, 2 belong to the Whitebeard pirates. Originally Kaido might have been our go-to place. Advertisement. But now he's in Impel Down. 4 emperors red-haired Shanks, it is estimated that so many of us have gone, it must be difficult for others to accept, he only needs elites. Now, only Shinjuku's Whitebeard, and Wanokuni's Yifei. Katakori analyzed them one by one. There was a cooperative relationship between the Big Mom pirates and the Beast's pirates. And Kaido has always valued talent. For them, Beast's pirates would have been the best option. Kaido was defeated, and his territory was also taken by Yifei. This option is no longer available. Red-haired Shanks, even if he is willing to recruit, there are only a few people, and it is impossible to accept them all at once. Therefore, there are only white groups. Big Brother, Whitebeard and Yifei are both Whitebeards. Could it be that we really want to rely on them? Asked Charlotte Smoothie. There are 2 4 emperors sitting in the town, and now the white group is indeed the strongest pirate group in New World. Well, that's right, Katakori nodded slightly. Big Brother, even though they are both white groups. But I always feel that Yifei's white group seems to exist independently. Charlotte Smoothie replied. Previously, it was said that he and Marine did the attack on Kaido. If it were Whitebeard himself, he would definitely not easily cooperate with Marine. Well, you think the same as me. Among the 4 emperors, there are only 2 of them. Advertisement. If we join Whitebeard's camp, I guess we have to be his sons. His crew has always called him daddy, and I don't want to call him that. Now, it seems that only Yi Fei can go. Katakori couldn't help sighing after finishing the analysis. That was not his intention. But now, he has no choice. Big brother, are we really going to seek refuge with Yi Fei? That's the one who united Marine to defeat Kaido. It was Marine who killed Mom. So, aren't we equivalent to cooperating with the enemy? Charlotte Smoothie was a surprise. She couldn't believe that her big brother would have such a plan. Could it be that we have somewhere else to go? Katakori asked back. Suddenly, Charlotte Smoothie was speechless. Now they really have nowhere to go. Ordinary pirates dare not take them in, and they won't go. Want to stand on their own, but worried that Marine will strike again. Going to Yi Fei seems to be the only choice. Think of Yi Fei working with Marine. Charlotte Smoothie has an instinctive rejection. Katakori quickly read her mind. Then comfort up. Well, I don't want to either. Marine is a good combination of Whitebeard pirates to attack Kaido. Advertisement. It's okay to think that it's just for their own interests. They don't really unite. If that's the case, maybe the whole world has already spread the word. Have you forgotten? Captain Edward of the Whitebeard pirates is Marine's mortal enemy. They cannot be in collusion. Now we can only rely on Yi Fei. I heard that many pirates have defected to him in recent months. It is said that Yi Fei will treat each other with courtesy, and those pirates have a very good impression of him. Why don't we try it? If it doesn't work, let's leave and think of other ways. Katakori means to try Yi Fei's water first. After all, only by being in touch can you really understand this person. It's a good idea, but I'm a little worried that Yi Fei will send us to Marine. After all, he worked with Marine. Charlotte Smoothie nodded suspiciously. The worries in my heart have never been resolved. Hearing that, Katakori looked serious. Of course, what my sister Musigi said is correct, there is indeed such a possibility. But Katakori would rather choose to believe once. After all, if 4 emperors Yi Fei is really such a person. Well, prove him wrong. Anyway, let's try it first. If Yi Fei really wants to do this, I believe he will be cast aside by the whole new world. Katakori murmured. See, big brother made up his mind. Charlotte Smoothie was at a loss for words. After all, in her heart, Katakori big brother has always been a very smart and calm person. A few people finally made up their minds. Go to Wanokuni and join Yi Fei. Chapter 426 Come to Wanokuni, courtesy of Yi Fei. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After tossing and turning in the sea for several days, the group finally arrived at Wanokuni Sea area. Knowing that Katakori, the 3 generals of the Big Mom pirates, Charlotte Musigi wants to take refuge in herself. Yi Fei almost jumped up in excitement. He personally led the Wanokuni tribe to greet him. When Katakori and his party arrived at the port, Yi Fei has already set up a battle. Hundreds of warships are neatly lined up on both sides of the port. Yi Fei's main ship was parked in the middle of the port. All the forts were pulled out. On the sea in the distance, Katakori, who saw all this through a telescope, was suddenly frightened. Such a big formation, is it to catch us? Just when Katakori was about to turn the bow and escape. Suddenly, something seemed to be wrong. What's the situation? Charlotte Smoothie had just finished speaking. In the distant port, artillery fire suddenly exploded. It's just that the cannon fires not shells, but fireworks. Immediately, the group froze there. Originally, they thought Yi Fei would come to catch them. But the situation is quite the opposite. This is clearly a welcome ceremony. Suddenly, Katakori and the others were stunned. With an attitude of observation, Katakori continued to walk towards the port. In the sky not far away, fireworks exploded, dazzling and deafening. Advertisement. In the gorgeous fireworks, Katakori saw the large characters on the ship ahead. Welcome Kaji to Wanokuni. Katakori finally understood. It turned out that they engaged in such a big battle to welcome themselves. Suddenly, Katakori was flattered. Hey, is there any mistake? I am such a defeated opponent, and he treats me like this. Is there something wrong with my brain? However, this feeling seems to be very cool. The ship finally arrived at the port. On the warships on both sides, countless fireworks were fired again, and the fireworks exploded in the sky, extremely beautiful. As soon as the fireworks stopped, Yi Fei led the people and approached their boat. Suddenly learned that you are coming. I'm not well prepared, I hope you will forgive me. Yi Fei stepped forward politely and held out her hand. Katakori, Charlotte Smoothie froze on the spot. What's the situation? 4 emperors Yi Fei took the initiative to welcome him, and even offered to shake his hand. Are we wrong? You know, he is the 4 emperors of New World, the existence of the highest reward in One Piece world. How could he be so approachable? This doesn't match his identity as 4 emperors at all. Haven't the 4 emperors always been on top? Immediately, Katakori and the others thought they had met the wrong person. But they have seen Yi Fei's poster a long time ago, and it is indeed him. Yi Fei stretched out his hand for a long time. Advertisement. Seeing that they didn't respond, he smiled awkwardly. it seems that I am really not well prepared, and they don't want to talk to me anymore. Yi Fei's self-deprecating tone made Katakori react instantly. The awkward atmosphere on the field was instantly resolved. Captain Yi Fei joked. What face does a defeated general have? Katakori hastily held out his hand. You are too humble. I heard that your strength is very strong. I've always wanted to see you for a long time, but I never had the chance. Now, finally seeing it, it's like fulfilling a wish. Yi Fei sighed. In the original book, Katakori is also a character I like very much. Previously, Yi Fei was very surprised to hear that Charlotte Linlin had been defeated. But Yi Fei was relieved to hear that Katakori escaped. Unexpectedly, he would come to rely on himself. This is beyond Yi Fei's expectation. Since he believed in himself so much, he must at least treat each other with courtesy. Quote. Katakori was extremely embarrassed by Yi Fei's words. He was sincere and without affectation. Katakori suddenly had a very solid feeling. In an instant, his favorability towards Yi Fei soared. Originally, he thought Yi Fei was unreliable. But relying on this feeling, he suddenly felt an extremely comfortable sense of security. Advertisement. This feeling soon spread to everyone behind him. The young man in front of him is reliable. We can welcome them with this kind of formation. We'll give them to Marine. This should not be possible. Immediately, everyone dispelled their doubts about Yi Fei. Moreover, they were particularly touched by Yi Fei's etiquette. Captain Yi Fei, it is rumored that you are a good-looking talent. I saw it today, and it is true. That's why those who go to you will treat you so well. This time, we should have come to the right place. The crew of Katakori expressed their affection for Yi Fei. Hearing this, Yi Fei was very happy. Answer immediately. You can come here, it means you think highly of me. Well, let's go to Wanokuni together. A friend comes from afar, let's drink for a day before talking. Yi Fei didn't want to talk about other nonsense either. It is most practical to eat and drink directly. Yi Fei's words made everyone cheer instantly. These days, they die at sea. On the boat, I was always worried about being discovered by Marine, and my life was full of fear. To eat or not to eat, to drink or not to drink, not even a solid sleep. Seeing Yi Fei being so heroic, everyone naturally accepted Yi Fei's favor. Immediately, he followed Yi Fei and headed towards Wanokuni. Chapter 427 Recruitment is successful, the two Marine admirals meet. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. On that day, Kaur and his party received a grand reception from Yi Fei. Katakori woke up after a day of drunkenness. Take Mu Siji to find Yi Fei immediately. Captain Yi Fei, why did you take us in? Aren't you worried about Marine? Katakori was a little impatient. You know, they are now listed as wanted by Marine. In doing so, Yi Fei would most likely violate Marine's orders. But now, Yi Fei is still nominally the 7 warlords of the sea recognized by the world government. Marine. Ha ha. Yi Fei suddenly laughed. This made the two of Katakori baffled. At Wanokuni, no Marine can come in. Take you in. You are wrong, it is not taking you in, but inviting you. Now, I formally invite you to join the Baituan. I wonder if you would like to. Katakori and Charlotte Smoothie are the 3 generals of the Big Mom Pirates. It is a blessing to be able to invite them because of their strength. Katakori was a little flattered. Yi Fei's words made him feel respected. Forehead. We are nowhere to go. Advertisement. Thanks to Captain Yi Fei for staying with us in times of crisis. Starting today, we are willing to work hard for the captain. Immediately, Katakori agreed to Yi Fei's invitation. Charlotte Smoothie on the side also nodded immediately. Hearing that they agreed, Yi Fei was happy. In that case, you stay in Wanokuni and help me manage this place. Since then, the 2 most powerful fighters in the Big Mom Pirates have successfully joined Yi Fei's white team. The news quickly spread to the Marine New World 1 branch. Meanwhile, the 2 Marine admirals have returned to the branch. Before receiving this news, D. Carl Lily had already made a pursuit plan. However, after hearing the news, she cancelled the plan. Since we went to Wanokuni, forget it. Simply don't care about it anymore. Immediately, Yi Fei was asked instead. Uncle Yi Shi, I heard that you went to the Hive Island. She'd heard about it when she was at Naval Headquarters. Just, at the time of Naval Headquarters, she had heard that Marine had abandoned his plan to attack Teach on Hive Island. Although she was a little angry about this matter, she did not continue to ask about it. Now back to the branch, he really wanted to ask Yi Shi. Yeah, I was going to attack Blackbeard. It's just that Naval Headquarters suddenly changed their mind. Yi Fei replied awkwardly. Advertisement. Speaking of this matter, he was very sorry. Haven't Blackbeard been disqualified as a Shichibukai? Naval Headquarters suddenly let him go. D. Carl Lily was a little confused. Curious about her, Yi Fei just smiled. I also felt strange at the time. Maybe they think Blackbeard is still useful. That's why I handed over Wong G's territory to him. From Akainu's tone, Yi Fei could clearly sense that Naval Headquarters must have some plans. Moreover, the headquarters did not disclose this matter to them. At that time, it was not easy for Yi Fei to ask him directly. There may be another purpose. D. Carl Lily said to herself. You're right, I don't think things are easy. Naval headquarters didn't say it last time. I think they might be trying to hide it from us. You didn't hear from Naval headquarters this time. Yi Fei made indirect remarks, trying to find a clue from this. However, D. Carl Lily's answer made Yi Fei a little disappointed. No, judging by her appearance, she doesn't seem to be lying. Advertisement. Just when Yi Fei was about to give up, immediately a messenger came to report. The marshal asked the two Marine admirals to start a video call bug meeting. The two looked at each other and thought of this at the same time. In the conference hall, two Marine admirals sit side by side. In front of them is a huge screen. Soon, the video phone bug was connected. Akainu sat at the table. This time, it was only him. Yi Fei could see that this was Akainu's plan alone. Since the two admirals settled in New World, the elimination of the two four emperors has indeed contributed a lot. On the other end of the video phone bug, Akainu praised the two for their approach. Without Marshal Sakazuki's original decision, I am afraid we would not have had the chance to do it. Yi Fei echoed. Hearing these words, Akainu was quite satisfied. Plans to relocate naval headquarters have stalled though. But more than half of my goal has been achieved. The two four emperors of New World have been wiped out. Admiral Yasi was right. It now appears that this decision was very correct. Well, you guys did a good job. Akainu once again expresses his appreciation. These two people really did not let themselves down. D. Carl Lily on the side looked very calm. Chapter 428 Assigning Tasks. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Marshal Sakazuki, I would like to ask one thing. What does the Blackbeard matter mean? D. Carl Lily asked calmly. Previously, she had a fight with Blackbeard. She didn't have a good impression of Blackbeard being killed. Well, it's not convenient for me to say anything about this right now. Now Naval Headquarters has not decided to take action against him. D. Carl Lily's Carmen was straight to the point, and Akainu was a little embarrassed. However, this girl has become the new hero of Marine. In front of her, Akainu is still more face-saving. Yi Fei finally understood, even though he was Marine Admiral, Naval Headquarters insisted on concealing this matter. Even if I ask now, I probably won't get any results. Seeing the two nodding, Akainu spoke again. I'm contacting you this time for two main things. Advertisement. It's not so much two things, it's more like two people. Yi Fei from the Whitebeard Pirates, Blackbeard teach. Right now, these are two of the most important people on the ocean in the New World. Marine must deal with these two if he wants to control the situation in New World. First of all, the Whitebeard Pirates. The old guy Edward Newgate is already in his dying years, and he can't make much trouble. The most troublesome thing for the Whitebeard Pirates should be in the hands of Yi Fei. The matter of Yi Fei, Carl Admiral, I will leave this matter to you. Leave the rest of Blackbeard teach to Yi Shi, you don't need to do anything to teach now, just pay attention to his movements. After Akainu finished speaking, both of them nodded at the same time. Obviously, Akainu is assigning tasks. Let D. Carl Lily deal with herself. Yi Fei didn't understand. Does he still have doubts about the cooperation between Marine and Baituan last time? That's why D. Carl Lily was deliberately asked to deal with the white group. And let myself spy on Blackbeard. Apart from this reason, Yi Fei couldn't think of any other reason. Beside him, D. Carl Lily also had an unnatural expression. Let her deal with Yi Fei of Baituan. This is not what she hoped for. After finishing the conversation with Akainu. Advertisement. D. Carl Lily said suddenly, Uncle Yi Shi, what do you think of Yi Fei? Yi Fei looked blank. What did he think of himself? This question is quite difficult to answer. Simply smiled. This guy, I met last time, very interesting, he is different from other pirates, maybe you will become his opponent in the future. D. Carl Lily blushed immediately. Sometimes, what should be faced is always to be faced. After that, she stood up, turned and left. Yi Fei was left with a dazed face. He didn't know what the girl was talking about. I guess I won't be too calm in the future. Obviously, after Kaido and Big Mom were dealt with, Marine's next goal was already his turn. Of course, Yi Fei had already fully anticipated this matter. I didn't expect Marine's plan to come so soon. D. Carl Lily's strength should not be underestimated. Now, preparations for Wanokuni and De Reese Rosa must be stepped up. In order to fight with Marine at any time. At the same time, Yi Fei is also very clear that this identity may not last long. Before going to war with Marine, Yi Fei has to figure out one thing first. Advertisement. That's Blackbeard Teach, and Naval Headquarters, what the hell? Previously, when going to Beehive Island, Teach once said this personally, the purpose is to deal with the white group. If this is the truth, Akainu doesn't have to hide it at all. To deal with the Whitebeard pirates, it is already an open secret in Marine, and it is only a matter of time. Therefore, Yi Fei concluded that Akainu was not intending to unite with Blackbeard against the White Regiment, even though it indicated so. So, Naval Headquarters must have some other purpose. As for the purpose, Yi Fei has not thought of it yet. Through information sharing, Wanokuni's Yi Fei quickly became aware of all this. The first thing to do now is to prepare for the battle, and the second thing is to find out about Blackbeard's plan. In terms of preparations, Yi Fei has already made preparations before, and the warship is ready to set off at any time. To inquire about Blackbeard, Yi Fei sent some people to sneak into the Hive Island and take the opportunity to pay attention to Blackbeard's movements. Under Yi Fei's arrangement, the spies successfully used their identities as businessmen to infiltrate the Hive Island. Every move of Blackbeard is under the observation of Yi Fei. Within a continuous period of 1 month, the Blackbeard pirates took down dozens of islands around the Hive Island in a row. While defeating those little pirates, Teach is also constantly recruiting troops. Chapter 429 Shuai cooperates with Blackbeard, Yi Fei is furious. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Intuition told him that Teach's actions were most likely aimed at himself. Most importantly, Yi Fei accidentally learned that Teach bought a large number of warship munitions in New World, and the purchaser of warship munitions came from Jufeng Trading Company. Upon hearing the news, Yi Fei was furious on the spot. He didn't expect that Shuai, who was attached to him, would have a cooperative relationship with Teach. If you change to other pirates, Yi Fei might not care. But he just works with Teach. Yi Fei couldn't accept it. You know, the purpose of Teach may be yourself. But Shuai wants to cooperate with him, which makes Yi Fei unacceptable anyway. Immediately, Yi Fei wanted to directly pick up the phone and question Shuai. But after thinking about it, Yi Fei dismissed the idea. Shuai is no ordinary businessman. To be able to cooperate with Blackbeard under the eyes of the White Group without being discovered by the White Group's inspection team. This man is not generally shrewd. If it wasn't for the news from Teach, perhaps Yi Fei will never be able to discover this secret. This man is too arrogant. Yi Fei muttered to himself. Shu Hyaming knew that there was a deep hatred between Bai Tuan and Teach, and insisted on cooperating with him. Advertisement. Shu Hai's actions have already violated the bottom line of the Baituan. Under the protection of the White Regiment, cooperate with the enemies of the White Regiment. This is clearly betrayal, although Yi Fei also expected that Shu Hai might betray him before. But I didn't expect that the betrayal would be so fast. From this point of view, Shu Hai must be eliminated. Yi Fei has already made up his mind. After giving orders to Wanokuni, Yi Fei turned into a dragon and returned to de Reis Rosa immediately. Yi Fei, Ace and Yamato were taken aback when Yi Fei landed on the de Reis Rosa White Regiment. However, when I heard that Shu Hai cooperated with Blackbeard, Ace still couldn't believe it. You said that guy Shu Hai is making a deal with Teach. How did I not notice? These days, his people have been patrolling the waters near the headquarters of the Jufeng Trading Company, and they have not found Blackbeard's ship, which is close to the sphere of influence of the White Group. Hearing this, Yi Fei smiled. You just observe whether there are enemy ships coming in. But you forgot, the boats of Jufeng Trading Company can go out, so there is no need to check. Therefore, Jufeng Trading Company took the initiative to start a transaction with Blackbeard. Teach also understood that it was impossible for his own ship to enter the sphere of influence of the White Group. Therefore, it was Jufeng Trading Company who took the initiative to go out and trade. If it wasn't for Hive Island, Yi Fei was undercover. Advertisement. The transaction between Shu Hai and Teach will never be discovered. Yi Fei's confirmation can be heard. Ace suddenly realized. Grass, that's what happened. That fellow Shu Hai, how dare you? Teach, but the enemy of our Baituan. Hey, Yi Fei, this guy, I've told you you're unreliable. Ace has never forgotten Sage's death until now. If it wasn't for the loss of Teach last time, he had already brought people to the Beehive Island. Now, Jufeng Trading Company, Limited cooperates with Blackbeard under its own protection. How can Ace stand it? Immediately, Ace decided to send someone to question Shu Hai. That guy, you can't ask the result. Yi Fei smiled. At this moment, he already had a solution in his mind. So what should I do now? Ace looked puzzled. Yi Fei didn't rush to answer, but instead asked Ace, how is Mao Haifeng? Prior to this, there was civil strife in Jufeng Trading Company. Yi Fei asked Ace to save Mao Haifeng. During this time, he has stayed in de Reis Rosa. Mao Haifeng. Advertisement. You mean to let Mao Haifeng return to Jufeng Trading Company to take Shu Hai's place? Ace was puzzled at first, and then understood something. Yi Fei nodded. This is exactly what I mean. It's just that last time, it was because of Wong G's matter. Yi Fei was worried that he still had resistance to Bai Tuan and would not cooperate with him. However, Ace's words dispelled most of Yi Fei's doubts. That guy is helping to produce arms recently. Well managed. The raw materials for the Baituan's ammunition have always been provided by Jufeng Trading Company. In terms of arms, Mao Haifeng is naturally handy. Really, take me to meet you. Yi Fei suddenly became interested. Mao Haifeng is so obedient. Yi Fei was a little surprised. Immediately, under the leadership of Ace and Yamato, several people arrived at the munitions factory in de Reis Rosa. I saw Mao Haifeng himself checking the ingredients. Seeing Yi Fei, Mao Haifeng was a little surprised at first, and after saying hello, he continued to work hard. Haifeng, what's your situation? Captain Yi Fei is here. Aside, Ace was also a little embarrassed. You know, if it wasn't for Yi Fei, this guy would have been decapitated long ago. Seeing Yi Fei, it was actually this reaction. Chapter 430 Letting You Take Over Jufeng Trading Company. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. This is too disrespectful to him. The scene was a bit embarrassing, but Yifei could understand. After all, Dad died not long ago. Immediately, ordered Ace to bring Mao Haifeng to his office. During this period, Mao Haifeng said nothing. Here, can you get used to it? Yifei asked awkwardly. Thanks to the captain, I'm fine here. Mao Haifeng nodded helplessly. Since Wong G's death, his personality has also undergone some changes. Compared with the cheerfulness before, there is a lot of silence now. However, the shrewdness in his bones has never changed. He knew that there must be a reason why Yifei came here from Wanokuni to look for him this time. It's just that he didn't want to take the initiative to ask questions, so he just waited for Yifei to talk. The appearance of Mao Haifeng made Yifei feel a little sad. Then let Ace and Yamato leave, leaving Mao Haifeng alone. You must still be blaming me. Why did you cooperate with Shuai? If it wasn't for this incident, your adoptive father Wong G would not have died. After the two left, Yifei suddenly asked. Mao Haifeng was a little stunned. Advertisement. He didn't expect that Yifei would take the initiative to ask about this matter. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded. This question has been on his mind ever since he landed on the island of de Rosa. Why did Yifei cooperate with Shuai, but still keep herself? But the death of foster father Wong G, until now, he has not let go. Would you believe me if I told you that I didn't know that Wong G was behind the Jufeng Trading Company? Yifei asked. He really didn't know that Wong G was behind the scenes. It was only after Wong G was arrested that Yifei learned the details from Marine. These words suddenly awakened Mao Haifeng. He suddenly remembered that in Jufeng Trading Company, only a few Wong Ji knew about the fact that his adoptive father was behind the scenes. If Shuai hadn't said it himself, Yifei would never have known about it. But Shuai would talk about such irrelevant topics. Based on this, Mao Haifeng can speculate. Before cooperating with Shuai, Yifei probably didn't know that the cooperation between the two would lead to the killing of Wong Ji. Therefore, the fault of this matter is not Yifei's, because he doesn't know. Shuai quickly understood what Yifei meant. This is explaining to him. This is very interesting. Yifei came all the way from Wanokuni to de Rosa, just to explain this matter to himself, a prisoner. How is this possible? Mao Haifeng absolutely did not believe it. Yifei must have another purpose. Advertisement. Captain Yifei, I already knew about this matter. Mao Haifeng replied, pretending to be calm. In fact, he just figured it out. But Yifei made a special trip to explain this matter, so it shows that he still values his own ideas very much. Immediately, I couldn't help feeling a little moved. You know, Yifei is now the emperor of the sea who reigns over New World. With his status, there is absolutely no need to explain so much to himself. As long as you figure it out. Yifei laughed. The implication is that Wong Ji's death has nothing to do with me, you know who to blame. By doing this, Yifei was comforting Mao Haifeng, because now it's time to use him. Captain Yifei, I don't think you will come all the way here just to say this to my prisoner. I think you must be in some trouble to come to see me. Mao Haifeng's tone also changed accordingly. Compared with just now, at this moment, he no longer has the previous emotions. Yifei nodded in admiration. As expected of a businessman, he is so shrewd. Also, let me remind you, I never took you as a prisoner. From the moment Ace brought Mao Haifeng back, Yifei is already preparing for the next step. It's just that the conditions at the time did not allow it. Now, to pull Shuai off his horse, he had to find a reliable person to step up to him. Advertisement. And this person is Mao Haifeng. Then Captain, you don't have to beat around the bush, we are all straightforward people. If you have anything to say, just say it. Mao Haifeng replied directly. He couldn't imagine what Yifei would say to him next. Okay, I'll just say it. I want you to go back and take over Jufeng Trading Company. Yifei finally revealed his purpose. Mao Haifeng blinked, he thought he had heard wrong. I take over Jufeng Trading Company. Mao Haifeng couldn't believe it at all. He needs to confirm with Yifei. Seeing his shocked expression, Yifei couldn't help but want to laugh. Soon, Yifei gave him an affirmative reply. Yes, don't you want to? Mao Haifeng raised his head and looked at Yifei full of doubts. He didn't know what Yifei meant. With Yifei's ability, this kind of thing can be done completely. But why would he do this all of a sudden? Immediately, Mao Haifeng fell into deep thought. Seeing that he didn't answer, Yifei asked again. Chapter 431 How to Win Shuai. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. I want to, of course I want to. Mao Haifeng was still a little dubious. How could he not want to take over Jufeng Trading Company? You know, the revenge of foster father Wong Ji has not yet found Shu poster. How could he not want to? I guess Shuai must have done something. You just let me go back. Mao Haifeng then replied. That's right, he turned his back on the white group. So, I'm going to let you take over. Yifei's answer was simple and clear. He understood Mao Haifeng's thoughts very well. Now that Shuai can find revenge, he must be very happy. I see. Captain Yifei, I seem to have said it last time. Shu Hai is unreliable at all. If he can betray my adoptive father, he will definitely betray you. You are right, Mao Haifeng replied. Suddenly, the whole person seemed to relax. Advertisement. At this moment, he finally understood why Yi Fei came to him suddenly. In Jufeng Trading Company, besides Shu Hai, he is the only one who can calm down. So you agree? Yi Fei laughed. I agree, since Shu Hai betrayed Bai Tuan. But he has a grudge against me, I hope Captain Yi Fei will hand him over to me. Mao Haifeng made a request. With the strength of the Whitebeard pirates, taking down Shu Hai was effortless at all. As long as Shu Hai is given to himself, he is willing to do anything for Yi Fei. No problem, I can help you take over Jufeng Trading Company and make you the boss. However, there are words first. If you dare to betray me, your end will be worse than Shu Hai's. Yi Fei said coldly. The tone of speech also changed accordingly. Having experienced Shu Hai's incident, Yi Fei is very sensitive to such matters. That's natural, Mao Haifeng nodded. He knows what's at stake. As long as Yi Fei helps him get rid of Shu Hai, then from then on, he will follow him wholeheartedly. Immediately, the two reached a cooperation. Then, Yi Fei called Ace and Yamato in. Haifeng has already agreed to the matter of Jufeng Trading Company. Advertisement. You take Shu Hai immediately and hand it over to Mao Haifeng. Yi Fei arranged to arrive. Yi Fei, don't you go and deal with that traitor. People who turned their backs on the white group and cooperated with Teach, what don't you want to say? Ace wondered. Yi Fei just smiled and shook his head. I won't go there, Wano-kuni still has a lot of things to deal with. I don't have that much effort to talk so much with Shu Hai. It takes a lot of time for Derice Rosa to go to and from Jufeng Trading Company. Yi Fei didn't want to delay at sea. Besides, with the abilities of Ace and Yamato, it is very easy to win a Jufeng Trading Company, and there is no need for Yi Fei to go there in person. Moreover, Yi Fei doesn't really want to see Shu Hai either. After all, there was a period of cooperation between the two. Well, Ace promised immediately. Shu Hai's cooperation with Blackbeard has already violated the White Group's Nilan, and must be resolutely eliminated. After sending Yi Fei away, Ace, Yamato immediately held a battle meeting, how to win Jufeng Trading Company. And Mao Haifeng also took advantage of the opportunity to participate. I propose to send 30 warships this time to take down Shu Hai directly. Before the meeting started, Ace couldn't wait to put forward his views. Others present did not have any opinions. 30 warships. Ace, you think highly of Shu Hai too much. Advertisement. On the side, Mao Haifeng couldn't help shaking his head. What do you mean, how much is appropriate? Ace asked curiously. In New World, anyone's merchant ships can be messed with. But just don't mess with Shu Hai's merchant ships. They were not just merchant ships, but warship-style merchant ships. Every merchant ship is equipped with the latest artillery, and most of the crew are equipped with new guns. What's even more exaggerated is that their merchant ships can be turned into combat ships in an instant, ready to fight at any time. And this kind of ship, they have a scale of nearly 1,000 ships. So in the sea, ordinary little pirates dare not provoke them at all. This time I went to destroy Shu Hai. Ace felt the need to bring some hard dicks. And those warships purchased recently can come in handy. Now Mao Haifeng raised an objection. Ace wondered why. Ace, have you forgotten that we went to the headquarters of Jufeng Trading Company this time only for Shu Hai? Could it be that 30 warships from the Whitebeard pirates are needed to take him down alone? Mao Haifeng asked back. Hearing this, Ace nodded thoughtfully. Shu Hai alone is certainly not scary. However, once his subordinates resist, it is estimated that it will be difficult for us to meet the enemy with a single ship. Ace spoke his mind. He understood the principle of capturing the thief first, but he was worried that Shu Hai's subordinates would not be easy to control. Chapter 432 Controlling Shu Hai. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Mao Haifeng laughed immediately. Many of Shu Hai's subordinates are my former subordinates. As long as Shu Hai is caught, I can guarantee that the rest will surrender obediently. That's why Captain Yi Fei asked me to take over Jufeng Trading Company. After listening to Mao Haifeng's explanation, Ace understands in seconds. What Mao Haifeng said was indeed very reasonable. With the strength of the Beituan, it is easy to kill Jufeng Trading Company. But killing them all would affect Bai Tuan's business. Using internal changes will be a better choice. That's why Yi Fei went all the way to persuade Mao Haifeng. Ace didn't want to take that risk, though. If Shu Hai is prepared in advance, and has any secret cooperation with Teach. Even if Shu Hai is captured, once his subordinates turn against Blackbeard. Then, this plan will fail. Immediately, Ace expressed his opinion. Okay, just do what you say. I'm just worried about my crew, nothing else. Mao Haifeng immediately agreed, and then explained. The reason why he didn't want Derice Rosa to send a large force. The purpose is just not to let the crew of Jufeng Trading Company be killed. His goal was always Shu Hai alone. Ace is thoughtful, which is understandable. Advertisement. Well, it's good that you have this idea. But I can't take the risk of letting Shu Hai's people turn against Teach. However, I can assure you that we will never go to war with Jufeng Trading Company unless there are special circumstances. Ace promised. Soon, everyone reached a consensus. Immediately, Ace Yamato began to gather troops. Tens of thousands of fully armed pirates and 30 new warships are all ready. Immediately afterwards, under the leadership of Fire Fist Ace, they rushed to the headquarters of Jufeng Trading Company in a mighty manner. In order to prevent Shu Hai from running away early, Ace released the news that it was a sea drill. Although Shu Hai heard about it, he didn't care. You must know that Jufeng Commercial Company has always been in the sphere of influence of the Baituan. It's normal to see white battleships around them. However, when 30 new warships appeared at their doorstep, the businessman's keen intuition told Shu Hai that something seemed wrong. There seemed to be a little more people coming this time. However, facing the oncoming Whitebeard pirates fleet, Shu Hai didn't dare to be careless, and personally led the team out of the port to meet him. The white group's main ship slowly approached the port. Hundreds of crew members on board followed Ace and Yamato and got off the big ship. I heard that Master Ace came here to practice. I have prepared a banquet here, just waiting for you to come over. Shu Hai smiled. However, he noticed that Ace's complexion didn't seem very good looking. Advertisement. Moreover, beside him, Yamato also looked at himself suspiciously. Then, he looked at his own people who had disembarked with Ace. All of them looked murderous. The scene in front of him made Shu Hai tremble unconsciously. However, he remained calm. Until he saw a figure. Mao Haifeng. Shu Hai's face suddenly changed. Didn't Yi Fei promise him that he would be locked up in Res Rosa? Why did it suddenly appear here? Could it be that Yi Fei let him out? Seeing Mao Haifeng, Shu Hai felt a very bad feeling in his heart. No need to eat. President Shu Hai, let's get on the boat and talk. Ace said coldly. It's the person in front of him who is in harmony with the teach he hates the most. What the hell to eat his stuff? Quote. Shu Hai was completely stunned by Ace's tone. He still doesn't know what happened. Please, President Shu Hai. Behind him, Mao Haifeng suddenly came out. Advertisement. However, Shu Hai ignored him. Just look at Ace. What's going on? Suddenly want me to board the boat? Shu Hai couldn't believe it. His intuition told him that something big was going to happen. Yes, Captain Yi Fei is waiting for you inside. Ace's tone was still cold. Captain Yi Fei is here. Why doesn't he come down? I'm planning to have a chance to invite him. Shu Hai said to himself. Stop talking so much, hurry up and get on the boat. Ace urged, running out of patience. This move made Shu Hai very embarrassed. How to put it, he is also the boss of Jufeng Trading Company. It is indeed very rude to be treated so rudely. However, in front of him is Ace of the Fire Fist, refusing to become the great pirate of 7 warlords of the sea. In front of him, Shu Hai naturally did not dare to disobey. Even though, he now has tens of thousands of people on the island. Immediately, he took a few followers and slowly started walking towards the boat. Turning around occasionally, I saw Mao Haifeng staring at him coldly. That look made Shu Hai feel fear in his heart. When Shu Hai just boarded the ship, hundreds of Baituan's crew members suddenly blocked the entire port road. Chapter 433. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The strange action in front of him made Shu Hai a little surprised. But he still brought people into the boat. When he entered the boat, he found that Yi Fei was not in it at all. What's the situation? Shu Hai was puzzled and turned around. Several people were looking at him coldly. Ace, where's Captain Yi Fei? Shu Hai's face suddenly became extremely ugly. From the very beginning, he noticed that something seemed wrong. The scene in front of him confirmed his thoughts. Yi Fei is not here. Ace finally told the truth. Quote. What do you mean by that? Shu Hai asked in a low voice. Where's Teach? Why isn't he here? Ace asked deliberately. Teach, you mean Blackbeard. What is he doing at my Jufeng Trading Company? Talking about Teach, Shu Hai suddenly had a premonition that things were not going well. You are under our noses, and the transaction with Blackbeard has already been discovered by us. Now, what else do you have to say? Ace snorted coldly. In New World, he can trade with other people regardless of Shu Hai. Advertisement. Even if it's a deal with Marine, it doesn't matter. Can be traded with Blackbeard, definitely not. He is the murderer of his family. Hey, Ace, where did this come from? Shu Hai suddenly said loudly. Although he was very guilty, he still pretended to be calm. Facing Shu Hai's defense, Ace became angry. It's already at this time, and you still want to deny it. I really admire your courage. From now on, you are no longer the president of Jufeng Trading Company. Mao Haifeng will take your place. You follow us back to Res Rosa. He didn't want to explain too much to Shu Hai. Shu Hai was stunned on the spot. Release him from Jufeng Trading Company. That's why Mao Haifeng came with him. You are from the White Group. We are not your subordinates. For this result, Shu Hai could not accept it anyway. You have no proof of my dealings with Blackbeard. So, you Whitebeard pirates are the same as those pirates. HMPH, I misread you. At the beginning, I turned my back on Marine and took refuge in you, but turned around and did this to me. The cunning rabbit is cooked by the dog, and the bird is hidden by the bow. Shu Hai suddenly looked up to the sky and sighed. Suddenly, a sense of sadness welled up in my heart. Advertisement. Other people forget it, so don't talk about it. If you really respect us, you should know about our feud with Teach. Ace scoffed. According to him, Baituan wronged him. Do you have evidence to prove it? Shuhai suddenly turned his head and looked straight at Ace. He kept the deal with Blackbeard Teach top secret. The transactions are all on Hive Island. It wasn't the Baituan sphere of influence at all. You want evidence, I'll let you take your time at De Reese Rosa. Now, please come with us. No matter what Shuhai said today, Ace is determined to take him away. Is this what Yi Fei means? Shuhai suddenly asked. Ace nodded silently. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I want to talk to Yi Fei. Shuhai shouted hysterically. Since you want, then I will satisfy you. Ace opened the phone bug he carried with him directly. Soon, the phone bug was connected at Wanokuni. However, no one spoke inside. Shuhai yelled at the phone bug. Captain Yi Fei, are you really going to abandon me? First betrayed even Marine to follow you. No matter how Shuhai shouted, there was no response from the other end. Advertisement. Meanwhile, Wanokuni, Yi Fei is sitting at the end of the phone bug. Facing Shuhai's shout, he remained silent. But at the other end, he was still hysterical. Seeing this, Yi Fei sighed and turned off the phone bug completely. The phone bug's connection was cut off. What followed was Shuhai's sudden silence. At that moment, he finally knew that Yi Fei had given up on him. Suddenly, the whole person collapsed to the ground. At this moment, he knew the price of betraying the white group. At first, he had no plans to work with Teach. So, when Teach found him, he refused decisively. Because he knows Yi Fei's strength and means. But helplessly, the price offered by Blackbeard really made him unable to refuse. He is a businessman, born unable to refuse benefits. With a fluke mentality and dissatisfaction with Yi Fei Bao Mao Haifeng last time, I started the cooperation with Teach. Moreover, he also gained huge benefits from it. But on this issue, he made a big mistake. Originally, he thought Yi Fei would not notice. Did not expect to be discovered so soon. Shuhai finally understood that he had lost. At this moment, he has no way to resist, because he is facing a big pirate-like Fire Fist Ace. Shuhai, who was lying limp on the ground, was chained and locked in the cage of the big ship. Outside, Mao Haifeng had already stepped off the boat. Shuhai has pleaded guilty. Anyone who insists on following Shuhai will be executed on the spot. Mao Haifeng raised his arms and shouted. Chapter 434 Jufeng Trading Company belongs to Baituan. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Let all the people of Jufeng Commercial Company, Limited immediately understand one thing. Just now in the big boat of Baituan, there is an internal change. But they couldn't see Shuhai coming out of it, so it was very likely that he was caught or killed. Now, naturally, he could only listen to Mao Haifeng. In addition, Mao Haifeng was originally the owner of New World. Now, taking back his power seems to be a matter of course. Soon, the people of Jufeng Trading Company acquiesced to this fact. In the absence of a mutiny, Mao Haifeng took over Jufeng Trading Company again. The first thing Mao Haifeng did when he regained power was to capture all of Shuhai's confidants. On the port of Jufeng Trading Company, all of them were executed without hesitation. After executing those people, immediately replace them with your own people. He knows this place too well. In order to stabilize his position in Jufeng Trading Company, it is necessary to carry out a cleansing. In less than half a day, he finished everything. This makes Ace have to admire his efficiency. From today onwards, Jufeng Trading Company, everything belongs to Baituan. After dealing with everything, Mao Haifeng knelt down in front of Ace. This move is to show loyalty to the white group. Through this incident, Mao Haifeng saw one thing clearly. If they want to gain a firm foothold in New World, they must surrender completely. Shuhai is very smart, but if he is too smart, he is stupid. He wants to remain independent in the New World, which is simply impossible. In the world of pirates, if a businessman wants to grow bigger, he must attach himself to pirates. If that's the case, that's the best. Facing Mao Haifeng's sincerity, Ace nodded in satisfaction. Advertisement. Then, he led the fleet to leave. Shuhai was taken away, and the news quickly spread within the Whitebeard pirates. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates who surrendered were terrified. They don't know what mistake Shuhai made and why Yi Fei suddenly took him away. Like Shuhai, they surrendered to Yi Fei. Taking Shuhai directly without any reason made them particularly worried. Many captains found Ace one after another. We didn't mean to target Shuhai. It's that he turned his back on Whitebeard to work with Blackbeard. Such a person must be given clarity. I want you to be warned. It's fine if you want to quit, but I don't want you to betray. Facing the doubts from the captains, Ace explained calmly. At this time, they realized that Shuhai violated the bottom line of Baituan and had nothing to do with anything else. Soon they were relieved. Meanwhile, Beehive Island. Hey, why didn't you see Shuhai's boat today? Teach was a little puzzled. Usually, he would see Shuhai's boat going to and from Hive Island every day. But today, there is none. Immediately, Teach wondered. However, he didn't care. But for several days in a row, Shuhai's boat never appeared at all. This made Teach a little anxious. This guy, what's going on? Teach couldn't take it anymore. Previously, Teach would pay up front for every transaction. Advertisement. Then, Shuhai's goods returned. But this time, tens of billions of berries money was handed over to him. There was no response. Captain, we won't be fooled by this guy. Soon, someone whispered in Teach's ear. I know that guy. I pay that high price every time. I believe that he will definitely not be a short-sighted person. Just to lie to our 10 billion berry. Blackbeard would definitely not believe this. But Shuhai's boat still hasn't arrived. This forced Teach to start contacting Shuhai as well. The phone bug with the other party couldn't be connected at all. Hey, what's the matter? Teach, who couldn't contact Shuhai, seemed a little anxious. Could it be that Shuhai is really that kind of person? Unable to contact Shuhai, now I can only send someone to investigate. After the investigation is clear, Blackbeard Teach finally found out. Jufeng Trading Company has changed its name and surname long ago. His current owner is Mao Haifeng, and the boss behind him is Yi Fei. As for Shuhai, he has been taken to Derice Rosa, and his life and death are unknown. Suddenly, Teach was dumbfounded. If Shuhai lost, then their cooperation must have come to an end. Damn it, Bai Tuan tricked us into 10 billion Baileys. Yi Fei, you are really cruel. Teach said angrily. The 10 billion berry previously paid in advance cannot be recovered at all now. Advertisement. Although the amount of money is not very large. But it really made him feel bad. What's more, his plans were thwarted. Shuhai was arrested. Mu Huang, who heard the news, did not believe it. But Teach quickly confirmed the result. The Whitebeard pirates are too arrogant. Why don't we just teach them a lesson? Mu Huang said directly. Hearing this, Teach immediately burst out laughing. Thief, ha 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 ha, Mu Huang, your courage is commendable. However, you have to be clear about the current situation of Bai Tuan. They're in the new world, but with 4 emperors. Kaido can't protect himself from Yi Fei. Let's not think about it now. Now attack the White Regiment. In Teach's view, it is indeed a bit ridiculous. He also has a clearer view of the current situation. At the moment, the Whitebeard pirates are almost 2 forces. They can be combined into 1, or they can be divided into 2. Attack Whitebeard, Yi Fei will come to rescue, and vice versa. In Summit War, just facing Yi Fei alone is already very troublesome. So looking for trouble with the Whitebeard pirates now is tantamount to asking for trouble. The only way to deal with the White Group now is to cooperate with Marine. But at present, Naval Headquarters has no direct attack plan for the White Regiment. Let him lead the Blackbeard pirates. He just refused to do it. Chapter 435, Attack Baltigo. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Since you said you can't attack Blackbeard. What about the Revolutionary Army? Mu Huang asked again. Revolutionary Army. My plans have been disrupted. Teach murmured back. Teach, I told you already. Attacking the Revolutionary Army doesn't take that much trouble. As long as we kill them, the guys from the Revolutionary Army are not opponents at all. Mu Huang looked a little angry. Teach has been putting this off, much to his displeasure. You underestimated those fellows from the Revolutionary Army. Teach said coldly. In his view, attacking the Revolutionary Army is no small matter. Really, Teach, this is not the you I know. When did you become so timid? When you asked me to join the Blackbeard pirates, where did your boldness go? Mu Huang was quite disdainful. Don't dare to do this, and don't dare to do that. Prior to this, he had persuaded Teach to attack Baltigo, the island of white soil where the Revolutionary Army was located. Teach agreed, but before that, he had to make preparations. Including personnel, warships, supplies, munitions, etc. Advertisement. So, they started trading with Jufeng Trading Company. But now things are less than half done. Jufeng Trading Company is suddenly taken over by the Baituan, which hinders Teach's plan. What Mu Huang said made Blackbeard extremely embarrassed. At that time, in order to recruit Mu Huang, he released a lot of harsh words, such as claiming to be the 5th emperor of the New World, not afraid of Whitebeard, Yi Fei, Marine, etc. But so far, they have only defeated some small pirates. In front of those big pirates, there was no movement. Even the Revolutionary Army is still timid. This is indeed a loss of its own majesty. After some thought, Teach decided to agree with Mu Huang's plan, to attack the base of the Revolutionary Army, Baltigo. That's about the same, otherwise I might really underestimate you. Only then was Mu Huang satisfied. Thief, ha 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 ha. If you win this time, Mu Huang, you will be the new owner of Baltigo. Teach laughed. With the strength of the existing Blackbeard pirates, it shouldn't be too difficult to attack the Revolutionary Army. Therefore, he agreed to Mu Huang's plan. In order to appease Mu Huang, he decided to hand over the place to Mu Huang for management after capturing Baltigo. It's the best time. When are you leaving? Advertisement. Mu Huang asked again. Within a week, after confirmation from Blackbeard. Mu Huang left satisfied. After returning to his room, Mu Huang took out a top-secret phone bug. It was given to him by Naval Headquarters. Immediately, Mu Huang immediately broadcast his phone bug. At the same time, in Naval Headquarters, in the Marshal's office, a phone bug with a unique shape made the sound of blue blue blue. Akainu, who was busy with official documents, suddenly turned his head. Seeing the phone bug in front of him was also a little surprised. Then, it was connected immediately. Hey, Mu Huang, how is your plan going? After confirming that the other party was Mu Huang, Akainu spoke. Report, Marshal Sakazuki. Things are going relatively smoothly now. Teach has agreed to mobilize troops to deal with the revolutionary army within a week. Mu Huang confirmed. His true identity is the captain of the Marine Special Mobile Squad. The eve of the World Conscription. He received a secret order from Naval Headquarters, requiring him to participate in the World Conscription as a civilian. Advertisement. He walked halfway and met Blackbeard Teach. Seeing that he was powerful, Teach directly invited him to join the gang. Of course, Mu Huang dismissed Teach's invitation at first. Therefore, he directly refused. But Blackbeard had been following him the whole time, doing his mindwork all the while. The tireless Mu Huang quickly reported the matter to Naval Headquarters. After discussion by Naval Headquarters, it was decided that Mu Huang would give up the plan of conscription in the world, and at the same time let him join the Blackbeard pirates and become Marine's undercover agent. The reason for this is to use Blackbeard to deal with the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army led by Monkey D. Long, their purpose is to overthrow the world government. So they have always been the confidant of the world government. The pressure from the world government made Naval Headquarters also have to make considerations. It is undoubtedly a good way to use pirates to deal with the Revolutionary Army. While Blackbeard is wooing Mu Huang, let him become Marine's undercover agent and induce Blackbeard to attack the Revolutionary Army. In this way, not only can the Revolutionary Army be dealt with, but Blackbeard can also be monitored on the other hand. Therefore, Mu Huang joined the Blackbeard pirates on the grounds that the Revolutionary Army must be eliminated. You did very well. If you need to cooperate, I can let the Marine of the New World cooperate with you. Akainu replied. Right now, the Revolutionary Army is an eyesore to Naval Headquarters and must be eliminated. So, why Admiral Yeshi was stopped by Akainu when he was attacking the Hive Island? Chapter 436 Marine Undercover. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The purpose was simply not to make Blackbeard give up his plan to attack the Revolutionary Army because of this incident. For this matter, in Naval Headquarters, only a few Marine executives such as Akainu know. Even in the face of questioning from the two Marine admirals from New World, Akainu kept his mouth shut. Let Marine cooperate. I don't think it's necessary now. Save my identity is exposed. Mu Huang replied. He didn't want Blackbeard Teach to know about it. Before joining the Blackbeard pirates, Teach also asked him why he was dealing with the Revolutionary Army. The reason Mu Huang gave was that he had a personal grievance with the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Long, which made Teach have no doubts. Moreover, in order to convince Teach that he is not a Marine. When Marine Admiral Yexi attacked Beehive Island last time, he deliberately fought against Marine Vice Admiral Nameless. The purpose of everything is to convince Teach that he has nothing to do with Marine. And Teach soon believed him. Mu Huang, you don't have to worry about identity matters. Teach was already in contact with Naval Headquarters when he occupied Hive Island. The condition is that Hive Island will give it to him, and he is willing to cooperate with Marine to deal with the Whitebeard pirates. If it was he who offered it, then first can get Marine to cooperate. Your identity will not be revealed. Akainu laughed. Advertisement. Hearing this, Mu Huang fell into silence. He knew what Akainu said. Admiral Yexi's attack on Beehive Island stopped suddenly, it must be the order from Naval Headquarters. That being said, Blackbeard already knew Naval Headquarters was acquiescing to the matter. Calling Marine to participate in the battle against the Revolutionary Army has nothing to do with whether his identity is exposed or not. If Marine can join in and attack the Revolutionary Army, the odds of winning will be even higher. Marshal Sakazuki, it's not convenient for me to talk about contacting Marine. Just look at what Teach said. If he asks for it, that's fine. Mu Huang agreed. I guess, with Blackbeard's character, he probably turned to Marine for help. Akainu nodded. Teach is a very smart guy. He knew that the Revolutionary Army was the enemy of the world government and the Naval Headquarters. Well, maybe he will use this opportunity to ask Marine for help. Akainu's idea is very correct. This is exactly what Teach intends. It didn't take long to occupy the Hive Island this time. The last time I brought it out from Impel Down, I have folded a few. Now he is very dependent on Mu Huang. That's why he agreed to Mu Huang's request to deal with the Revolutionary Army. As usual, he would never do this easily. Now, it is somewhat risky to fight against the Revolutionary Army with one's own strength. So now an ally must be found. Advertisement. And Marine is undoubtedly the best helper. You know, the Revolutionary Army can be counted as their enemy. They have long been looking forward to the destruction of the Revolutionary Army. Teach's dealing with the Revolutionary Army also coincided with Marine's intentions. If you ask them to help, I believe they will agree. Teach, who made up his mind, quickly contacted Naval Headquarters. As for Naval Headquarters, naturally Akainu came forward to contact Teach. Teach, you want to deal with the Revolutionary Army. Akainu was particularly shocked when he received Teach's phone bug. Thief, ha 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 ha. I said it a long time ago, we are not enemies. Well, I have a good idea. Don't you always hope to destroy the Revolutionary Army? Teach laughed out loud. HMPH, we haven't settled with you about the impel down. To deal with the Revolutionary Army, it's not to please Marine to let you go last time. Akainu pretended to be angry. He had already guessed that Teach was here this time to find a helper. Thief, ha 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 ha. That's right, I'm a person who knows how to repay you. You gave me the Hive Island. I feel like I have to do something for Marine. Teach laughed again. You contact me and you want to tell me this. Advertisement. As a matter of fact, Akainu doesn't want to ignore him. However, attacking the Revolutionary Army, I think there may be some trouble. Teach said deliberately. The purpose is only to arouse Akainu's curiosity. So as to put forward their own requirements. What trouble? Akainu feigned curiosity. We're just getting our footing in the new world. Attacking the Revolutionary Army now may be difficult to deal with. First hope Marine can provide some help this time. Teach didn't hesitate, and directly stated his purpose. It is still a bit tricky to attack the Revolutionary Army with him alone. Hey, what do you mean? Let Marine cooperate with you to attack the Revolutionary Army. Teach, are you kidding me? Akainu suddenly became furious. Of course, that was faked. What, doesn't Marine want to defeat the Revolutionary Army? Teach also looked puzzled. Logically speaking, they should be very happy. But why is it this attitude? It was Marine's plan to deal with the Revolutionary Army. Obviously, your idea is to use Marine against them. Marine will not be fooled. Akainu replied. Chapter 437 Cooperate with Teach. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Upon hearing this, Teach explained. No, we are determined to deal with the Revolutionary Army this time. First hope you Marine can cooperate with us. Elimination of the Revolutionary Army will bring nothing to Marine's detriment. Listen to Teach's explanation. Akainu finally confirmed that Teach made up his mind this time. However, he was not in a hurry to answer. Teach on the other end of the phone bug looked very anxious, and immediately asked again, Master Marshal, do you know if my idea is feasible? Akainu then said, well, first can let Marine cooperate with you. But I don't want you to play tricks on me. Otherwise, those two Marine admirals from New World, Naval Headquarters can't manage them. In the words, it is to warn Teach not to mess around. Admiral Night Goose and Green Bull defeated the 2-4 emperors in a row. Thief, ha ha ha, Marshal, Marine Admiral is the most powerful Marine. Teach laughed, and cold sweat broke out unconsciously on his forehead. He just wants to get more benefits in New World. The current situation on the sea is very different from before. On this point, Teach sees it more clearly than anyone else. As long as you know. After Akainu finished speaking, he hung up the phone directly. Blackbeard Teach works with Marine. Advertisement. It was already in his expectation. Akainu is very clear, with Blackbeard's current strength. It may not be easy to solve the Revolutionary Army, there are still many masters there. And Teach's plan, he also decided to accept. After warning Teach not to mess around, Akainu notified the New World 1 branch in the name of Naval Headquarters. What? Want Marine to cooperate with Blackbeard Teach? Hearing the news, Yifei was extremely shocked. However, the more surprising thing is behind. That's right, Teach is dealing with the Revolutionary Army this time. With their strength, I'm afraid it's not easy to deal with them. So, Marine is going to help this time. Yesy, you are Marine Admiral from New World. It's the person responsible for contacting Blackbeard. So, it's up to you to cooperate with Teach. Akainu murmured. Last time, he did a division of labor. D. Carl Lily watches over the White Regiment. And Yifei is responsible for monitoring the Black Group. The task of cooperating with the Teach operation this time is naturally handed over to Yifei. Quote. Yifei was speechless for a moment. Advertisement. You know, I really hate Blackbeard himself. What's more, he is still the enemy of the White Group. To let myself help Whitebeard, if Papa Ace Marco and the others knew, I don't know how they would feel. But Akainu's words made Yifei instantly understand what happened last time. The reason why Akainu asked Marine to let Blackbeard go last time was for this reason. Use Blackbeard against the Revolutionary Army. This is indeed a good hand. Yes, see, I didn't tell you about this last time, I'm sorry. Akainu was a little embarrassed. Marine attacked the Hive Island last time, but he stopped it. It made Marine Admiral Yi Exabai busy, which made him very embarrassed. After all, the current Marine Admiral Yexi's status in Marine is second only to D. Carl Lily who killed the 4 Emperor's aunt. Forehead. Marshal, that Teach guy is very unreliable. I'm worried, what other tricks will he come up with? Yifei said deliberately. This news came too suddenly for him. So, he tried to change Akainu's mind. But this time, Yifei was wrong. Akainu has already made a comprehensive plan. It's not that Yifei can turn over the board. Don't worry about this, I've already warned him. Advertisement. If he dares to be disobedient, Marine can destroy them anytime and anywhere. Marine can lift him up or put him on the ground. Akainu isn't impressed with Blackbeard. In the end, the purpose is just to use him to deal with the Revolutionary Army. In addition to naval headquarters, the power of the branch, and the secret undercover Muhuang can be shot at any time. Hearing this, Yi Fei already understood. Well, since naval headquarters has decided, I agree. Yi Fei nodded. That's good. Yes, see, you are now the pillar of New World Marine. I want you to put the Marine's best interests first. Akainu reminded. I see. After the hang-up bug. Yi Fei was lost in thought. I didn't know until just now that the target of Blackbeard and Marine is the Revolutionary Army. You know, Sabo of the Revolutionary Army is Ace's sworn brother. Moreover, this time naval headquarters ordered himself to cooperate with Blackbeard. If it went like this, once Ace knew the truth, wouldn't it be difficult for him to explain? Soon, the news, through sharing, came directly back to Wanokuni's Yi Fei's mind. Yi Fei must take care of this matter. After making up my mind. Chapter 438 Rescue Baldigo. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Yi Fei found Katakori and Charlotte Smoothie. Prepare to send them to de Ries Rosa. My lord, you want us to meet Ace at de Ries Rosa. When they heard the news, both of them felt a little surprised at the same time. Yes, this task is extremely important. Yi Fei's face was serious, and he was also worried. With Blackbeard and Marine, the Revolutionary Army faces a very high threat. What is the mission? Katakori also felt that Yi Fei's attitude was different than usual. When you arrive at de Ries Rosa, you will know it soon. Yi Fei replied. Before leaving, Yi Fei didn't want to leak the news, so as not to leak the wind. Even for Katakori and Charlotte Smoothie. I see, let's get ready and set off immediately. Katakori and the two didn't dare to be careless. Based on their understanding of Yi Fei, they are not the kind of people who like to cover up. There must be a reason for him to do so. Seeing this, it was inconvenient for the two of them to ask more questions. Anyway, you will know it when you go to de Ries Rosa. The two quickly accepted Yi Fei's order. Advertisement. After simply packing up, I immediately took a fast boat to de Ries Rosa. At the same time, Ace also received a call bug from Yi Fei. What? You want me to go to Baltigo? I heard that is the territory of the Revolutionary Army. Someone is going to deal with them, what do you want us to do for them? Ace was stunned when he heard the news. He couldn't figure out why Yi Fei made such a strange decision suddenly. But Baltigo is the territory of the Revolutionary Army, and he is very clear. Although he has never been there, he is not very familiar with that place. Forehead. Yi Fei looked a little embarrassed. Could it be said directly, to save Sabo and the others? Ace thought Sabo was dead. To put it bluntly, this seems to be a spoiler in advance. However, for what reason? I was just talking about things, but I forgot about this. Just when I was thinking hard, Yi Fei suddenly remembered a reason, and immediately said, Ace, don't you forget that last time in Marineford, the people from the Revolutionary Army followed Luffy to save you desperately. Yi Fei's words reminded Ace instantly, and he slapped his thigh. What? I almost forgot about it. That man named Ivankov is still a woman, and he rescued me with Luffy last time. After speaking, Ace's face turned red instantly, and he was instantly ashamed. Advertisement. The last time they were caught in Marineford, in addition to the Whitebeard pirates, the Revolutionary Army also helped. If it wasn't for Yi Fei's reminder, he almost forgot all about it. Regardless of his purpose at the time. But he is also a person who tries his best to save himself. Ace will naturally repay this kindness. Knowing how to repay kindness, hating evil like revenge, this is his character. Just remember it. Yi Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, there was no need to find any other excuses. Yi Fei, don't worry, I will leave this matter to me. No matter who their opponent is, I will help. Ace promised. That's good. Helping the Revolutionary Army this time is equivalent to helping Luffy. Yi Fei blurted out suddenly. Yi Fei, what do you mean by helping the Revolutionary Army is helping Luffy? Hearing Yi Fei's words, Ace was a little confused. He couldn't figure out why Yi Fei would say that. Don't you know that Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, is Luffy's father? Yi Fei looked surprised. Originally, it was just a casual sentence. But I didn't expect that Ace didn't know it yet. Advertisement. Suddenly, Yi Fei felt that he had slipped his tongue. However, it doesn't seem to matter. Immediately, Ace suddenly yelled. You mean Luffy is the son of the Revolutionary Dragon? Yi Fei, is what you said really you? For this matter, Ace has never known. He just knew that the leader of the Revolutionary Army was a dragon. Moreover, the purpose of the Revolutionary Army is to overthrow the world government and the Revolutionary Army. Ace has never been clear about his relationship with Luffy. Yes, Luffy is the son of the dragon. Yi Fei explained awkwardly. He thought Ace knew about it. But how do you know? Ace doesn't know at all. Therefore, he had the reaction just now. Yi Fei, where did you hear this news? No one ever told me about this. Ace asked in shock. Growing up, he never saw Luffy's father. Moreover, he had never heard anything about his father. Ace, have you forgotten that I still have an identity in Marine? I also heard about this from Luffy's grandfather Garp. Yi Fei had no choice but to continue explaining. A lie may require many lies to explain. Chapter 439 Teach, I won't let him go. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. However, this also makes sense. Oh, I got it. If that's the case, go to Baldigo and meet Luffy's father. However, Yi Fei, you have been talking for a long time. Who is going to deal with the Revolutionary Army? The two talked for a long time, but Ace forgot the most important thing. Who is going to deal with the Revolutionary Army? Yi Fei didn't say anything just now. Soon, he will know. Blackbeard team up with Marine to take on the Revolutionary Army. We, the Baituan, cannot sit idly by on this matter. Yi Fei replied. Ace yelled again. Grass. It turned out to be Teach. I was going to think who was going to deal with Luffy's father. This guy, of course, needless to say, I will try my best to kill him. Ace was particularly emotional. When Blackbeard Teach is mentioned, his instinctive reaction is violent. First, he killed Sage and betrayed his family. Advertisement. Second, if it weren't for Teach, I wouldn't have been executed by Marine, triggering the Summit War. That's why I'm sending you to Baltigo. Facing Yi Fei's answer. Ace's attitude finally softened, even if it's not the rescue of the Revolutionary Army. As long as it's that Teach guy, I won't let him go no matter Tianya Cape. Not to mention Luffy's father. Yi Fei, you must have gotten this news from Marine. Marine is really a bunch of scum, and they will cooperate with people like Teach. In Ace's opinion, if it wasn't for the identity of Marine Admiral Yexi. But after the Revolutionary Army was defeated, he learned about it. At this moment, he finally understands why Yi Fei wants to participate in the global conscription and become a Marine Admiral. It turned out that identity could really get the most top secret information from Marine. Last time, it seemed to be the same. Yeah, I got it from Naval Headquarters. Go to Baldigo this time, and you must be careful with Blackbeard. Don't let what happened on Panero Island last time. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing for Baituan. Yi Fei reminded. Last time, at Banero Island, Ace lost to Blackbeard Teach. This time, Yi Fei still wanted to send him there. Advertisement. Today's Ace is already very different from before. Not only has his strength been greatly enhanced, but his personality has also become much calmer compared to his previous impulsiveness. Sent him, Yi Fei didn't worry about it before. But for the sake of safety, Yi Fei sent Katakori and Musigi to help. If all three lose, then Yi Fei really has nothing to say. Hey, Yi Fei, what are you talking about? Ace looked embarrassed. Last time, I was careless, so Teach took advantage of it. As soon as he mentioned what happened last time, he had nothing to say. It's really embarrassing enough. Katakori and Smoothie have departed from Wanokuni and are expected to arrive in these 2 days. You three lead the fleet to Baldigo. Must get rid of Teach. Yi Fei gave the order. Drive away. I wish I could kill him. Ace pouted. Oh, that's good. The best result is to kill Teach. But things will really go so smoothly. Yi Fei couldn't guarantee it. However, sending Ace to Baldigo this time, maybe he will meet Sabo, and I don't know what will happen after the two meet. Advertisement. After finishing the conversation with Ace, Yi Fei once again ordered to increase intelligence gathering on Hive Island. Now it is necessary to keep abreast of all the dynamics of Teach, including the pirate forces mobilized by Blackbeard, the defense situation of Hive Island, etc. While Yi Fei was gathering intelligence, Blackbeard Teach is not idle. With the help of Mu Huang, the Blackbeard pirates quickly assembled dozens of pirate ships and tens of thousands of pirates. This time, Blackbeard dispatched most of his forces to Baltigo to deal with the Revolutionary Army. Only Lafitte, Catherine Diame and several cadres led 5,000 people to stay on the Hive Island. After the pirates have assembled, the Blackbeard pirates fleet sailed on time. At the designated location, start a rendezvous with the Marineg 1 branch. Wait for Teach's fleet to arrive at the designated location. The Marine of the G1 branch has been waiting for a long time. And the leaders of the G1 branch this time are Marine Admiral Yi Shi and Vice Admiral Wu Ming. Thief ha 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 ha. Hey Yi Shi, we finally meet again. Seeing Yi Fei who had been waiting for a long time, Teach smiled happily. Humph. Yi Fei snorted coldly. I secretly scolded myself why I was so unlucky. Hey, don't do this. Last time we were enemies, from now on we can be considered allies. Seeing Yi Fei's displeasure, Teach didn't take it seriously. Chapter 440 Marine and Teach reconcile. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Marine, you can never be an ally with pirates. Yi Fei replied flatly. In fact, he is a pirate. This sentence is also expressing what I think in my heart. Forget it. Marine, why did they only send so few people over this time? Seeing Marine, there are at most a dozen warships, and it is estimated that there will be no more than 5,000 people. This disappointed Teach. Originally, he thought that Marine would send more people over. For this, Yi Fei was very disdainful. Have you dispatched all of them? That's all there are. After speaking, Yi Fei looked at Teach's fleet. The number of fleets is several times that of Marine. However, most of them are wooden warships. The combat effectiveness of this kind of ship is incomparable with that of Marine warships. Thief ha 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 ha. Hive Island is now my territory. I'm still worried about being ripped off. Teach laughed. He can't go all out. Beehive Island is now his base camp in New World, and there is absolutely no room for any problems. However, his words reminded Yi Fei. Advertisement. Since Blackbeard is so worried about his back road being copied, so why not do that yourself? While he was attacking the Revolutionary Army, use the White Regiment to attack the Hive Island. Immediately, Yi Fei became interested. Before that, he hadn't thought about it carefully. However, looking at it now, this plan is feasible. Teach attacked the Revolutionary Army, and the defense of Hive Island was naturally weak. It was a perfect plan to sneak attack on his rear at this time. Thinking of this, Yi Fei held back the excitement in his heart. Looking at Blackbeard Teach with a calm face. This operation. I have been ordered by Naval Headquarters to cooperate with you. So, this operation is mainly up to you. Unless it is necessary, our Marine will not make a move. Yi Fei said. Naval Headquarters does not have this order. This is his own idea. The main purpose is not to see Marine take action against the Revolutionary Army. If Naval Headquarters has something to say, then he has already figured out a response plan. Teach was very surprised. Yi Fei's meaning is very clear, that is, he fights in front and they watch from behind. Teach was quite upset about this. Previously, Akainu did not say this. Advertisement. But in front of Marine Admiral, he didn't dare to refute directly, but replied with a smile. No, let's be cannon fodder. I heard that the last time you cooperated with the Whitebeard pirates Yi Fei to attack Kaido, it was not like this. The whole world is reporting on it. Last time, Marine and the White Team attacked Wano-kuni. Marine has put in a lot of effort. Naval Headquarters even credited Marine Admiral Yeshi with most of the credit. Moreover, World Journal also spared no effort to report on Marine. How come here, suddenly changed? Teach, last time Marine only dispatched one warship. As for Kaido, that was defeated by the pirate Yi Fei. We were just watching from the sidelines. As for those reports, it's better for you to read less. Also, this time, we dispatched 10 warships, which has already given you a lot of face. If you don't want to, then I will report to Naval Headquarters, you don't need us to go. Go on your own, Yi Fei said coldly. If it wasn't for the pressure from Naval Headquarters, I wouldn't have planned to go to Baltigo this time. Because if you go, your position will be very complicated. Yi Fei's words made Teach instantly dumbfounded. He didn't expect the other party to say that suddenly. This time, the plan to attack the Revolutionary Army was proposed by him himself. And it was he who asked Naval Headquarters to cooperate. If only Marine Admiral Yeshi left. Then his own plan, wouldn't it be all in vain? Advertisement. Thief ha 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 ha. Marine has an admiral like you, I really admire it. It's no wonder that Marine has been unimpeded in New World these past few months. It is Marine's greatest honor to have an admiral like you Yexi. Teach smiled awkwardly. He didn't want Marine Admiral to just go back. I can only comfort him with good words. Since you agree, that's fine. Yi Fei replied lightly. Then I hope Yi Shi can help at the critical moment. Teach looked at Yi Fei flatteringly. Decide as things go. Yi Fei turned his head away. Teach's eyes made him extremely unhappy. Quote. Yi Fei's attitude made Teach a little speechless. He felt that this Marine Admiral seemed to dislike him very much. As for the reason, he is not very clear. Maybe it's because he injured Marine last time and occupied the Hive Island. After that, he didn't think too much. Pirates, Marine, and 2 fleets, one in front and the other behind, headed straight for Baltigo. Prior to this, both parties obtained the coordinates of Baltigo's location. Now it's just a matter of moving toward the goal. At the same time, Derice Rosa, Katakori, and Charlotte Smoothie have arrived and successfully reunited with Firefist Ace. Chapter 441 Derice Rosa's Reinforcements, Revolutionary Army Sabo. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. We're going to Baltigo this time. Hearing the news, Katakori and Charlotte Smoothie were also a little surprised. Before setting off, Yi Fei told them that they would know the plan after arriving in Derice Rosa. Yes, you are from Wano-kuni, you have worked hard these days. However, this is Yi Fei's plan. We're going to stop Blackbeard from attacking the Revolutionary Army. Only then did Ace reveal his plan. Helping the Revolutionary Army. The two were even more puzzled. This is also Yi Fei's plan. Last time, Ace also made a special trip to talk about this matter. Immediately, he told the reason to the two of them. First heard that Marine is going to cooperate with Blackbeard. The two readily accepted. You know, Katakori and Smoothie are members of the Big Mom Pirates. Last time, it was because of Marine that the entire Big Mom Pirates were wiped out. The two also became homeless. So, for Marine, they hold grudges. Advertisement. And this time Marine will unite with Blackbeard to deal with the Revolutionary Army. They naturally wanted to find an opportunity to vent their anger. At the same time, you can also make contributions in the Baituan to repay Yi Fei for taking her in. Master Yi Fei's order, we will resolutely carry it out. Both showed their loyalty at the same time. This is also the first time Ace saw the 2 3-star generals of the Big Mom Pirates. Just from the aura of the two of them, Ace knew that these two were not ordinary strong men. Especially Katakori, with a stern expression and torch-like eyes, not a thing in the pool. After seeing the two, Ace's confidence soared. Before the two came, he had already assembled the fleet. Now that the two are here, they too can go. This time, in order to rescue the revolutionary army from attacking Blackbeard, Ace specially selected dozens of pirate captains from Derice Rosa with a reward of over 10 million. Regardless of their strength or their reputation, they all have a place in New World. If it wasn't for D. Carl Lily being too powerful, they wouldn't be easily attached. Of course, under the leadership of Yi Fei, they are living a very prosperous life now. In order to repay Yi Fei, they are naturally willing to work with Yi Fei. In addition, Mao Haifeng of Jufeng Trading Company also provided all support for this operation. Warships, artillery, supplies, etc. Now, we need ships and people. Advertisement. This time, we must defeat Blackbeard in Baltigo. On the port, Ace stood on the bow of the ship and shouted to the tens of thousands of pirates in the port who were ready to go. Ace's call immediately received a response from all the pirates. They all raised their weapons. Woohoo! Kill Blackbeard! Avenge Thatch! The cheers came and went, one after another. Seeing the cheers in front of them, Katakori and Smoothie were also stunned. In the Big Mom Pirates, they had never seen this scene. Just the momentum is enough to make people's hearts surge. Soon, the two were infected. Is this the pirate brought out by Master Yi Fei? Perhaps, this is why he was able to become the Four Emperors. The calmness on Katakori's face could hardly conceal the sigh in his heart. Big brother, Master Yi Fei, you are not an ordinary person. After finishing speaking, Smoothie blushed slightly. From the moment she saw Yi Fei for the first time, there was an inexplicable beating in her heart, which had never happened before. However, what makes her a little regretful is that Yi Fei doesn't seem to be very interested in her above this kind of thing, but treats her as a subordinate just like big brother Katakori. Katakori didn't notice the ruddy mushy G. Advertisement. At this moment, he just stared at the front coldly. Smoothie, if we want to gain a firm foothold in Baituan, we must make contributions. This time, it depends on the performance of the two of us. Since joining the white group, neither of them had any chance to perform at all other than training soldiers for Yi Fei. Although they are the pillars of the Big Mom Pirates. But I just joined the Baituan not long ago, and I haven't been recognized by most people yet. The only thing I want them to recognize is to make contributions and stabilize my foothold. Both of them can see clearly. Starting from the port of Derice Rosa, Ace kept in touch with Yi Fei along the way. The whereabouts of Marine and Blackbeard, shared by Admiral Yi Shi, was sent back to Wanokuni's Yi Fei's mind, and then their sailing route and coordinates could be accurately transmitted to Ace through the phone bug. Along the way, Ace has been following the opponent, and the distance is only a few hundred nautical miles. Beitou Continent, the base of the Revolutionary Army, Bardigo. On a white reef, stood a boy with wavy blonde hair. The boy is Sabo, the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. A few days ago, he had just returned to Baltigo from a mission outside. At this moment, he is looking at the distant sea. The waves crashed against the shore. Sabo was a little lost in thought, totally oblivious to the person walking beside him. Chapter 442 Sabo's Mission. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Sabo, what are you looking at? Behind him, a voice came. Sabo turned his head and saw that it was Koala, a cadre of the Revolutionary Army. Like Sabo, she also wears a hat with goggles on her head. Just thinking about it, Sabo came back to his senses. The mission you performed this time went very well. The Commander-in-Chief speaks highly of you. Koala rested her hands on her back with a cute face. The Commander-in-Chief she was talking about was Luffy's father, Dragon. The Commander-in-Chief is back. Sabo looked surprised. Koala shook his head. No, he just asked about the situation here. By the way, are you back? I asked him. He is still active in other places, and there is no way to come back for the time being. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, has been committed to uniting the countries and people oppressed by the world government and leading them to revolt. For a long time, he has traveled in various seas and countries. The time spent in Baltigo is getting less and less. Even if he came back, he would stay for a day or two and leave immediately. Oh, I seldom see him now. Advertisement. Sabo murmured a reply. Now, as the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, I rarely see him with my own eyes. Well, the last time seemed like 2 months ago. Koala echoed. Stay here for a few days, I think I should go too. Sabo replied. The last task was completed very smoothly. So, he decided to return to Bardigo for a few days, with his next stop going to the Holy Land of Mariajoy. Where is the next mission? Hearing that Sabo said he was leaving, Koala immediately asked. World Government Headquarters, Mariajoy. Sabo didn't hide. Koala blinked. What are you doing there? Big Bear has been taken and word is out that he was taken to Mariajoy. Speaking of the Big Bear, Sabo frowned involuntarily. Since Summit War, the relationship between Big Bear and him is also decreasing day by day. Until recently, the Big Bear suddenly disappeared. I heard that Big Bear has been undergoing transformation by the world government, but I don't know the situation. Under Sabo's investigation, it was learned that he had been taken to Mariajoy. So, he decided to go to investigate. Sabo's words reminded Koala. Advertisement. Da Shang, like her, is a cadre of the Revolutionary Army and was used as an undercover agent to become 7 warlords of the sea. In the past 6 months, she has not heard any news from Big Bear. Just know, he was transformed by world government scientist Vegapunk. This new mission, can you take me with you? Koala asked with some expectation. It's really boring to stay in Baldigo. Maybe you can see a big bear just in time. By the way, I can go out with Sabo to perform missions. Forehead. Sabo looked a little embarrassed. In other places, he has nothing to say. The Holy Land of Mariajoy is the headquarters of the world government and the stronghold of the Celestial Dragons. There, but Marine Admiral is waiting. The Revolutionary Army is listed as the #1 threat by the world government. For the cadres of the Revolutionary Army, the world government spared no effort to attack them. Even Sabo himself has to be careful. At this time, wearing Koala is undoubtedly the greatest risk. So, he doesn't want Koala to go on an adventure with him. Isn't it possible? Seeing Sabo hesitate, Koala is a little unhappy. Forget it this time, next time. Sabo smiled awkwardly. Advertisement. Humph. Koala pouted unconsciously, showing an angry look. In fact, she was not angry. On the contrary, she knew very well that Sabo didn't want her and himself to take risks. Hey, that doesn't seem like your character. Sabo patted Koala on the shoulder. It doesn't matter if you don't go, I just have other tasks. After Koala finished speaking, she pretended to be angry and wanted to leave. Okay, let's not talk, I'm a little hungry, go back and eat something. The two began to walk towards the base building. Just halfway, a soldier ran over in a hurry in front of him. I saw his anxious face, and saw the two of them shouting immediately. What's wrong? When the soldiers approached, the two asked at the same time. Report to the Chief of Staff. An outpost to the south, contact lost. The soldier replied out of breath. What? Sabo frowned, and his expression became tense. The outpost to the south is the forward position of the Revolutionary Army. In order to prevent Marine and pirates from attacking, the Revolutionary Army set up a large number of outposts on the islands around Baldigo. Chapter 443 Attack. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The mission of these outposts is to defend against Marines and pirates. As long as there is an enemy attack, they can immediately send the news back to Baldigo, the base, so that Baldigo has enough time to respond. Outpost to the south, contact lost. We just got a call bug from them before we lost touch. It is said that they saw the fleet coming, and then there was an explosion inside, and the communication was lost. The soldier finally recovered his breath. They didn't even have time to report each other's identities before the communication was cut off. Explosion. Sabo thought for a moment. Then he immediately said, notify, and immediately gather troops. Yes. After receiving the order, the soldiers ran away immediately. Sabo, you think we're under attack? Koala also looked serious. For so many years, Baldigo has never been attacked. The main reason is that it is difficult to be found by Marine because of its remote location. That's right, it's very possible. We'll go right back. After Sabo finished speaking, he didn't wait for Koala to speak. Advertisement. Then he dragged him directly to the base building. When they arrived at the main building, the two didn't stop, but rushed to one of the rooms quickly. This room is the place responsible for contacting all the outposts. In the room, there are more than 20 phone bugs, which are used for communication. In addition, there are 4 video phone bugs in the room. Their main function is to observe the 4 sea areas in the southeast, northwest and north. These 4 video phone bugs are generally not turned on, but they must be turned on in special cases. At this moment, there were already several soldiers sitting in the room. They stared closely at the 4 video phone bugs and observed the situation on the sea surface. Seeing the two of Sabo coming in, they were about to stand up. But was stopped by Ace. Don't worry about etiquette now, have you noticed anything? Sabo asked several soldiers. Report to the Chief of Staff. Not found yet. One of the soldiers reported immediately. As the phone bug in the south reported just now the nearest outpost to the base. Asked Sabo. Soon, he got the affirmation of the soldiers. Yes, we just tried to contact them. But there is no way. That outpost is the farthest from Baldigo, hundreds of nautical miles away. Advertisement. Immediately contact the other outposts in the south and let them closely monitor the sea. Also, find someone to come over and contact the other 3 outposts. Sabo ordered. It was evident that the furthest outpost had been destroyed. The other party came from the south, so where is the most important monitoring direction? But Sabo can't guarantee that they won't change direction. Under Sabo's order, all the soldiers began to contact the outpost in full swing. This time, who will come here? Koala looks at Sabo. I don't know, I didn't get any news at all before. I guess it might be Marine. Sabo frowned. His intuition told him that what happened this time was not easy. In his opinion, in New World, they only have Marine as their current enemy. Marine. Koala looked a little nervous. Recently, the news of New World Marine has been flying all over the world. Where the marine is led by 2 marine admirals, even the 4 emperors, they can also win. It is not difficult for them to find the base of the Revolutionary Army. Facing such a marine, the Revolutionary Army is most likely not an opponent. Advertisement. Well, I think it is very likely to be them. So, we have to be ready to fight. Sabo nodded. At this moment, he didn't dare to be careless at all. You must know that once the base of the Revolutionary Army is destroyed, all branches of the Revolutionary Army may lose contact. Now the dragon is not here, he is the highest officer here. I will arrange it myself. Koala was about to leave. But Sabo stopped him. Let other cadres do the matter of gathering troops, and ask Emporio Ivankov to attend the emergency meeting immediately. As soon as Sabo finished speaking, Koala immediately said, Sabo, Ivankov Kamabaka Kingdom, only lightning is in the base. Hearing this, Sabo remembered. Okay, you go and call him, and there are other cadres. After getting Sabo's consent, Koala immediately walked out of the room. The rest Sabo is collecting information in the liaison room. In the contact room, the sound of phone bugs resounded everywhere. The soldiers here are contacting the front post one by one. So far, there has been no news from the enemy. The video phone bug also doesn't have any enemy graphics. The destroyed southern outpost is hundreds of nautical miles away from the base. Chapter 444 Response of the Revolutionary Army. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. They should not have arrived yet. Sabo thought so. At this moment, the door of the communication room was pushed open. Commander Emporio Ivankov was absent. They just learned the news that the front post was destroyed, and everyone's face was very anxious. Come out with me. Sabo stood up immediately. He does not hold an emergency meeting in the liaison room, which is the place to communicate with the front, and the news cannot be leaked. Several people followed Sabo out of the liaison room. Just outside the door, they sat together. The farthest outpost in the south was destroyed, and I encountered an enemy who wanted to attack the base area. The enemy who invaded this time is no small matter. Sabo looked serious. If the admiral of headquarters really came, it would face destruction. Obviously, they came from the south. Why don't we gather our forces immediately and fight them to the death on the sea? A Revolutionary Army cadre blurted out immediately. This opinion quickly attracted the negation of others. Right now we don't know much about the local situation. Move out rashly. Once the enemies from other directions directly attack the base area, we will be attacked by the enemy. So my opinion is to concentrate all the troops in the base area, wait for work at leisure, and let them come over. In the base area, we have a geographical advantage. In addition, the guns and ammunition here are complete. I believe we can hold this place. Said another. This opinion soon won the approval of most people. Advertisement. Sabo also had this idea. It is not yet known how the opponent is doing. This idea is very good. I support defending the base area. However, waiting here is not an option. While preparing for war in the base area, send a few fast boats to inquire about the news. Sabo ordered. The location of the outpost is fixed, but the ship is mobile, which is more conducive to collecting information. Agree. Sabo's idea won everyone's consent. The base area quickly dispatched more than a dozen fast ships, focusing on the southern waters. As soon as the ship was dispatched, another news came from the liaison room. Report. Whistle all news coming. The messenger in the liaison room hurried out again. Hearing this, Sabo immediately led people into the liaison room. Report to the chief. A large number of warships were found in the southern waters. The sentinel on the phone bug hurriedly reported. Sabo immediately asked, who is the other party? Pirates. The skull flag is marked with 3 skulls. It is the fleet of Blackbeard Teach. The sentry at the other end replied nervously. Blackbeard. Pirates. Advertisement. Sabo was a little stunned. Isn't it marine? Just as he reacted, there was another explosion from the phone bug. Then, the contact with the other party was interrupted. Blackbeard. The one who betrayed the 4 emperors Whitebeard. That's a disgrace to pirates. He wants to deal with our revolutionary army. Immediately someone said, anyway, we have now confirmed who the opponent is. Notify immediately. Prepare to fight. Sabo replied. As for why Blackbeard wanted to attack the revolutionary army, he couldn't think of the reason either. According to the location of the outpost, he was only about 80 nautical miles away from the revolutionary army. Now, it's all about getting ready. Meanwhile, south of Marine at 80 nautical miles, Blackbeard's fleet has passed 2 outposts. Thief ha 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 ha. Hey, Mu Huang, we will arrive in Bardigo soon. It took a lot of time this time. Blackbeard laughed. On the 2 islands he just passed, he found buildings on the island. Although I don't know if it is an outpost of the revolutionary army. Teach still chose to attack indiscriminately. Advertisement. Mu Huang just responded, and then lay down on the chair and closed his eyes to meditate. His actions made Teach, who was the captain, a little embarrassed. However, he quickly shifted his sight, because in front of him, he discovered a new island. Blow up lousy. Without any hesitation, Teach gave an order, and dozens of cannons aimed at the buildings on the island. Bang! Under a burst of rapid artillery, the building in front was reduced to ruins in an instant. Seeing the scene in front of him, Blackbeard laughed. He enjoyed the feeling of destruction very much. While Teach is heading towards Baltigo. Behind them was the marine warship led by Yi Fei. Boss, is there something wrong with Teach's brain, hitting everywhere? Hearing gunfire ahead and seeing ruins on the island. Wu Ming was very puzzled. HMPH, he's not out of his mind. It's smart. I estimate that those buildings that were blown up may be the forward outposts of the Revolutionary Army. The reason why Blackbeard did this, I guess he didn't want the Revolutionary Army to know, so that he could launch a sneak attack. Yi Fei sneered. Blackbeard has a good idea. But the Revolutionary Army is not that easy to deal with. Marine has dispatched so many times before, and there is no way to directly destroy them. Yi Fei speculates that they may have discovered Blackbeard's fleet. It is estimated that it is also in preparation now. Chapter 445 Surround Way to Save Zhao, Sneak Attack on Hive Island. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Wu Ming suddenly realized. So that's the case, I said why did that guy shoot guns everywhere? However, boss, what the hell is going on with Naval Headquarters, why did you ask us to cooperate with Teach, I feel bad when I see that guy. Wu Ming's words hit Yi Fei's heart. You know, the Revolutionary Army can basically be regarded as an alliance of the Baituan. Some at war, Revolutionary Army cadres Ivankov and Lightning followed Luffy to rescue Ace. Under Marine's artillery fire, they did not flinch. This time, let yourself go to deal with the Revolutionary Army. Yi Fei was naturally unwilling. If it wasn't because of his identity, then it would be absolutely impossible for him to do this. Although I have opposed it with Naval Headquarters, there is still no way to change the situation after all. The only way is to keep Marine from dealing with the Revolutionary Army. At the same time, let Ace and the others rush to support as soon as possible. No name, you think the same as I do. But this is Naval Headquarters' decision. I can't change it. However, as for whether to help Teach deal with the Revolutionary Army, it's better for us to watch the battle from the sidelines. Yi Fei replied flatly. This time, he had no intention of making a move. Advertisement. Boss, I totally agree with your idea. Sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight, this move can not only deal with the Revolutionary Army. In addition, it can also consume Blackbeard's strength. Maybe, we can lose 2 enemies this time. Another great achievement. Wu Ming applauded Yi Fei's plan. Although he doesn't like the Revolutionary Army, he doesn't want to help Blackbeard. Hearing this, Yi Fei smiled wryly to himself. Consuming Blackbeard, Wu Ming is right, this is Yi Fei's plan. But what he said was only half right. Yi Fei hopes that the Revolutionary Army can stay against the world government and celestial dragons. In One Piece world, the Revolutionary Army is needed. Of course, the nameless words are only based on the position of Marine, and there is nothing wrong with that. Moreover, it is not easy for Yi Fei to refute directly. Can only secretly smile. Immediately, through sharing, the news here was sent back to Wano-kuni Yi Fei's mind. News that the Blackbeard and Marine fleets have arrived in the waters of Baltigo. It was soon mastered by Yi Fei, who was in charge of Wano-kuni. It is estimated that they will be beaten up soon. Yi Fei muttered to himself. Immediately, call the phone bug to Ace. Advertisement. Yi Fei, according to the coordinates, we are hundreds of nautical miles behind Marine. Hearing that Blackbeard entered Baltigo Marine, Ace immediately reported his location. It seems that you have to speed up your pace. I want you to help the Revolutionary Army fight when Blackbeard reaches Baltigo. Yi Fei reminded. The distance of hundreds of nautical miles also takes a while to sail. If it is late, then Ace may make a futile trip. Yi Fei, don't worry. This time all I brought were power boats. It's much faster than ordinary sailboats. I'm sure I'll be there in time. Ace promised. Last time, people from the Revolutionary Army helped the Baituan. This time, it's time to repay the favor. What's more, this time it was to help Luffy's father. Of course he didn't dare to be careless. Okay, I have news, please contact me in time. Yi Fei nodded in satisfaction. With the help of Ace, Katakori, I believe that the Revolutionary Army and Blackbeard have a battle. Immediately, he felt relieved. Next, it should be your own business. Advertisement. After hanging up the phone bug, Yi Fei carefully put the phone bug back into his sleeve, stood up, put on his cloak, opened the door, and walked out of the room. At this moment, the boy Ashura had been kneeling outside the door for a long time. My lord, all warships and troops have assembled. Yi Fei nodded slightly, and spit out 2 words crisply, let's go. Excuse me, my lord general, where is our goal this time? The boy Ashura couldn't help asking. As captain of the Wano-kuni Defense Force, he still doesn't know anything about this goal. He just knew that Yi Fei asked him to gather troops. Hive Island. 3 words came out of Yi Fei's mouth. Ashura boy was taken aback for a moment, then immediately replied, yes. Immediately, the 2 walked out of the general's mansion together. Blackbeard attacked the Revolutionary Army's stronghold of Baltigo. Then, the hometown is bound to be empty. Yi Fei decided to take the opportunity to look back and dig out, cutting off his retreat. This is what Yi Fei just thought of a few days ago. If Blackbeard hadn't told Marine about it, he would hardly have remembered it. So, for this matter, I must thank Blackbeard himself. Yi Fei has been preparing troops at Wanokuni for several days. Hope to take the Hive Island. Chapter 446 Prepare to Die. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The base of the Revolutionary Army, Baltigo. Sabo has led the Revolutionary Army in the base area to do a good job of defense. Sabo, who was in the liaison room, kept hearing news that the outpost had been destroyed. Blackbeard's fleet is getting closer and closer. 40 nautical miles. 30 nautical miles. 20 nautical miles away, Blackbeard's fleet finally appeared among the video phone bugs. It's finally here. It seems that there are quite a few people here. See the huge fleet in video phone bug. Sabo couldn't help frowning. The video phone bug is very clear. Through the screen, the people in the communication room soon saw the Blackbeard pirates shelling the outpost on the island. Fortunately, the arrangement of the video phone bug was not in the outpost, but placed in a hidden place on the island, so it was not damaged. Blackbeard's fleet quickly passed the surveillance of the video phone bug. Immediately behind them, Marine's warship suddenly appeared. Suddenly, everyone was stunned. Marine warship. No one thought of it. It's not just Blackbeard who came to attack the base this time, but also Marine. Advertisement. A Blackbeard pirate group is already hard to deal with. Now, another Marine. What can I do? Suddenly, everyone had a premonition that this might be a catastrophe. For a moment, everyone seemed to panic. Hey, aren't we ready to die when we join the Revolutionary Army? Sabo replied calmly. At this moment, as the top cadre of the Revolutionary Army. Compared with dealing with the enemy, the most important thing is to appease the morale of the army. Sabo's words quickly calmed down the chaotic crowd. Everyone remembered their original intention of joining the Revolutionary Army. Before joining, everyone made an oath, willing to die for the struggle of the Revolutionary Army. Immediately, everyone started to shout, "That's right, anyone who dares to come here is ready to die at any time. Let's kill these invading enemies." The scene changed from panic to impassioned. They came from the south. I think it's time we went out and prepared to fight too. After appeasing everyone's emotions, Sabo smiled lightly, put on his hat, and held the water pipe with him in his hand, with an extremely determined expression on his face. Countless battles made him mature. At this moment, Sabo is ready to die. Sabo's actions infected everyone. Everyone followed behind him. Advertisement. Baltigo, south of the base. Thousands of Revolutionary Army soldiers were standing behind Sabo, staring at the sea to the south. Gunners, and soldiers are all in high spirits. They knew that this battle would determine the life and death of the base area. The sea breeze blew slowly, and the waves hit the shore in bursts, crashing. Blue, blue, blue. The phone bug that Sabo carried with him rang. After taking it out and seeing it, the expression on his face was slightly surprised. It was the dragon calling. Don't think too much, just connect directly. Sabo, I heard that someone is going to attack the base. From the other end of the phone bug, a steady voice came. He is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Long. Just now, he received a report from the Revolutionary Army cadres. Only then did I know that the base area was about to be attacked. Well, uncle, this time it's Blackbeard Teach, and Marine. Sabo nodded in confirmation. He didn't take the initiative to talk about it with Long, the purpose was just not to make him worry. Unexpectedly, Long found out about it. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone bug. Then, he continued, is it possible to transfer now? Advertisement. If it can avoid fighting with Blackbeard and Marine, and can transfer, it is naturally the best. Sabo shook his head with a smile. Uncle, if we had known about this matter a day or two in advance, we might still be able to make it in time. But now they are about to arrive at the base area. Now, the only option is to resist desperately. There is no way to transfer the materials, equipment, and personnel in the base area. Instead of being chased and beaten, the only way is to resist desperately. On the other side of the phone bug, Long fell silent again. He did not expect that he would organize Revolutionary Army resistance all over the world. His own base was attacked. Now, there is no need to say those words that are not. He is a very straightforward and decisive person. Anyway, take care. After being silent for a while, the dragon still spoke. At this moment, he is only a few days away from the base at the fastest. Even if they set off at this time, it would be difficult to turn around and rescue them. Blackbeard, Marine, the power of both. With the power of the base, it is difficult to hold on. Long knew this very well. Uncle, promise to complete the task. The corners of Sabo's mouth raised slightly, and he made a promise, just like the previous missions. Then, hang up the bug. Ahead, the enemy has appeared. Chapter 447 Shelling, being bounced back. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Even though the bug hung up the phone, Long still answered with a heavy tone. The blonde boy who loved to be mischievous when he was young has become more and more mature. Long felt very relieved, but at the same time, he had a very bad premonition in his heart. At this moment, he has prepared for the worst. After hanging up on the bug, Long contacted Emporio Ivankov immediately. Ivan Base. The dragon hadn't finished speaking. I was interrupted by Ivankov. You are talking about Blackbeard and they are going to attack. I know about it, I am on the way. When the base was attacked, Ivankov had already received news from Bardigo. As soon as he got the news, he had already set off with people. At this moment, he is taking people to rush to the base area at a high speed. However, at the current speed, it would take 2 days at the fastest to rush to Bardigo. I'm afraid that by the time we get there, the battle will already be over. But in any case, this time must go. Long responded. Then he replied directly, be careful. Bardigo base, south of the sea. Dozens of large ships appeared on the sea a few nautical miles away from the island. Advertisement. Blackbeard. Looking at the sea surface through the telescope, Sabo muttered to himself. The black and white skull flag is the most important symbol of the Blackbeard pirates. Putting down the binoculars, Sabo turned around and ordered to the people beside him. The enemy has appeared. Notice, prepare for shelling. A cannon had already been set up on the high part of the island, and the muzzle was aimed at the pirate ship in the south. The shells are all loaded. Around the cannon, there are dense piles of shells. The gunner, torch in hand, waits only for the enemy to come within range. The loader, standing next to the gunner, is always ready to continue reloading. Soon, a signal came from below that Blackbeard's fleet had come within range. Fire. The gunner ignites the fuse. A round of shells swarmed out of the barrel, raining down on the sea. Rumbling. The sea surface in the distance suddenly stirred up waves of water, and the stirred up waves beat the invading enemy one after another. However, because of the distance, most of the shells fell into the sea. Iron cannonballs hit the wooden boat, and the pirates on board were smashed into the sky, and the hull was full of holes after the explosion. Seeing this situation, Blackbeard yelled, fight back to Lousy. Immediately, all the cannons on all Blackbeard's warships fired simultaneously. But their range is simply not enough to reach the island. Advertisement. The opponent is taking advantage of the island's height and launching it downwards, so the range is longer. And Teach's cannon is at the bottom. Therefore, their shells fell into the sea water. Seeing this situation, Teach had to order the fleet to approach. However, the further you go, the denser the shells in front of you. The more shells their fleet suffers. For a time, it was difficult for the fleet to move forward. At this moment, Mu Huang beside Teach suddenly stood up. I saw him slowly stretch out his hands. Activate the fruit ability. Countless vines grow from the hand, and then stretch out quickly. Soon, those vines blocked the front of dozens of large ships. The shells fell like raindrops and were directly entangled by the vines. The shell was stopped, and the pirate group behind the vine was safe and sound. Thief ha 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 ha. Hey, Mu Huang, your ability is better. Seeing this situation, Blackbeard was overjoyed. Still early, Mu Huang replied blankly, this is just a routine operation. He seemed dismissive of Blackbeard's admiration. Then, shaking his 5 fingers, countless vines seemed to be moving, and threw the cannonball back. The shells that were originally fired were thrown back immediately by those vines. Advertisement. A moment later, there was an explosion on Bardigo Island. Thief ha ha ha. Use their shells against themselves, thief ha ha ha. Blackbeard laughed again. With Mu Huang, he no longer has to be afraid of the opponent's shelling. It was right to bring him here this time. The explosion on the island surprised Sabo too. He had seen everything just now through the telescope. He didn't expect that there were such capable people in the Blackbeard pirates. Not only can it withstand most of their shells, but it can also bounce the shells back. Sabo looked serious. Behind him, the sound of cannons can be heard everywhere on the island, and the scene of people turning their backs on their backs can be seen at any time. Many people were carried down with serious injuries. But at this moment, he didn't care about these at all. Sabo, I think the shelling should stop now. Koala walked over to Sabo. She also realized the seriousness of the matter. Sabo nodded slightly. At the moment, in order to prevent the Revolutionary Army from causing more damage, the shelling had to be stopped, but in that case, their ship might land on the island. Chapter 448. The Whitebeard Pirates Behind. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. But if you don't stop, the casualties will still be your own. After a short silence, Sabo immediately gave the order to stop the shelling. Sabo, why don't we go to sea and fight? All warships are ready. Koala suggested. When the shelling stops on the island, Blackbeard's fleet will approach immediately. Instead of waiting for them to take the initiative to attack. It's better to take the initiative. Koala's suggestion, Sabo just shook his head with a smile. With the base's fleet, it is impossible to compete directly with Blackbeard's fleet. Otherwise, when I knew they were approaching, I would have sent the boat out. We retreated into the bunker and let them ashore. What's more, behind them, there is Marine. Currently, in the base area, there is only the Grand Line Army. The other 4 are all distributed around the world. With the Grand Line Army alone, it is no match for Blackbeard at all on the sea. Rather than a decisive battle at sea, it is better to let them go ashore for a decisive battle. Koala agrees with Sabo's plan. Then, under Sabo's orders, everyone starts to back off. The artillery fire ceased, and the Revolutionary Army retreated, which Teach had already observed. Thief ha 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 ha. Advertisement. I thought the Revolutionary Army was so powerful. I just fired a few shots, and I was about to run away. It's interesting. Hey, little ones, come to the shore for me. Teach laughed and ordered everyone to move forward. Teach, don't underestimate those revolutionary troops. Beside Teach, Mu Huang reminded. Marine has been dispatched many times, but was unable to wipe out the Revolutionary Army. This shows that they are not so easy to deal with. Thief ha ha ha, you are indeed my deputy captain. That's right, it's better to be careful. I accept your proposal. Teach laughed. After driving some distance, the island was already within range of their cannons. Shoot lousy, hit him for a while first. Teach gave an order. Suddenly, there were bursts of cannons on the sea. On the island, there were explosions everywhere. Many revolutionary soldiers hiding in the bunker were directly blown away. But even so, the troops of the Revolutionary Army were not in a mess. Obviously, their army still has a certain quality. Teach immediately thought of this. He still refuses to go to shore easily. Blackbeard is not easy. Advertisement. Through the binoculars, Sabo saw Teach's ship, parked on the sea, firing at the island. His idea was to wait for Blackbeard to land and fight. Unexpectedly, that guy fired directly at the shore. Sabo is very clear that Teach uses this method to consume the Revolutionary Army. Pass down the order, so that everyone will not be easily exposed to the outside world. Through the phone bug, Sabo contacted his subordinates one by one. Now, just wait until Teach's cannon is done firing before fighting him. After assigning the task, Sabo picked up the binoculars again and looked at the sea. Just behind Teach, more than a dozen marine warships appeared behind the Blackbeard fleet. It seems that Marine will also participate in this matter. Sabo responded coldly. The strength of the Revolutionary Army in the base area is far from that of the Blackbeard pirates. Now comes Marine again. Sabo knew very well that now they had no chance of winning. Now, I can only fight with them to the end as much as possible. After making up this idea, Sabo turned on the weight again. Even if everyone sacrifices, then I have to eliminate as many of them as possible. After a round of artillery fire, Teach, the buildings on the island are almost destroyed. Immediately, he drew out the pistol at his waist, and then took out the jug and took a few sips. Decided to land here. At this moment, a report came from behind. Report to the Admiral. Advertisement. Behind us, there are a large number of ships approaching us rapidly. Get debriefed. There was a trace of surprise on Teach's face. What? Lots of ships. Whose fleet is it? Have you seen it clearly? He did not expect that at this time, a fleet would suddenly appear. Instinctively, he thought it was the fleet of the Revolutionary Army. However, information was soon received again. That's not a revolutionary ship. It's Whitebeard's fleet. Larenhui reports. How is this possible? Teach yelled. He couldn't believe it. Before coming, he had no news at all that the Whitebeard pirates would come to Baldigo. Afterwards, he took the people and went straight to the stern. Picking up the binoculars, Teach was suddenly frightened into a cold sweat. Father. Cross-shaped skull frame, iconic crescent moon smile. That was indeed Papa's fleet. Did that old guy come over in person? Teach wiped the sweat from his forehead himself. Then, he scolded alone. That old guy, hasn't he retired yet? Last time, at Marineford, I nearly fell for the old guy. Unexpectedly, he would appear here. Chapter 449 Sitting on a mountain and watching tigers fight. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. However, when he saw clearly the people on the main ship, Teach was relieved, because he saw Fire Fist Ace. At this moment, Ace is leading the fleet towards his fleet. Hey, who do you think it is? It turned out that it was the defeated general. He still dares to come. After confirming that he didn't see Whitebeard and Yi Fei, Teach suddenly burst out laughing. As long as it wasn't the four emperors' father, Yi Fei, and others, he didn't care at all. However, Teach didn't expect the sudden appearance of the Whitebeard pirates either. But now is not the time to think so much. Immediately, Teach decided to change his mind, stopped attacking the base, and turned around to fight the Whitebeard pirates. This move made Mu Huang very unhappy. In his view, the target this time is the Revolutionary Army. Hey, Teach, what do you mean? Mu Huang asked angrily. Mu Huang, you have to listen to me this time. Now, the Revolutionary Army is too scared by us to come out. If we attack the island directly, if the Whitebeard pirates attack us from behind, then we will be attacked from behind. Teach said coldly. He can see the current situation very clearly. Absolutely cannot be the enemy. Isn't there a marine over there? Mu Huang said calmly. Marine. Thief ha ha ha. Mu Huang, do you think they will really make a move? Advertisement. Didn't you just see that when we bombarded the Revolutionary Army, they were watching a play? First guess, Marine wants us to die now. Teach laughed. Now let him count on Marine. Totally impossible. Quote. Teach's words made Mu Huang, who was originally angry, instantly speechless. He was right, Marine didn't make any moves just now. They just parked the boat on the sea. Seeing this, Mu Huang had no choice but to agree with Teach's plan. fight the Whitebeard pirates first, and then the Revolutionary Army. Under the orders of the two, the Blackbeard pirates immediately turned around and headed towards the Whitebeard pirates. On the side, Marine, who was waiting to watch the show, also spotted the fleet of the Whitebeard pirates. Then, Wu Ming immediately reported the news to Yi Fei. "Boss, why are the Whitebeard pirates here?" Nameless looked bewildered. He never expected why the white group would suddenly appear. "This, I don't know either." Yi Fei smiled slightly. "Seeing Bai Tuan's fleet, I felt a lot more at ease." Originally, Yi Fei thought that Ace and the others would not be able to catch up. Finally, still feel in time. "Oh," Nameless responded. Then, he looked at Yi Fei again. "Boss, I just saw that the person who came to Baituan this time was Fire Fist Ace, and I didn't see Yi Fei himself. What should we do now? Should we attack Fire Fist Ace?" Advertisement. Last time, at Wanokuni, Nameless fights with Ace against Kurozumi Orochi. He was very impressed with Ace. As a person, he admires Ace's strength and courage very much. But his current identity is Marine. This time they came to help the Blackbeard pirates deal with the Revolutionary Army. The appearance of Ace in Baituan is obviously to deal with Teach. So, for a while, he also had a difficult time. He felt a little guilty about helping Blackbeard. "If you don't make a move, I'm afraid Naval Headquarters will blame it." Nameless is contradictory. So, he threw the question to his superior, Admiral Yi Shi, also known as Yi Fei. Let's just watch." Yi Fei replied awkwardly. Of course, being a Marine at the moment makes him feel very contradictory. On the one hand, he couldn't attack the white group. On the other hand, he can't attack the Blackbeard pirates either. Therefore, for now, they can only watch from the sidelines. Still, the boss is great. Wu Ming immediately gave Yi Fei a thumbs up. Watching from the sidelines. Neither way, do not interfere. Let them fight each other, hurt each other, and Marine benefits in the end. The so-called snipe and clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Immediately, Wu Ming had no choice but to admire Yi Fei. Advertisement. However, he quickly remembered a problem. "Boss, if we don't take action, once the ministry convicts, how should we respond?" Wu Ming suddenly asked. Now, that's all he has to worry about. Blame. Where did you say that? Yi Fei feigned surprise. "We came all the way this time to help Blackbeard." Nameless was a little confused. "That's right, to help him deal with the Revolutionary Army. I didn't promise to help him with the Whitebeard pirates. Yi Fei is 7 warlords of the sea recognized by the world government. We started a war against the white group. Does that mean we violated the Shichibukai system of the world government?" Yi Fei replied flatly. "To fight or not to fight depends on what you say." Makes sense. Then let's watch while drinking." After Wu Ming finished speaking, he threw the mixed iron rod in his hand on the ground. "Order the soldiers to bring in wine and meat." On the spot, it was time to start eating and drinking. Seeing this, Yi Fei didn't say much, just smiled. This guy really went straight to the point. Still, I kind of like his character. Chapter 450 Sabo's Attitude. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Meanwhile, Sabo on the island is in a daze. What's the situation? He saw the Blackbeard pirates who were about to go ashore, and suddenly turned the bow and walked in the opposite direction. On the other hand, Marine continued to stay on the surface of the sea without any movement. Wasn't their original opponent an attack base? What the hell does this mean? Sabo was dumbfounded again. Immediately, he jumped over the island. He took out the binoculars he carried with him and looked over. Soon, he saw the Whitebeard pirates in the distance. White group. Isn't that the fleet of 4 emperors Whitebeard and 4 emperors Yi Fei? Why did you suddenly come to Bardigo? Could it be that they came to rescue us? Sabo muttered to himself. The names of Whitebeard, Edward Newgate and Yi Fei resounded throughout the sea. Sabo is also very understanding. It's just that this time the Blackbeard pirates teamed up with Marine to attack the base. He didn't ask Bai Tuan for help at all. Why? Ran over all of a sudden. All this made Sabo unable to figure it out. Just this time, Lightning, the deputy commander of the Grand Line Army of the Revolutionary Army, suddenly came to him. Advertisement. The Whitebeard pirates are coming. Sabo handed him the binoculars. Lightning took over the telescope and looked towards the sea. I saw the black Whitebeard pirates, the fleets of both sides, coming towards each other. Through the binoculars, Lightning quickly saw Firefist Ace standing on the bow. Suddenly, there was a burst of excitement in my heart. Sabo is the Firefist Ace of the Whitebeard pirates. It is said that he is now working under 4 emperors Yi Fei. They came this time, they must have come to rescue. Sabo, it looks like we have a chance to win this time. Lightning said excitedly. Last time, he and Ivankov went to Marineford to fight with the White Regiment. Marineford, he can see Yi Fei's performance. Whitebeard pirates, Fire Fist Ace. Sabo was suddenly a little strange. He knows the name of Ace of Fire Fist. Before that, he didn't pay much attention to Fire Fist Ace. Therefore, I didn't get to know this person too much. Just know that this person lost to Blackbeard, and was also captured by Marine. However, today, it was said by Lightning. He felt that the name suddenly felt familiar. Immediately, Sabo only felt that his mind was churning, he only felt that he had forgotten something, but he couldn't remember it. My head is messed up. Advertisement. Sabo suddenly covered his forehead. Hey, Sabo, how are you? It was fine just now, why is it like this all of a sudden? Lightning looked puzzled. He doesn't know about Sabo's childhood. Sabo didn't say it at all either. He just knew that when he was very young, he encountered a shipwreck and was rescued by Long. From then on, he grew up in the Revolutionary Army. What's more, he doesn't know that Sabo is Ace's sworn brother. I do not know either. Sabo still covered his head. He had almost forgotten about the events before being rescued by the dragon. I just feel that the name Ace seems familiar. Look at you, are you okay? Lightning reminded. Now is a critical period of combat. Sabo is now the supreme leader of the Revolutionary Army. Once something goes wrong, what should I do next? Sabo patted his head. Things seem to be improving. But in my mind, that strange feeling is always lingering. Commander Lightning, according to what you said, it's because you rescued him last time. So, he is now here to repay our Revolutionary Army. After recovering as before, Sabo immediately asked. Advertisement. Well, that's right. Last time I was with Luffy and Ivankov in Marineford. Lightning confirmed that he was relieved after seeing Sabo's demeanor improved. It seems that the members of the Whitebeard pirates still listen to loyalty. This guy, I'm committed. Sabo smiled knowingly. Dare to save people in front of Marine and Blackbeard. Enough to see their courage. A friend in times of crisis is reliable. Well, what do we do now? Lightning asked. He didn't know what to do next. I think we should go to C2. The corners of Sabo's mouth raised slightly, and then he helped his hat. Hearing this, Lightning was a little surprised. He still remembered what Sabo said just now, he can't go to sea, he can only fight Blackbeard on the shore. Now, he suddenly changed his mind. Marine is watching over there, so why don't we go to sea rashly? Lightning asked worriedly. Marine's guys have never made any moves. Once he goes all out to attack Blackbeard. Then, Marine turned around and attacked the island directly. The base area will be wiped out in an instant. This is also what he has to consider. Chapter 451 White Group vs Black Group. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Marine, I can't control it. Whitebeard pirates came to the rescue, should we just watch? Sabo immediately asked back. Just now I let everyone hide on the island, that is for a decisive battle with Blackbeard on the island. Now the battle situation has changed. The Whitebeard pirates came to the rescue, and the Revolutionary Army hit again. Wouldn't that make people read a joke, and at the same time, wouldn't it make those who came to rescue them chill? As for Marine, Sabo doesn't care. If he was going to make a move, they would have done so long ago. There is no need to wait until now, just let them go. If the Blackbeard pirates defeat Ace and the others, then the base is estimated to cease to exist. That being the case, why not go out to sea and fight alongside the Whitebeard pirates? Quote. Lightning was at a loss for words. Sabo's words made him unable to refute. Although I still worry that Marine will take the opportunity to win the base. But what Sabo said didn't make sense. What's the matter if people come to rescue from thousands of miles away and then hide? Immediately, he agreed to Sabo's plan. Advertisement. Under the leadership of Sabo, more than a dozen warships set out from the base area. At the same time, on the surface of the sea, the Black and Whitebeard pirates are already in a confrontation on the sea. The two sides are at war. Oh, thief, ha 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 ha. It turned out to be Fire Fist Ace. I never imagined that you are still alive so well. Marine is really a bunch of incompetent people. As soon as the two sides met, Teach couldn't help but mocked. Humph. Ace snorted coldly. He never forgot what happened last time. That was the disgrace of his life. In the past, if Blackbeard had done that, he would have punched him in the past. But seeing Blackbeard now, he no longer had the original impulse. At this moment, he has fully realized the strength of Teach. I also remind myself from time to time in my heart, be careful. Hey, Ace, why aren't you talking? You haven't told me why you suddenly came to Baltigo. Blackbeard asked aloud. For this Whitebeard pirates came here. Teach was also full of doubts. Teach, I'm here to settle accounts with you. Advertisement. Ace responded calmly to Blackbeard's aggressive general. Of course, at this moment, he couldn't tell the truth. You know, once it is revealed, Yi Fei's other identity may be kept secret. It seems that we are natural enemies. You chased me here from Beehive Island. Thief, ha ha ha. Teach laughed again. Hearing this, Ace suddenly burst into laughter. Hive Island, the place you mentioned is now the territory of our Whitebeard pirates. 2 days ago, I just flattened your Hive Island. Now, I'm going to bring someone to solve you. Hearing this, Blackbeard's complexion suddenly changed. What? Ace, they attacked the Hive Island. Why didn't I get the news? At this moment, what he is most worried about is that others will sneak attack on his rear. Immediately, let the people around you begin to confirm. Soon, they contacted the Hive Island. Got a reply, nothing happened there. Immediately, Teach was relieved, and at the same time, he also understood that he was played by Ace. In front of all his subordinates, being teased by the enemy. This made Teach very uncomfortable. Ace, you bastard, when did you learn to play dirty? Advertisement. That's not in your character. Teach's face became a little ugly. I learned this from you. I still have to settle accounts with you about Sax. You are the sinner of Baituan. Ace arrived coldly. That's right, then come and catch me to see if you have the strength. After saying that, Teach suddenly raised his right hand high. Then, shouted loudly, hey, what are you waiting for? Call lousy. After finishing speaking, his right hand quickly dropped. The cannons had already been aimed at the Blackbeard fleet of the White Regiment, and the shelling began immediately. Rumbling. The dense shells flew towards the opponent quickly. At the same time, Baituan's artillery also fired in this direction. A naval battle begins. On the sea, artillery fire rumbled. Where the artillery exploded, people turned their backs everywhere. After a lot of fire, the keen Teach quickly discovered the difference. One's own artillery hit the opponent's ship, and the hull was somewhat deformed by the artillery fire. But when the opponent's artillery hits, it can directly blow up his own ship. In other words, they had no way to sink the White Regiment's warship. But the other party can do it. And Teach understood what was going on the spot. Chapter 452. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The opponent's ship is a steel warship, which is different from his own wooden ship. If you continue to fight like this, you will suffer a big loss. Immediately, Teach began to regret it. Why didn't I get this kind of ship at the beginning? Originally, he also planned to buy it from Jufeng Trading Company, but he was offered by the Whitebeard pirates. He hadn't had time to think about it. Just behind them, a fleet of ships appeared. The black Whitebeard pirates have fought. Looks like we're going to make a move too. Lightning replied immediately. Fire. Sabo didn't hesitate at all. Behind the Blackbeard pirates, he gave the direct order to fire. The artillery on more than a dozen ships fired at the same time. The Blackbeard pirates were immediately under attack from the front and back. This move made Blackbeard howl angrily. Damn it, unexpectedly at this time, sneak attack from behind. Some ships turned their bows and immediately fired at the revolutionary fleet. The Blackbeard pirate ship has started a two-front battle. Against the Whitebeard pirates, they can barely deal with it. But facing the pincer attack from both sides, the Blackbeard pirates soon felt a bit overwhelmed. Although they were still fighting, the formation of their fleet was slowly disrupted. Advertisement. Marine. Why are they still watching at this time? If this continues, Lousy's troops will be wiped out. Blackbeard, who was caught between two sides, gritted his teeth in hatred. Now he still needs Marine. Immediately, he sent a distress signal to Marine. As long as Marine helps out at this time, things will definitely turn around. After all, Marine is a formidable ship right now. As long as they join the battle, things will immediately reverse. However, on the other side of the Marine, there was no movement. Boss, there's a signal from Blackbeard. Should we now? Wu Ming, who saw the distress signal, immediately ran to see Yi Fei. At this moment, Yi Fei was looking at the battlefield ahead with a telescope. Standing still. Let's see it later, Yi Fei replied flatly. Seeing the appearance of the Whitebeard pirates, Yi Fei was relieved. Ace and the others finally arrived. Yes, boss. Nameless replied immediately. You are watching. After speaking, Yi Fei turned around and left. Judging by the current situation, Blackbeard can still hold on. Advertisement. Yi Fei decided to go to the boat to rest for a while. Although there is no extra expression on the face. But Yi Fei still felt conflicted. Once the Blackbeard pirates are wiped out, the headquarters will definitely ask themselves about it. Although this has long been within his expectations. However, for naval headquarters, a reasonable explanation needs to be found. Immediately, Yi Fei fell into deep thought. Quote. Seeing Yi Fei's figure, Wu Ming was immediately stunned. Now is the time, what is he going to do? Of course, Yi Fei was his superior, so Wu Ming naturally didn't dare to ask so many questions. Immediately, according to Yi Fei's order, he watched again. Blackbeard being pinched from front to back. See Marine still in place. Instantly dumbfounded. Hey, what's the situation? Marine, are you here for tourism? Don't you want to defeat the Revolutionary Army? After reacting, Blackbeard yelled angrily. The fleet of the Blackbeard pirates was formed with great difficulty by him. How could he bear being defeated like this? Mu Huang, who was standing beside him, was also puzzled. Marine's actions today made him feel very puzzled. Obviously the Revolutionary Army has already been dispatched, and the chances of winning are extremely high if they attack now, but Marine does not take any action. Advertisement. Immediately, there was a murmur in my heart. His current identity is the undercover agent placed by naval headquarters in the Blackbeard pirates, so naturally he cannot give orders to Marine. Now he can only fight against the Revolutionary Army while sulking. Under the attack of the two forces, the Blackbeard pirates lost many warships. At the same time, the White Regiment and the Revolutionary Army became more and more courageous. Although neither side spoke, they knew very well in their hearts that at this moment, they were allies. Take aim at Blackbeard's ship and call me. Excited to see the Revolutionary Army out to help, Ace pointed to Blackbeard's main ship. As soon as the order was given, countless shells hit Blackbeard's main ship at the same time. But soon, those shells were blocked by Mu Huang's ability to activate the dense fruit. Seeing this, Ace was a little depressed. Just wondering who the man in front of him is. His thoughts were interrupted by the people around him. The ship of the Revolutionary Army is coming. On the sea not far away, a fast boat suddenly appeared. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Ace turned around, and the ship was fast approaching Blackbeard's main ship. Who's on board, so bold? Ace couldn't help admiring him. You know, even if you are yourself, it is not easy to get close to Blackbeard's main ship. Last time, it was Blackbeard's loss. This time, he became very cautious. Suddenly, someone dared to rush directly towards Blackbeard's boat. In an instant, it immediately attracted Ace's interest. Chapter 453 Is that Sabo? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Captain Ace, look, someone is coming out of that ship. At this moment, a blonde boy appeared on board. Forehead. Ace froze for a moment, then looked at the blonde boy. This guy is not so brave. Ace thought to himself. In my heart, I can't help admiring. However, the distance was still a bit far, and he couldn't see the boy clearly. The boat was getting closer. Why is this guy's outfit so familiar? Looks like I've seen it somewhere. Ace said to himself. Take a closer look. Top hat, goggles, blonde hair, water pipe. Ace's heart skipped a beat. Immediately, he thought of someone, Sabo. Thinking of this, Ace's heart suddenly jumped wildly. Then, he shook his head desperately. That's impossible, absolutely impossible. That guy is already dead. Ace covered his head and said loudly. Beside him, everyone was stunned. They had no idea what Ace was talking about. Advertisement. However, this time the purpose is to deal with the Blackbeard pirates. Ace is the coach. The coach suddenly became like this, which made everyone feel uncertain. Hey, Ace, how are you? Katakori suddenly walked up to Ace, stretched out his hand, and put it on his shoulder. Forehead. I'm reminded of a childhood friend. Ace quickly came to his senses, but instead of looking at Katakori, he kept staring at the blonde boy not far away. Katakori looked around. He quickly noticed Ace's gaze, which was looking at the boy on the boat. You mean that young man, like your childhood friend? Katakori asked calmly. He doesn't know what's in it. I don't know, the person I knew died many years ago. Also, was killed by celestial dragons. Ace replied suspiciously. Speaking of this, Ace felt a dull pain in his heart. But that boy's appearance is almost exactly the same as the Sabo he knew when he was a child. It's just the appearance, Ace is not sure yet. After all, that was many years ago. Whether it was Sabo or not, he couldn't guarantee it. This young man is very nice. Dare to charge directly at Blackbeard. Katakori remained expressionless. However, in his heart, he felt a little more admiration for that young man. Advertisement. The personality is quite similar. Ace smiled knowingly. When Sabo was a child, he was also very brave, even in the face of an enemy stronger than himself, he dared to make a move. Whether that young man is Sabo or not. At this moment, he has completely ignited Ace's interest. That, of course, is Sabo himself. However, at this moment he didn't notice that Ace not far away was staring at him. Today, his mission is to deal with the Blackbeard pirates. With the help of the Whitebeard pirates, Sabo is bursting with confidence. Therefore, he brought the boat to charge. Soon, the big ship he led, avoiding enemy fire, rushed directly to Blackbeard's main ship. Hey, what happened to that ship? Sink them quickly. Facing the fast-approaching enemy ship, Teach ordered loudly. Several shells fell, but was easily dodged by the opponent. Just when Teach was a little puzzled. On that boat, a blonde boy suddenly jumped up, and at the same time, shouted Blackbeard's name, Blackbeard. It was Sabo who spoke. The thief is the first to capture the king, and he decides to deal with Blackbeard first. Quote quote. Blackbeard blinked. Haven't reacted yet. Sabo jumped on top of his head. The weapon in his hand has already turned into an armed form. Advertisement. However, just when he was about to hit Blackbeard, a thick vine blocked Sabo's falling weapon. Bump. Sabo's weapon hit the vine directly. Then, it was bounced back. A Logia fruit ability user. Sabo, who was rebounded, jumped onto the mast, feeling a little puzzled in his heart. Teach, at this time, don't be careless. Beside Teach, a voice came over. It was Mu Huang who spoke, and it was his hand that blocked the enemy just now. Thief ha 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 ha. There are still people who are not afraid of death and want to fight me. That brat should be a cadre of the Revolutionary Army. On the reward order, I seem to have seen it. Teach laughed out loud. Well, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo. A felon who was rewarded by the world government. Catching him is a great achievement. Mu Huang said coldly. As the commander of the Marine Special Forces, Mu Huang still knows the situation of the cadres of the Revolutionary Army very well. The world government has been offering high rewards for the arrest of senior Revolutionary Army cadres. And the boy in front of him happened to be the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. As long as you catch him, it will definitely be a great achievement. It seems that this time, we have a bargaining chip for the world government deal. Teach smiled wildly. Chapter 454 Sabo makes a move, 1 against 2. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. If you can catch the young man in front of you, then, later on, it will be much easier to communicate with the world government. Maybe, he will give himself another title of 7 Warlords of the Sea. As a former Shichibukai, Teach is well aware of the convenience that being a Shichibukai brings to him. Mu Huang, I will leave this matter to you. Teach just finished speaking. Mu Huang had already stretched out his hands. Countless vines stretched out and attacked Sabo. Humph. The corners of Sabo's mouth rose slightly, and he snorted coldly. Just now, he has tried the power of vines. Facing the swiftly approaching vines, he retracted the water pipe. Dragon's claw. Stretching out his right hand, his 5 fingers turned into 3 sharp claws like dragon claws, and grabbed directly at the vines. In an instant, the rushing vines shattered in front of his sharp claws. The whole person swooped down, and the dragon's claws also directly hit Blackbeard's head. At the same time, Teach has long been ready. In his hand, the ability to ignite the fruit of darkness has already been ignited. Dark water, exclaimed Blackbeard. The darkness in the right hand, like a black flame, greets Sabo's dragon claw. Bump. Advertisement. Teach's right hand was directly grabbed by Sabo. It hurts. Are you not a fruit ability user? Teach suddenly screamed in pain as his right hand was grabbed by Dwang's dragon claw. His dark water can attract fruit ability users to him, and at the same time, as long as he is a fruit ability user, dark water can make the opponent's devil fruit ability invalid. However, he did not expect that this young man was not a fruit-capable person. Hey, Sabo smiled triumphantly. He understands Tiki's abilities. However, he was not happy for long. Behind him, countless vines have already covered his surroundings. When he reacted, all the vines have covered his whole body. Little devil, you are careless. Behind him, Mu Huang said coldly. Taking advantage of the young man's confrontation with Tiki, he happened to display his fruit ability. Forehead. Sabo secretly marveled. All the vines just now were almost smashed by him. He had just captured Blackbeard, but he didn't expect that another enemy would quickly activate his ability at this time. Soon, his whole body was firmly trapped by the vines. Even if he wanted to struggle, the vines were too tight to break free. And Blackbeard also took the opportunity to escape his dragon's claws. Advertisement. Thief ha 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 ha. Seeing that Sabo was captured, Teach suddenly laughed triumphantly. You actually think of a person who has challenged the two of us. What is it that makes you so arrogant? It's still too young. However, boy, I admire your courage. Teach is happy. He did not expect that the second in command of the Revolutionary Army could be captured so easily. It seems that the Revolutionary Army is not as powerful as imagined. After speaking, he shook his right hand, and the pain just now slowly disappeared. Teach, don't be too complacent. Sabo didn't seem too flustered. Even if he was caught, he was extremely determined. See, the blonde boy was arrested. Ace couldn't help frowning. Then, he looked at Mu Siji beside him. Must G, you stay here to command the White Corps, and cooperate with the Revolutionary Army to encircle the Blackbeard pirates. After speaking, Ace stepped forward. Katakori, Yamato, come with me to settle accounts with Teach. The two immediately looked at Fire Fist Ace. People from the Revolutionary Army are our friends. Ace smiled. The two understood each other. Leap forward and jump into the air at the same time. Advertisement. At the same time, Sabo quickly noticed that in front, there were 2 figures approaching rapidly. Thunder 8 trigrams. Weird rice cake. Before the two fell down, they each resorted to their own trump cards. And their target was Blackbeard Teach himself standing at the bow. Quote. Teach's eyes widened, and dark water was already burning in his hands. He tried to use this trick against the two of them. However, Teach's reaction was still a step slower. He had only just tried out his dark water, and the moves of the two of them had already fallen behind. Touch. After 2 loud bangs, Yamato and Katakori's moves hit Teach himself. Teach was instantly sent flying. Then, the two landed on the deck. On the side, Mu Huang was a little stunned. You too. Wanokuni, people of all nations. Mu Huang didn't expect that this time when the Baituan helped the Revolutionary Army, they would bring someone else with them. The two ignored Mu Huang, but looked at the place where Blackbeard was knocked into the air. As for Blackbeard himself, the two of them had also heard from Fire Fist Ace before that they must not be careless. In addition, during this time, Blackbeard defeated many masters. Therefore, their target is only Blackbeard. This is also an order under Ace. Chapter 455 Ace Shot, Mu Huang's Vigilance. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Quote. On the side, Sabo was also a little puzzled. He didn't know Yamato, but Katakori he knew, the pillar of the 4 emperors' Big Mom pirates. He joined the Whitebeard pirates. Or came to help. Just when Sabo didn't know what to do, Mu Huang on the side couldn't bear it. Hey, you two, can you underestimate me so much? Mu Huang felt neglected. Can't help but get angry from my heart. As soon as the words fell, countless vines stretched out from behind him, and then turned into countless sharpened knives, attacking the two of them. However, How could these two be hit so easily? Not only are they of the power type, but also of the speed type. Very easily, he jumped away from the vines of Muhuang. 9-head rice cake. In the air, Katakori once again used his awakened attack skills. 9-armed square iron fists hit the vines below directly. Under the attack of 9-headed rice cake, the vines were instantly shattered and fell to the ground. Hateful. Muhuang couldn't bear it, just about to launch the vines again. At this moment, Sabo suddenly spoke. Advertisement. Hey, don't be distracted at this time. Sabo smiled coldly, and then used the dragon's claw again. Crush the vines that entangled him one by one. Soon, those vines were gone. And Sabo also took the opportunity to jump out. HMPH, don't think so, you can escape my attack. Forbidden hate. Muhuang snorted coldly. Just now, he was indeed distracted. Only then was Sabo able to take advantage of it. However, not in the future. Immediately, he clasped his hands tightly and aimed at the wooden boat under his feet. Just when a few people were wondering, the wooden boat under his feet began to shake. Countless plants grew rapidly from the wooden boat at a speed visible to the naked eye in an instant. In an instant, tiny plants have turned into towering trees. Under Muhuang's fruit ability, the uncle quickly turned into countless fists. All are within his forest. The scene in front of them made the three of them extremely alert. They didn't expect that such a master would appear in the Blackbeard pirates. They don't have time to sigh now, though, because those fists were hitting them from different directions. Facing a fist the size of a big tree, the three jumped in all directions at once, trying to avoid it. Fortunately, the three of them moved quickly. Advertisement. Muhuang's fist did not hit them as expected. At this moment, Blackbeard finally got up. Seeing that his big ship had turned into a forest, he was immediately stunned. Hey, Muhuang, this is Laozi's boat. After reacting, Teach said loudly. He was a little worried that his boat would be sunk by Muhuang. Humph, I thought you were killed. Muhuang replied dismissively. He didn't worry about the boat at all. If it's broken, and it's not your own anyway. Well, they attacked suddenly. Teach explained awkwardly. Based on the attack just now, the strength of the two of them is definitely no less than that of 7 warlords of the sea. These guys are not idlers. While talking, Muhuang manipulated his fists to chase the three of them. 1 against 3, I saw you right. Thief, ha ha ha. Looks like I can do it too. After saying that, Teach's hands lit up the darkness again. Be ready to look for opportunities. At this moment, in the sky, a familiar figure appeared again. Fire punch. A huge flaming fist fell from the sky. Advertisement. Boom. The fire fist fell and hit the forest directly. The entire forest was instantly ablaze. Fire type ability user, Ace. Muhuang broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't expect that Fire Fist Ace would make a sudden move at this time. His dense fruit belongs to the ability user of the wood system. And Ace's fire can be regarded as the nemesis of his wood type fruit ability. Just like water overcomes fire. At this moment, the entire forest was ignited by Ace's fire fist. This also made Muhuang very nervous. He is not afraid of all fruit abilities. The only weakness is fire. At this moment, his forest is burning. His way of coping was to let his fists on fire stretch into the sea. Let the water quench the flames. The flame has just been extinguished. Fire Fist Ace unleashes Fire Fist again. Down several times in a row. Muhuang was also completely confused. At this moment, he didn't care about chasing other personnel. Right now, the most important thing is to protect yourself. Seeing this situation, Teach has no choice. He is also very clear that Muhuang's weakness is fire. Immediately, look at Ace. Ace, you bastard, always spoil my business. Chapter 456 Brothers Recognize. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. For the others, Teach doesn't plan to take care of them. He has seen that Ace's flame can restrain Muhuang's fruit ability. So, now, first you have to get the Fire Fist Ace. Just as his darkness reaches for Ace of the Fire Fist, a mace with lightning struck him again. As a last resort, he had to quickly avoid it. Facing 4 opponents, Teach quickly felt the pressure. These 4 people are not simple characters. Who the hell brought them together? Teach also looked helpless. Immediately, he and Muhuang jumped together. At this moment, the two did not dare to attack easily. Sabo, Yamato, and Katakori returned to Ace. The two sides suddenly fell into a confrontation. On the other side, Sabo, who had just stabilized his feet, exchanged a glance with Ace. You. The two turned to each other at the same time, and stood there in a daze. Revolutionary Army, Sabo. Sabo stared at Ace closely and announced his name. The feeling that Ace gave him was really strange to him. It was as if the two had met each other many years ago. Sabo. Advertisement. Ace's pupils shrank instantly, shaking uncontrollably, and his voice began to tremble uncontrollably. This name is not too familiar to him. You. Seeing his emotions is as exciting. Sabo just felt like his mind was exploding. Of course, at this moment, he doesn't remember what happened when he was a child. When he was rescued by the dragon, he had already lost his memory. Facing Fire Fist Ace, he just couldn't think of it. Ace, I am Ace. Sabo, we are brothers. Don't you remember me? Ace exclaimed excitedly. Tears could no longer stop flowing down. Ace's words hit Sabo's mind like bolts of lightning. Those experiences that are dusty in the depths of memory. Suddenly, vividly, at that moment, all memories are awakened. I remembered. You are Ace, my brother. Sabo burst into tears with excitement. Then, the two hugged their heads and cried. Such a scene between the two of them made the people around them bewildered. What's going on? At the same time, Teach and Muhuang were also in a daze. They couldn't figure out what happened, but they didn't act rashly in the face of the four of them. Soon, the two returned to normal. Sabo, have you been in the Revolutionary Army all these years? Advertisement. Ace couldn't believe it. Sabo nodded immediately. Then it looks like I'm right this time. Ace sighed suddenly. Quote. Sabo was full of doubts. He didn't know what Ace said specifically. Yi Fei, that guy is amazing. Ace sighed again. This time, it was Yi Fei's idea to help the Revolutionary Army. He didn't understand it at first. Until now seeing Sabo. If it hadn't been for Yi Fei's arrangement, the Revolutionary Army might have already suffered an accident. As for Sabo, it is very likely that he will be captured by Blackbeard just like himself. If that's the case, wouldn't he even regret his bowels? Immediately, Ace couldn't help admiring Yi Fei again. I must ask him for a few more drinks when I go back. Yi Fei, amazing. What do you mean? You mean the deputy captain of the White Regiment? Sabo looked puzzled. Until now, he has not figured out why the Whitebeard pirates suddenly went to Bardigo to rescue the Revolutionary Army. You recognize? Asked Ace. Hey, Ace, don't you think I'm a frog in a well? Major events at sea, great men, I know everything about it. Advertisement. De Reese Rosa, the story of Wanokuni is being told all over the world. Sabo had black lines on his face. Of course, Sabo knows all about Yi Fei's name. Many times, he wanted to meet Yi Fei in person. It's just that, firstly, there is no time, and secondly, there is no opportunity. Hearing this, Ace nodded immediately. Sabo, that's what we did. Hey. At the same time he laughed. Yi Fei led you to do it. Want to see him? Sabo suddenly became emotional. It's easy, as long as you want, I can take you to see him at any time. Yi Fei is my sworn brother. Like you and Luffy. Ace patted his chest and assured Sabo. Sworn brothers. Luffy, I almost forgot about that guy, where is that guy now? Sabo patted his head. I was so excited just now, I just focused on talking. You mean Luffy? He's with Rayleigh now, Ace replied selfishly. Since Summit War, he's had occasional contact with Luffy. He is currently studying with Rayleigh on Ruscana Island. Chapter 457. CP0 appears. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Pluton Rayleigh, right wrist of Roger, One Piece. That guy must have improved a lot. I haven't seen him for many years. Luffy is really lucky to learn from him. Sabo smiled lightly. Reminds me of Luffy as a child. He couldn't help but start looking forward to meeting Luffy. Now, he remembered everything. I believe we will meet soon, I can connect with him, we can get together. Ace laughed. After Summit War, he and Luffy were separated again. He purposely handed Luffy a phone bug. Also, you and Yi Fei are sworn brothers. When did this happen? I've never heard of this. Sabo looked curious. Become sworn brothers with the person who offers the highest reward in One Piece world. Ace is really capable. Also, what kind of person is that Yi Fei? Hey, you don't know that, do you? After the Battle of Marineford, I, Luffy, and Yi Fei became brothers. However, now that you are still alive, there are already 4 of us. Advertisement. Ace laughed. If the 4 of them get together, it must be very lively. In fact, Yi Fei is near them. That Marine Admiral Yi Shi is Yi Fei. However, at this moment, Ace wanted to help him keep his identity a secret. Naturally, it is not good to tell Sabo about this matter. So it is. I'll go see you when the matter here is over. Sabo laughed. No problem, you must see Yi Fei. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have had the chance to come to Bardigo this time. Ace told the truth. Quote. Sabo was puzzled again. Yi Fei seems to have nothing to do with the Revolutionary Army. Is it because of him that the Whitebeard pirates helped the Revolutionary Army? What's the meaning? Sabo didn't understand very much. I'll talk about it later. Let's get the trouble out of here first. Ace finished. The two looked at Blackbeard Teach again. Facing the stern eyes of the two brothers, Teach suddenly felt nervous in his heart. At the same time, the sweat on his forehead unconsciously flowed down. Advertisement. On the surface of the sea, the sound of guns rumbling, the Revolutionary Army and the White Regiment, and the Blackbeard pirates fought together. There were non-stop sounds of ships being smashed and crew members falling into the water. Not far away, Wuming was watching everything through a telescope. Just now, he saw that the main ship of the Blackbeard pirates was on fire. But soon, the ship was covered by a huge forest again. The telescope can't see the situation inside clearly. Through the sound of fighting on board, and the hockey radiating from the inside out, Wu Ming could clearly sense that the battle inside was still going on. Putting away the binoculars, Wu Ming returned to the warship. At this moment, Yi Fei was resting with his eyes closed. Boss, the Blackbeard pirates are already at a disadvantage. Although it was not good to disturb Yi Fei, Wu Ming still gave Yi Fei a brief report on the situation outside. I thought Yi Fei would make a move. Unexpectedly, Yi Fei just slowly opened his eyes, and responded in a normal way, I see. Yi Fei's answer almost made Wu Ming choke. In this form outside, he can still remain indifferent. Boss, you are really calm. Seeing this, Wu Ming didn't have much to say. After all, Yi Fei is his superior and has won him over. From the moment he was defeated by Yi Fei, Wu Ming already knew that he would always be under him. Immediately, he had to sit beside Yi Fei. But the continuous artillery fire outside made him a little uneasy. Wu Ming began to feel a little confused about his boss. At the same time, Yi Fei can feel the uncertainty of the nameless advertisement. However, Yi Fei didn't have the heart to explain so much to him. Now, his only purpose is to consume the Blackbeard pirates as much as possible. At the same time, on the sea not far from the battle, a ship was slowly approaching. The Revolutionary Army has fought the Blackbeard pirates. And the people from the Whitebeard pirates. In the information, why didn't it say that there will be Whitebeard pirates? Marine is there too, but they don't seem to be moving. At the bow, the three of them were explaining all this with a telescope. The people who spoke were all in white suits and black ties. They are exactly CP0, known as the world's strongest cipher pole. And these three people are Spandam, a member named Maha, and the red-masked man Gizmonda. CP0, an agency directly under Celestial Dragons. This time, the world government is in order to control the situation of Baldigo. Some members of CPO were specially transferred from Celestial Dragons. The purpose is only to grasp the most accurate situation of Bardigo. When they arrived near Baldigo, they saw several battles. However, the members of CP0 still did not expect to see the Whitebeard pirates participating in the battle. What made them even more strange was that Marine was watching the play from the sidelines. Soon, several people returned to the cabin to discuss. What do you two think of the Whitebeard pirates participating in the battle against Blackbeard? Just sitting down, Spandam looked puzzled. Chapter 458 World Government Meddling. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. I don't think it's easy. The Blackbeard pirates attacked the Revolutionary Army, but only Blackbeard and Marine know about it. Usually, the Whitebeard pirates are not clear at all. This time, not only did they appear in time, but they also united with the Revolutionary Army. That means the news may have been leaked. Otherwise, they will never appear suddenly, or even appear in front of us. Maha replied. You mean someone deliberately sent a message to the Whitebeard pirates? Send the Whitebeard pirates to deal with Teach. They are deadly enemies. This matter is not trivial. If what you said is true, I think we must investigate this matter. The man in the red mask immediately analyzed. According to the current situation, perhaps this is the only result. The news of the attack on the Revolutionary Army is indeed only known to the Marine and Blackbeard pirates. Teach, they will never leak this news. Then, the one who leaked the news is very likely to be Marine, or someone from the world government. Otherwise, no one can explain the reason. Spandam nodded thoughtfully. Other than that, he couldn't think of any other reason. Hearing this, the two immediately looked at Spandam. The Revolutionary Army is the sworn enemy of the world government and Marine. Marine will leak the news. A few people soon ran into problems. As for who leaked the news, advertisement, they can't guarantee it. Do you want to report to the world government now? Just when everyone was having trouble understanding, the man in the red mask suddenly asked. It's just speculation now. If we report now, the world government wants to ask for detailed information. I'm afraid we won't be able to give it now. Don't worry, let's go to Marine first. I'm wondering now why Marine can't see what he's doing. Spandam smiled. World government had disclosed to them before. This time it is Admiral Yexi from the Marine New World branch who cooperates with Teach to attack the Revolutionary Army. Originally, he was a little worried that the Whitebeard pirates would attack them. However, there is Marine Admiral here. Spandam was relieved a lot. As a person in the spy department, he can't come up with information. The world government probably didn't have a good face either. It was hard to get the CP0 position last time. Don't lose it easily this time. He decided not to report to the world government until there was definite news. It's better to ask Marine to clarify the situation first. Immediately, the other two quickly agreed to Spandam's proposal. The ship quickly approached the Marine fleet. At the same time, Marine also quickly found them. Since the incoming ship belonged to the world government, they quickly opened a way and brought them to the main ship Marine. Report, there is a world government ship coming. Advertisement. The communication Marine soldier immediately reported outside the door. Okay. Yi Fei quickly opened his eyes. World government ship, what are they running here for? Suddenly, Yi Fei had a very bad premonition. This time in the name of world government. Then it shows that the world government has paid close attention to this matter. Suddenly step in. This really made Yi Fei very upset. This made Yi Fei unexpected. Now that they're here, Yi Fei still plans to meet. No name, come with me to meet. Yes. Then, the two walked out of the living room together. At this moment, CP-0's ship has arrived next to the Marine main ship. CP-0. Yi Fei and Wu Ming were suddenly surprised. What are they doing here? Both of them knew very well that CPO was the intelligence unit directly under Celestial Dragons. All along, as long as there is CP-0, nothing good will happen. I saw Spandam walking onto the warship with Maha and the man in the red mask. Admiral Green Bull, Vice Admiral Nameless. As soon as they boarded the warship, Spandam immediately greeted the two of them. Advertisement. Okay. What did CP-0 come to Baltigo for? When the two sides met, Yi Fei asked directly. Spandam didn't hold back. The world government sent us over here to see what's going on here. Yi Fei nodded slightly. I see. Then turned to the other side of the battle. At this moment, the Revolutionary Army, the White Regiment, and the Black Regiment have already fought together. You all saw it. Yi Fei replied. Spandam nodded immediately. I see. There is one thing. I am very strange. I don't know if Mr. Green Bull knows. Yi Fei turned his head and looked at Spandam. What's the matter? I'm curious why the Whitebeard pirates are here. Spandam asked, pretending to be strange. Hearing this, Yi Fei's heart sank. It seems that this guy has already discovered something is wrong. On the surface, it looked like he was asking a question, but he seemed to be looking for something. I don't know that. If you want to know, you can ask them yourself. Yi Fei replied flatly. This made Spandam look embarrassed. Let him ask Bai Tuan. Isn't that courting death? Chapter 459 Arguing with Marine. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. However, from Yi Fei's tone, he seemed dissatisfied with his question. But this time he was specially sent by the world government. Spandam didn't take Yi Fei's dissatisfaction to heart. Immediately, he confessed directly. Attack the Revolutionary Army this time. Only Marine knows about this. I don't know, what does Admiral Green Bull think about this? Spandam remained unchanged. You mean, Marine revealed this news to the Whitebeard pirates? Yi Fei's face was slightly angry. Spandam's words have almost been clarified. It is impossible for the Blackbeard pirates themselves to leak the news on their own. His words already indicated that it was Marine who leaked the news this time. Yes, Admiral, I didn't say that. Spandam made a strange expression. He made no secret of his doubts about the Marine Admiral in front of him. I know, that's what you mean. Do you think we, Marine, sent the Whitebeard pirates here on purpose? Yi Fei's attitude has changed. At the same time, Wu Ming at the side suddenly stood up, and then yelled loudly. You guys mean Marine sent the message to the Whitebeard pirates? Advertisement. Have them help the Revolutionary Army against Blackbeard. Originally, he didn't understand the meaning of Spandam. But the conversation between the two made him instantly furious. The gang of feelings are looking for trouble. Quote, quote. The nameless shout made Spandam a little terrified. However, he can be counted as the envoy sent by the world government. Moreover, he always thought that the status of CP-0 was higher than that of Marine. Therefore, in front of Marine, he has a natural sense of superiority. After reacting, and then, he also scolded. Vice Admiral Nameless, watch your words. We came with orders from the world government. Spandam's words made Yi Fei very upset. Spandam, don't think that you are so great just because you are CP-0 inches. If you want to talk about something, say it well. Otherwise, please go away. As for Spandam, Yi Fei didn't give him any face. Sent by the world government, you are old. In front of Laozi, dare to accuse his subordinates. You really ate the gall of a leopard. As soon as Yi Fei said this, Spandam was stunned immediately. At this moment, the strong aura emanating from Yi Fei's body made him tremble a little. At the same time, the two behind him looked at Spandam in embarrassment. Quote, quote. Advertisement. Suddenly, Spandam was at a loss. Fortunately, he is also someone who has been in the world government department. Moreover, it can be regarded as experiencing a lot of things. Even if the Marine Admiral in front of him gets angry again, he doesn't dare to mess with CP-0. You know, they are directly under the Celestial Dragons. Without the command of the Celestial Dragons, the world government is not easy to deal with them. What can Marine be? For Yi Fei looking down on CP-0, Spandam was very unhappy. But with Marines all around him, he didn't dare to do anything to Yi Fei directly. However, he is a man who has revenge. You can yell at me in front of Marine. However, I have plenty of opportunities to tease you. Yi Fei's words have already angered him. Thinking of this, Spandam suddenly relaxed a lot. Therefore, he was not too angry, but quickly returned to normal. Yes, I know you are Marine Admiral. However, we also work for the world government. It's all for work. I hope you forgive me for what I said earlier. Spandam quickly changed his tune. A hero doesn't suffer from immediate losses, and will sue you later to see how you underestimate us in the future. Just talk nicely. Yi Fei's attitude also began to soften. If it wasn't for being nameless, I wouldn't say that myself. Advertisement. I was really angry just now. Based on his understanding of Spandam, this guy will definitely make trouble for himself when the time comes. However, I can't take care of that much now. Now figure out a way to send them away. Immediately, he began to think about how to deal with these guys. The Whitebeard pirates appeared in Baltigo. I think the world government will find out. One more thing, now, the Revolutionary Army has fought Blackbeard. Why is Marine watching from the sidelines and not shooting? Spandam asked again. He didn't say anything about what happened just now. Hearing this, Yi Fei smiled softly. This is a matter of our Marine. Could it be that your CP0 intervenes in the management of Marine? The two had just had a conflict. Yi Fei didn't want to worry about anything else either. Besides, whether to fight the Revolutionary Army or not, the decision is made by him, Marine Admiral. Not CP0. Therefore, Yi Fei thinks that this reason is sufficient. Spandam doesn't see it that way, though. The Revolutionary Army is the #1 target that the world government needs to clean up. You Marine have the responsibility to exterminate them at any time. Now is the best time to take action against the Revolutionary Army. And you guys are going to sit aside and give up this opportunity. Spandam responded. Chapter 460 Conflict between Marine and CP0. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The best chance. Spandam, which eye is the best time for you to see? Yi Fei sneered. In front of CP0, Yi Fei didn't spare the opponent a bit of face. Spandam was extremely embarrassed when he said this. Quote, isn't it now? Don't you want to wait until the Blackbeard pirates are wiped out before you are willing to take action? Once Blackbeard is defeated, Whitebeard pirates join hands with the Revolutionary Army, Marine will not be able to win. Now is not the best time, what is it? I think now is the best opportunity. Spandam replied. In the words, the intention was to urge Yi Fei to act immediately. However, how is it possible for Yi Fei to attack his own Whitebeard pirates? Now, I must find a reason to fool this guy. Yi Fei sneered. HMPH, what do you think? You mean, you want me to attack the Whitebeard pirates? Could it be, do you want to start a big war in New World? The implication is that Marine has no plans to take action against the Whitebeard pirates. After all, the Whitebeard pirates shot. That means going to war with the 4 emperors of the New World. Advertisement. Even naval headquarters will never make this decision lightly. Yi Fei's words instantly awakened Spandam. There is indeed some truth in what he said. You know, Whitebeard and Yi Fei are not so easy to mess with. However, Yi Fei's words made him especially embarrassed. Isn't that saying I'm stupid? I didn't even think of such a problem. To prove that I am smart. Spandam continued. So what about fighting the Whitebeard pirates, sooner or later? Yi Fei smiled and said, then let's talk about it someday. Besides, the people who fight are the people below. You just need to be responsible for talking, and you don't need to fight. I will not kill my soldiers casually. Hearing this, Spandam understood. What Yi Fei meant was obviously that he didn't want to fight. Even in the face of the Revolutionary Army, Marine was unwilling to make a move. This made him very angry. Admiral Yassi, is this what you mean, our naval headquarters? Spandam asked coldly. Whether it's mine or naval headquarters decision. We Marine do things, it seems that it has nothing to do with your CP0 inches. You have the right to monitor, but not the right to order us. Yi Fei replied flatly. He is still clear about the work of CP0 and Marine. The meaning is straightforward, it's none of your business, so don't worry about it. However, Spandam is not so easily dismissed. Advertisement. Last time, in the Holy Land of Mariajoy, even Akainu was ignored. Not to mention the new Marine Admiral who has not been in office for long. Facing Yi Fei's answer, Spandam just smiled coldly. Then the conversation changed. You said so much, but you still don't want to make a move. It reminds me of last time. You seem to have collaborated with Yi Fei from the Whitebeard pirates. Wanokuni, I think Yeshi Admiral must be very clear. Is it because of this reason that you are unwilling to attack the Whitebeard pirates? Or, is there some dark secret among you? In Spandam's words, there was quite a bit of cynicism. As a CP0 intelligence officer, he is very good at conceiving these plots. Yi Fei could hear clearly. He was doubting his relationship with Bai Tuan. This sentence hit Yi Fei's weakness. Immediately, Yi Fei almost couldn't help but said to him, that's right, Laozi belongs to Baituan, so what can you do? However, Yi Fei held back. Although Spandam is just guesswork. The secret in the heart is being peeped at. This sentence was said in front of all Marines. It has already made Yi Fei extremely angry. Immediately, Yi Fei's face pulled down instantly. Wooming at the side also felt Yi Fei's ugly face. Face Spandam's words. Nameless jumped out again. Advertisement. You guys who don't do business all day long. Suspicious to Marine Admiral. The last time I worked with the Whitebeard pirates. That was approved by Naval Headquarters. It's not your turn to talk nonsense. Nameless was furious. Last time at Wanokuni, he also participated in the battle against Kaido all over the city. The behavior of the boss is not inappropriate. Spandam's words are undoubtedly accusing the old Yamato himself of colluding with the Whitebeard pirates. He couldn't help talking nonsense like this. Otherwise, why don't you take action? Spandam didn't flinch. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what Marine Admiral just said? Without orders from Naval Headquarters, the Whitebeard pirates cannot act. Nameless shouted again. If they weren't CP0, he would have smashed their heads with a steel rod in no time. Oh, I don't know about that. It doesn't matter if you make a move, or you don't make a move. This matter has nothing to do with us. We are ordered by the world government to collect information. What we see now is that you did not take action against the Revolutionary Army. We will report this information to the world government in detail. Spandam laughed. Chapter 461 Contradictions with CP0, Blackbeard Pirates at a Disadvantage. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hearing this, Yifei and Wuming finally understood. Spandam is a threat. Use the world government to put pressure on Marine. Immediately, Wuming immediately picked up the gang iron rod, and was going to teach these guys a lesson. If you don't teach them a lesson, they will really treat Marine as a persimmon. At the same time, beside him, many sailors had already surrounded him. What are you doing here? We are the envoys of the world government. You want to attack us? With a nameless move, Spandam backed away in fright. This also made the two behind him back up with him. Just when the nameless iron rod was about to fall, Yifei finally spoke. Nameless, let them go. Yifei's words instantly made the nameless gangster seem to be fixed, and he didn't fall down for a long time. Boss, these guys are too annoying. If I don't kill them today, I'm not human. Wuming looked at Yifei indignantly. Boss, you can stand their doubts about Marine, but I can't. Let them go. Yifei reiterated again. Yes. Advertisement. Nameless nodded immediately. As for Yifei's words, he has always executed them as always. This time is no exception. Retracting the mixed iron rod, Wuming pointed it at the three of Spandam. If it weren't for the boss, I would blow the heads of the three of you today. Get out before the boss changes his mind. Hearing this, the faces of the three of them suddenly changed. They have long heard that the new Marine Vice Admiral has a bad temper and no one is afraid. Saw it today, sure enough. You wait. Before fleeing, Spandam still spoke harsh words. Get out. Nameless shouted loudly. The three of them turned and fled in fright, looking a little embarrassed. Waiting for the boat to leave, Wuming came to Yifei's side. Boss, this time we have formed a bridge with CP 0 inches. They will definitely report to the world government this time. I think we're going to be in trouble. Nameless reminded. Although his character is a bit reckless, he can see it clearly in this matter. The conflict between the two parties just now has reached the point where swords are on the verge of breaking out. Compared to them going back, they will definitely not give themselves and Yifei good fruit to eat. HMPH, let them sue. Yifei snorted coldly. Advertisement. CP0 has always had issues with Marine. This is a well-known thing. In their view, their status in front of the world government is higher than that of Marine. Even if they do what they do, they must still be picking thorns in their bones. Therefore, it will always be difficult to satisfy them. If Marine listens to CP0 every time, doesn't that mean that Marine is their subordinate by default? Quote. Yifei's answer left Wuming speechless. It is easy to dodge an open spear, but it is difficult to guard against an arrow in the dark. Just worried about those guys talking nonsense behind the scenes. At the same time, the battlefield ahead. The Blackbeard pirates suffered heavy losses under the attack of the Revolutionary Army and the White Group. Under Smoothie's command, the cooperation between the White Regiment and the Revolutionary Army was perfect. In less than half a day, the Blackbeard pirates had been beaten back and forth. More than half of the warships have been lost. However, Teach at the moment is not in the mood to care so much. Currently, he and Mu Wangjung are fighting against 4 opponents. Although the two are powerful, they can't take advantage of the 4 opponents. The scene was once in a stalemate. Neither side was able to beat the other. However, under the fighting between the two sides, Blackbeard's main ship has been severely damaged. If Mu Huang hadn't used his fruit ability, his ship would have sunk to the bottom of the sea long ago. On the other end, Ace Sabo and the other two became even more excited. Advertisement. Maybe it's because of the sudden encounter. The cooperation between the two is as tacit as it was when they were young. Ace, I didn't expect your ability to be awakened. Sabo couldn't help sighing a little. From the battle just now, he discovered this situation. He has never eaten devil fruit, but now he is a little envious of Ace. This may be thanks to Yifei. Ace laughed. Quote. Sabo was a little dazed. Hey, now is not the time to talk about that. Ace punched a fire fist and said with a smile. Sabo nodded and used Dragon Claw again. Blackbeard, Mu Huang, and under the joint efforts of the 4 of them, they soon lost the wind. Meanwhile, the Whitebeard pirates, the fleet of the Revolutionary Army, have completed the siege of the Blackbeard pirates. Seeing this situation, the Blackbeard pirates immediately shrank the fleet into a circle. They have changed from the original offense to the defense. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Revolutionary Army and the White Regiment's ships surrounded the surrounding Blackbeard pirates in all directions. Under the continuous artillery fire, the ships of the Blackbeard pirates appeared to have no fighting power at all. There are enemies on all sides. Are we surrounded? Yes, we are surrounded by enemy ships, and there is no place to escape. That's right, we are now besieged like a railroad. Captain Teach, take us out quickly. Chapter 462 CP0 Hiding in the Dark. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Many crew members are already preparing to give up. Some are even calling out for Blackbeard Teach himself. They hope that at this time, their captain can command them to escape from the encirclement. After all, Tiki is their idol. Moreover, in all previous naval battles, under the leadership of Blackbeard, they were invincible. But this time, they encountered a tough bone. The Whitebeard pirates, the fleet of the Revolutionary Army, is indeed too powerful. However, surrounded by the huge forest, even if Teach heard the rescue outside, he seemed a little helpless. On the opposite side, Marine's fleet is still watching. Boss, Blackbeard has been dumped. It seems that this guy is a bit ominous. Nameless replied blankly. In the words, there is a sense of ridicule. Originally, he was still thinking about saving the Blackbeard pirates. After all, that was the mission given to them by naval headquarters. However, the CP0 just now has already annoyed him. You asked me to save Blackbeard, and I just don't want to. Advertisement. Okay. Yi Fei responded, and then stopped talking. All he had been waiting for was the moment when Blackbeard would be wiped out. Only in this way can he have no place to fight back. Of course, Wu Ming didn't understand Yi Fei's plan at this moment. Seeing that Yi Fei didn't move, he didn't say anything. Immediately, Wu Ming took out the binoculars again and looked at the sea. When he turned to the other side of the sea, suddenly found a familiar ship. Wu Ming's face changed suddenly when he saw the ship. Crap, the CP0 guys haven't left yet. Wu Ming put down the binoculars and said angrily. What? Yi Fei was a little surprised. Boss, look. Wu Ming handed the telescope to Yi Fei. Picking it up, he was right. CP0 spandom they did not leave. They parked the boat next to an exposed reef tens of nautical miles away. From here, half of it is blocked by the reef, and only half of it is exposed. It's hard to spot if you don't pay attention. Advertisement. These guys. The move of CP0 was indeed beyond Yi Fei's expectation. Seeing CP0 hiding in the dark, Yi Fei's anger burst out of his chest. It seems that CP0 is definitely going to take away some news today. Where to hide? I definitely want to observe Marine's movements so that I can report to the world government. No name. Look where they are hiding. What do you mean? Yi Fei suppressed the anger in his heart, and looked at Wu Ming calmly. Needless to say, they must be monitoring us. Nameless replied without hesitation. Just now Spandam suspected that Marine leaked the news in front of him and Yi Fei. Then he questioned Marine for not helping Blackbeard. You're right. Yi Fei smiled lightly. Spandam has no direct evidence that Marine leaked the news. Even if you report it to the world government now, there is no evidence, and the world government probably won't believe it. Therefore, CP0 and the others need to pay attention to Marine's movements, so that they can collect substantial evidence. If it was me, I would do the same. However, they do their jobs. But it completely annoyed Yi Fei and Wu Ming. Boss, you can still laugh at this time. Those guys are so annoying. Advertisement. Just now, I should have taught them a lesson. Said anonymously. As a Marine, working for the world government, they will be suspicious of them, and even hide in the dark to monitor themselves. This feeling made Wu Ming also very angry. At this moment, he was somewhat complaining that Yi Fei didn't give them a chance to teach them a lesson. That's right, Marine never dealt with them. Yi Fei responded lightly. Even if Marine is wiped out, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with them. Then, he turned his head to look at Wu Ming. In an instant, Yi Fei's complexion suddenly became extremely gloomy. No name, do something for me. Yi Fei lowered his voice. Quote. Immediately, Wu Ming was stunned. He could clearly feel that Yi Fei exuded a murderous aura all over his body. It was a feeling he had never felt before. All of a sudden, he felt nothing but horror. Boss, what do you want to say? Just say it, don't say it helps. Yi Fei's aura made Wu Ming feel very nervous, and his speech became a little hesitant. The sweat on his forehead also began to break out unconsciously. Chapter 463 Yi Fei's Order, Nameless Killing of CP0. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Kill them. Yi Fei stared fixedly at Wu Ming. At this moment, Yi Fei has already started killing CP0. Nameless was startled. Yi Fei nodded and said, CP0, and everyone on that ship. Quote. Immediately, Wu Ming was stunned. Immediately, his eyes widened, and he looked at Yi Fei in disbelief. For half a day, he felt like he didn't know what was going on in his head. It took him a long time to react and sort out his emotions. Boss, they are directly under celestial dragons. Just kill them like this? Anonymous asked in a low voice. Until now, he still can't figure out why Yi Fei would do this. If it was to teach them a lesson, he would do it without hesitation. But the boss's order was to kill them. This made Wu Ming not sure what to do. You know, if you dare to attack the troops of celestial dragons, you don't have the permission of the world government, even naval headquarters, you don't dare to do that. The consequences of killing them are extremely troublesome. But the boss wants to kill them. Why, yes. Yi Fei confirmed. forehead. Nameless was speechless again. Aren't you willing to carry out this order? Advertisement. Yi Fei asked. Although the tone is calm, it seems to have a sense of oppression. Nameless immediately nodded. Yes. Although he couldn't figure out what the boss meant. But still decided to carry out Yi Fei's order. Immediately, he lifted the iron rod and turned around. At this moment, Wu Ming was very clear. What is the consequence of killing CP0? If you just teach them a lesson, at most you will be punished. To kill them is to commit a great crime. Don't let anyone know about this. Before he left, Yi Fei reminded. Yes, boss. Wu Ming didn't look back, but put the iron rod on his shoulder. Only ghosts are willing to let others know about killing CP0. Fortunately, only he and Yi Fei are together now. What I just said, only two people know. Say it, jump into the air. On the other end, Spandam from CP0 and the other two are observing the battle not far away. At the same time, they are also monitoring Marine's movements. Damn, Blackbeard is about to lose. Marine remains indifferent. They must have ties to the Whitebeard pirates. If I find evidence, I will sue them to death. Spandam looked unusually serious. The reason for hiding is to see if the Blackbeard pirates are eliminated. What will Marine do? Advertisement. If you don't attack the revolutionary army. Well, there must be something wrong with them. So, he has to wait. Just when he was concentrating on the front, Nameless has already appeared above their heads. Whoosh. Wu Ming fell down quickly and stood directly on their boat. Vice Admiral Nameless. The three of Spandam turned their heads. See Vice Admiral Nameless looking at them. First of all, he looked puzzled. Then, Spandam immediately laughed and said, I didn't expect you to find out that I was hiding here. Did you figure it out? Invite us back. Spandam naively thought that Marine knew he was wrong. But he didn't expect that he was about to face a catastrophe. Nameless didn't answer, but in his heart he was contemptuous. He didn't even know that his death was imminent, yet he was so stubborn. Hey, what do you mean? Seeing Wu Ming didn't answer, Spandam was very angry. In his opinion, this Marine Vice Admiral doesn't respect himself at all. However, his expression soon changed. At this moment, Wu Ming was looking at them with a murderous look on his face. Suddenly, the three of them seemed a little flustered at the same time. What are you going to do? Spandam just wanted to ask. At this moment, Wu Ming slowly raised the iron bar. Advertisement. A moment later, 3 bodies were lying on the boat. The crew members behind were immediately shocked when they saw this scene. Wu Ming, covered in blood, suddenly turned around again murderously. If you don't do it, you don't do it. If you do it, it's called a must. Raise the iron rod again. In an instant, Wu Ming returned to Yi Fei's side. Boss, it's done. No one will know about it. Nameless replied calmly. Just now, he has personally killed 3 CP0 members including Spandam, and everyone on board. The ship of the world government was also sunk by him. Okay. Yi Fei responded. Seeing him stained with Bloodline's iron rod, Yi Fei already knew that Wu Ming had already completed this matter. On the side, Wu Ming was dark and stern. He was about to say something, but still couldn't say it. Yi Fei's plan, Wu Ming still can't understand why he would do this. However, after the matter was done, he could only stand with Yi Fei and bury this matter firmly in his heart. Wu Ming, don't worry, I asked you to do this. Even if the higher-ups blame you, I made you do it. The responsibility lies with me. Yi Fei seemed to see Wu Ming's thoughts, and then comforted him. Boss, Wu Ming was about to say something when he was interrupted by Yi Fei. Do not talk. Pass down the order and fire at the White Regiment. Hearing this, Wu Ming looked blank again. Fire at the White Group. Boss, didn't you say that now is not the time to fight the Whitebeard pirates? Chapter 464 Marine made a move on the White Group. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Now firing at them, wouldn't that trigger a battle between the two sides? Didn't CP0 mean that just now? Why kill him before attacking the White Group? This seems superfluous. Didn't CP0 and the others just die in vain? Yes. Yi Fei confirmed again. Okay. Nameless nodded slightly. Until now, Wu Ming has no idea what Yi Fei's plan is. However, he followed Yi Fei's order and let Marine go forward while firing at the Whitebeard pirates. Of course, Yi Fei has his own opinion on this matter. CP0 and Marine are not the same. CP0 is not only monitoring Marine, but also monitoring himself. Once they discover any secrets, they will directly report to the world government. I am afraid that he will not be able to get rid of it. For this reason, Yi Fei is not allowed to kill them, and absolutely cannot allow them to check it out like this. And Marine is different, that is to obey their own. The cooperation to attack Bardigo this time is the order of Naval Headquarters itself. If you don't fire a single shot, not only the Naval Headquarters, but also the Marine soldiers here will see it clearly. If you want to go back like this, Naval Headquarters naturally can't explain it when asked. Therefore, after killing CP0, Yi Fei attacked the White Group, so as to give Blackbeard a chance to breathe. In order not to be said by others, I originally came to help Blackbeard, but ended up helping the White Army and the Revolutionary Army. In Yi Fei's view, Teach can die, but not in Baldigo. Boom. Under the order of the Nameless, the sound of Marines' cannon suddenly sounded on the sea. When everyone turned their heads, they saw more than a dozen Marine warships heading this way. The White Corps and the Revolutionary Army, who were working together to encircle and suppress the Blackbeard pirates, were suddenly stunned. Advertisement. Sudden attack. What do you mean? Facing Marines' attack, the Whitebeard pirates and the Revolutionary Army reacted quickly and immediately changed direction. The two sides' original encirclement of the Black Group has gradually opened up. The dying Blackbeard pirates finally had a chance to breathe. At this moment, less than 1/8 of the dozens of pirates brought by the Blackbeard pirates are left, which is not bad. The remaining warships finally found a way out. The Revolutionary Army, the White Regiment, has turned around to meet the Marine. Marine is finally here, let's run for our lives. Otherwise, maybe you will be made dumplings again. Facing the pincer attack from the White Group and the Revolutionary Army, the crew of the Blackbeard pirates were already terrified. I saw the opening that was finally loosened. So, quickly sailed to escape the encirclement. On the main ship of the Blackbeard pirates, surrounded by a huge forest. The battle between the two sides still has no result. At this moment, suddenly Charlotte Smoothie jumped up. Big brother, Captain Ace. Marine has launched an attack on us. Wong G yelled loudly. In her opinion, this matter might be more troublesome than dealing with Blackbeard, and she has no way to make a decision. Wong G's shout made the fighting parties stop suddenly. What? Marine attacked? Katakori was a little surprised. He didn't expect that at this critical moment, Marine would attack suddenly. That's right, they've already fired at us, and they're coming here now. Our people found out that the people who came this time are Admiral Green Bull of the G1 branch and Vice Admiral Nameless. Advertisement. Wong G confirmed. Hearing this, Katakori was a little stunned. He knew the title of Green Bull, Yi Shi. In the current new world, his status is the same as that of Night Goose. Suddenly, some didn't know what to do. On the side, Sabo is very calm. Marine's appearance was not much of a surprise to him. In his impression, Marine is the enemy, attacking himself or the White Group, of course, is just a matter of time. Just when Sabo was thinking about how to deal with it, Ace suddenly stood up. Yamato, Katakori, Smoothie, follow me back to the boat. Ace ordered. Then, looking at Sabo, Sabo, you go back with us first. Several people agreed. On the opposite side, Teach and Mu Huang didn't make any moves. The abilities of the two are not suitable for fighting at sea. Moreover, the strength of the four opponents is extremely strong, and it is not easy to defeat them. Even if he is dissatisfied. However, facing so many powerful opponents, they don't dare to step forward now. The battle just now has already shown all this. What's more, there is another 3 General Star Smoothie on the opposite side. Immediately, facing them fiercely, the two of them remained silent. Ace led everyone back to his main ship. But at this moment, Marine has stopped in her tracks. However, they are still firing towards this side. Captain Ace, should we surround Marine like we did before? Asked Smoothie. Advertisement. Just now, when Ace and the others fought Blackbeard, she led the White Corps and the Revolutionary Army to outflank the Blackbeard pirates. Now the Blackbeard pirates have basically been defeated. And Marine's warships are not many. With the Revolutionary Army and the White Regiment's ships, it is completely possible to surround the Marine. Just like just now, hit Marine again by surprise. Hearing this, Ace smiled and shook his head. Outflank Marine. No, we retreat. Hearing this, expressions of disbelief immediately appeared on the faces of several people. Retreat at this time. The Revolutionary Army and the White Regiment should be able to fight with Marine. Sabo on the side is much calmer. This time, obviously, is the best time to attack. However, look at how confident Ace is. Sabo guessed that he must have his own reasons for doing so. While everyone is puzzled, Ace walked over to Sabo. Sabo, I think you should order retreat too. Sabo was full of suspicion. With one's own strength, it is definitely difficult to deal with Marine Admiral's fleet. Ace not only makes the Whitebeard pirates retreat, but also the Revolutionary Army. This kind of operation really made Sabo feel strange. However, he quickly accepted Ace's suggestion. Immediately, the Revolutionary Army was ordered to retreat in the direction of the base area. Seeing that the Revolutionary Army began to retreat, no one in the White Regiment mentioned attacking the Revolutionary Army. Chapter 465 Blackbeard is looking for trouble. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ace, if we retreat like this, will Marine chase us? Katakori raised his doubts. If there is no war with Marine, maybe Ace or Yifei has his own plans. However, wouldn't it be aggrieved if someone chased and beat her? Don't worry, as long as we go to the island. Marine won't come after me. Ace laughed. Several people looked at each other in blank dismay. I don't even know where Ace's confidence comes from. However, he is the coach. Everyone must listen to him. Although everyone didn't understand, they quickly accepted Ace's order. Immediately, he turned the bow of the ship and followed the Revolutionary Army to the base area. At the same time, boss, they are all retreating. I would like to ask for orders to go after them. Wu Ming took the initiative to ask for a job, even though he worked with Ace. However, the positions of the two sides are now different. As Marine Vice Admiral, he has to do his part. However, Wu Ming's initiative to ask for a job was rejected by Yi Fei's words. You go over now, can you be sure you can win them? Hearing this, Wu Ming was stunned for a moment. He just wanted to fight. Advertisement. But I didn't think about whether I would win or not. At this moment, they are facing enemies from two sides. Even if they are retreating now. If retreating was their strategy, if they pursued now, would they fall into a trap? No name can't guarantee it. Boss, what do you think should be done? If you go back like this, don't you come back empty-handed. Now, Wu Ming himself doesn't know whether he should chase him or not. Just forget it. Let's wait and rest first. Wait and talk later. Yi Fei looked at the retreating White Regiment and Revolutionary Army. Take a rest. Nameless was dumbfounded again. There was a bit of enthusiasm just now, but it was immediately extinguished by Yi Fei. Only a few shots were fired, and no more shots. Wu Ming was completely confused by Yi Fei. But Yi Fei is Marine Admiral, and also his superior. As a soldier, you must obey orders as your bounden duty. Nameless accepted Yi Fei's order. Order all warships to stay where they are. Just when all marine fleets stopped, Teach arrives next to the marine with the few remaining ships. As soon as the ship stopped, Teach couldn't wait to jump on the marine warship. As soon as I saw Yi Fei, I immediately scolded loudly. Hey, Marine Admiral, you are really laid back. Laozi is fighting to the death with the Revolutionary Army, and you are watching. Could it be, have you forgotten the agreement with us? Advertisement. At this moment, Teach didn't have the hearty laugh of the past. Instead, he looked tired. Facing the disgraced Teach, Yi Fei looked disdainful. Agreement. Teach, are you teaching me how to do things? What do you think you are? When will it be the turn of the pirates to take care of the marine affairs? Yi Fei disdainfully said. Yi Fei looked at the broken ships behind Teach. There are about a few hundred remaining troops. Yi Fei was very satisfied with the result. The plan to weaken Teach's strength has been half completed. However, Yi Fei still had to pretend to be extremely serious in front of Di Qi. However, Teach at this moment doesn't know what Yi Fei is thinking, let alone Yi Fei's identity. He's still angry that Marine didn't rescue him. Isn't it your Marine's duty to attack the Revolutionary Army? Teach accused again. Yes, that is indeed our duty. However, we have not received orders to fight Whitebeard. Just now if you attack the Revolutionary Army, presumably, they will also resist. Yi Fei immediately retorted. Unexpectedly, you are a dignified Marine Admiral Yexi. Afraid of the Whitebeard pirates? Teach couldn't help mocking. Yi Fei immediately shook his head. It's not that I'm afraid, it's just that I don't want to cause unnecessary trouble. Marine is not a pirate, we are organized and disciplined. For Yi Fei's explanation, Teach was full of anger. Advertisement. But facing Yi Fei's answer, he couldn't find words to refute. Then why did you suddenly fire? Teach, who couldn't find a word, remembered what Marine did just now. Hearing this, Yi Fei laughed loudly. Teach, we are here to save you. If we don't take action again, I guess your fleet will be completely wiped out. Not only did you not thank me, but you also came here to say my fault. Where in the world is there someone like you? Teach immediately had a black line on his face. Marine, thank you so much for saving me. Behind him, his troops have basically been wiped out. At this time, make another move. I really should thank you. You are welcome. After all, you're also working for Marine. I can't leave you alone. Yi Fei waved his hand. In an instant, Teach was left speechless by Yi Fei. Originally thought that Marine would come back to help out, so I rushed to the front with everyone. As a result, Marine is using herself as a pawn. At this moment, Mu Huang had come behind him. He stared at Yi Fei for a moment, then walked over to Teach. Teach, this is the end of the matter, it's useless to talk, we should go. Although Mu Huang felt that this was a bit strange. But he still didn't talk about it in front of Marine after all. The purpose is just not to let your identity be exposed. Yes, see, please remember, I have already written down this matter. Teach, who had nothing to do with Yi Fei, left a word angrily. Chapter 466 Marine did not attack. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Immediately, he turned around and left. He already understood that it was impossible for him to defeat the Revolutionary Army. Dozens of large ships and tens of thousands of troops were brought over. When we go back now, there are only a few ships and hundreds of people left. This trip to Baldigo can be described as extremely heavy loss. He experienced the worst failure of his life. Not only the warship, the crew, but also several cadres. Faced with such a tragic situation, Teach also had to admit this fact. In this battle, most of the property was lost. Moreover, he now has to take advantage of the retreat of the Whitebeard pirates and the Revolutionary Army to leave in despair. Otherwise, maybe the Whitebeard pirates and the Revolutionary Army will catch up again. Luckily Marine is still here. Thinking of this, Teach is speechless. At the same time, the Whitebeard pirates and the Revolutionary Army, which had retreated to their base, soon landed on the island. And Marine still stayed there, without any further action. This scene, let Sabo, Katakori and others feel very strange. However, Ace has always been extremely calm and smiling. Seeing Ace's appearance, everyone was dumbfounded again. Ace, what's the situation? Marine didn't continue to attack us. Advertisement. Katakori wondered again. He had no idea what was going on. After the white group retreated, Marine did not come up. There must be something in between. Previously, the Marine led by D. Carl Lilly was desperately chasing the Big Mom pirates. But in the current situation, he was confused. HMPH, I think they should have their own reasons. Ace chuckled softly. All of this was planned in advance by him and Yifei. On the way to Baldigo, the two had already made plans. First, send the White Regiment to attack Blackbeard. After the Revolutionary Army sees it, they will definitely go to cooperate. The two sides joined forces to encircle Blackbeard. When Teach was defeated, Marine then shot at the white group. It wasn't a real shot, it was just a signal for the white group to retreat. When Ace is attacked by Marine, he orders the white team to retreat. Of course, only Ace and Yifei know all this. Ace didn't explain the doubts of several people, it was because he didn't want Yifei's identity to be exposed. However, this time Marine's behavior was very strange, and Ace guessed that Naval Headquarters would know about it. Now over there, it depends on how Yifei will deal with it. Maybe because of this incident, his identity will be exposed. When the two were discussing this matter, Ace also raised questions. If Marine does not attack the Revolutionary Army, it will inevitably attract suspicion from the headquarters. Advertisement. However, Yifei let him carry out his plan with ease. Everything about Marine is left to him to handle. Facing the doubts of Katakori and the others, Ace didn't tell the truth. Seeing this, it is difficult for a few people to continue to ask questions. Aside, seeing this, Sabo stopped mentioning it. This time, with the help of the white group, the base area is now safe. Ace, I really didn't expect you guys to come to our rescue. I won't say anything else. I just wanted to say thank you. Sabo expressed his gratitude sincerely. However, his words made Ace a little unhappy. Sabo, what are you talking about? However, Sabo's answer surprised him even more. On the other end of the phone bug, Long didn't respond, and asked 3 times in a row. Uncle, with the strength of the base area, it is impossible to fight against them. I remember the past. I heard from Ace that it was the idea of Yifei from the Whitebeard pirates. Sabo, how is the situation at the base? Sabo could only nod honestly. We crushed Blackbeard, Sabo explained. Defeated Blackbeard. Where's Marine? Advertisement. Why did they appear in Baltigo? It was the dragon calling. Will there be words of thanks between the two of us? Not to mention defeating Blackbeard. Just finished. Also, people from your Revolutionary Army helped us in Marineford last time. This time the Revolutionary Army was saved, and Sabo's tone seemed extremely excited. We are brothers, we can't say such things in the future. Speaking of this, Sabo could no longer feel excited in Anae's heart. Long asked concerned. The phone bug I carried with me rang again. If I knew you were here, I would have come here long ago without Yifei's arrangement. Afterwards, he still told Long about everything he knew. Uncle, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you. It turns out that Fire Fist Ace of the Whitebeard Pirates is my brother. Although he didn't understand why Yifei sent troops suddenly. No one knows the situation in the base area better than him. Also, Ace, is he your brother? Ace, isn't that the Whitebeard Pirates? Okay, I see. If it weren't for the help of Ace and the others today, I don't think we would be saved today. On the other side of the phone bug, he was surprised to hear Sabo's tone. Ace specifically reminded. Long felt a little curious. Without thinking too much, Sabo connected directly. Chapter 467 The Blackbeard Pirates are destroyed, Muhuang's plan. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Oh, I see. Looks like we have to thank Yifei and the Whitebeard Pirates. What Long listened to was also half knowledgeable. Fortunately, however, the base has been preserved. This is the greatest luck. Yes, uncle. Now that Marine is still in Baltigo, I don't think we need to worry too much. Sabo replied. Well, the matter of the base area will be handled by you. Ivankov's troops, already on their way. I believe it will arrive soon. During this time, let them be stationed in Baltigo. Before contacting Sabo, he had been on the phone with Ivankov. Originally, Long wanted him to come and help. Now Baltigo is fine, he plans to ask Ivankov to lead people to help garrison the base. After a brief chat between the two, Long hung up the phone. The base area was fine, and his hanging heart finally let go. At the same time, the Revolutionary Army, the Whitebeard Pirates have landed in Baltigo. Leave some people to defend Marine. Sabo leads Ace and his party into the base building. On the sea, Yifei is taking Marine to stay where he is. Boss, what should we do now? Advertisement. Wu Ming asked. Since he doesn't want to attack the Whitebeard Pirates. Let's stay here for 2 days. If the Whitebeard Pirates leave, then we will attack the Revolutionary Army. Yifei explained. Of course, he knew very well that it was impossible for Bai Tuan to leave easily. Unless Marine leaves, Bai Tuan has the possibility of leaving, and that is also in the plan of the two of them. At the same time, Yifei has roughly guessed that Ace and Sabo may have recognized each other. At this time, Ace will definitely stay for a while. It's not good for me to interfere too much in these things. The reason why I want to say this to Wuming is mainly to give Marine a suitable reason, and to finish this matter by the way. And my next step is how to report to Naval Headquarters how to settle this matter. Beituan appeared in Baldigo, since it has been known by the world government. Then, there is nothing to hide about this matter, and Naval Headquarters will definitely know about it. For this matter, it is estimated that it is very troublesome for myself. Yes. Wuming nodded yes, and then according to Yifei's order, all the troops found a small island nearby and stationed there to monitor Baldigo's movements. On the sea, Blackbeard Teach, who was retreating from Baldigo, was dejected. From the bottom of his heart, he couldn't bear this result at all. Damn, why did things turn out like this? Come with confidence and return with disappointment. Teach's face was full of decadence. Teach, when did you become like this? This is not like the Blackbeard I know. Advertisement. Mu Huang beside him spoke with a trace of contempt. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. However, things have been irreversible. Laozi's troops this time were almost wiped out. Who can be so happy? Teach at this moment is no longer as ambitious as it used to be. You know, these family properties are the result of his painstaking efforts for several years. In less than a day, it fell apart. This gap can only be experienced by Blackbeard himself. Light it up. I can't see it. Although the troops here are gone. But Beehive Island still has a lot of your strength. I believe that with your ability, you can recover your strength quickly. He can still use Teach to deal with the Revolutionary Army, or even the Whitebeard pirates, so that he can complete the task given to him by Marine. Right now, he is even more dependent on Mu Huang. But this time their actions made people have to start to doubt. Now Mu Huang brought it up again. Mu Huang replied calmly. At the same time, he also felt very strange about what happened today. Immediately, he disclosed the news to Teach. There are still many opportunities for further development in the later stage. You said this matter is tricky. Hearing that, Blackbeard looked suspicious. Mu Huang's words reassured Teach a little. Advertisement. Strange is the behavior of Marine Admiral. Fortunately, I still have this capable subordinate. Although the plan was temporarily blocked. Still, he believes Teach still has a chance to rise. At the moment, he doesn't intend to do anything to Teach. During the period of contact with Teach, he found that Teach is a very capable person. So, as long as Teach's strength can be restored. What's more, when Mu Huang said this, he didn't really want to help him, but the purpose was just for Marine's plan. And Marine's every move is given by Marine Admiral Yeshi behind the scenes. Now, that's the only way to go. Because, Blackbeard still has capital. Mu Huang said again. Marine's behavior was indeed different than usual. That Marine Admiral Yeshi, the one who cooperated with the Whitebeard pirates in Wano-kuni to attack Kaido. If the Revolutionary Army can be eliminated, under normal circumstances, Marine will spare no effort to do so. However, because of his fiasco, he didn't notice it. At the moment, Blackbeard is in a losing state. It made him think about it. But Teach didn't know that Mu Huang belonged to Marine. Blackbeard's attack on the Revolutionary Army was in line with the Naval Headquarters plan. Therefore, at this moment, Mu Huang was not disappointed with Teach. Of course, Marine's actions today made him a little puzzled. Therefore, this also had to make Teach start to wonder if this Marine Admiral did it on purpose. But in his base camp, there is still a certain strength and huge financial support. Chapter 468. Previous chapter. Advertisement. Well, that's right. I remembered. Last time, they were at Wano-kuni, and they did collaborate. Also, teamed up to defeat Kaido. Mu Huang, if you hadn't said it, I still wouldn't believe it. This time it is the Fire Fist Ace of the Whitebeard pirates. Last time, they worked together. No wonder, they didn't take action against the Whitebeard pirates today. Maybe, they have colluded together. Damn it, no wonder we lost so badly. Teach suddenly realized. Immediately blamed all of this on Marine. Hearing this, Mu Huang was a little speechless. Of course, he didn't think of his own reminder. Let Blackbeard take aim at Marine. As Marine's undercover agent, he didn't mean that. However, Marine Admiral's actions this time did make him very suspicious. I think, let Marine investigate this admiral. Mu Huang replied in a murmur. At this moment, he has planned to personally report the news to Akainu. At the same time, Teach also thought of this piece. That Marine Admiral is suspicious. I'll have a good talk with Akainu when I get back to Hive Island. If there is a real problem with that Marine Admiral, maybe there is a real chance to bring him down. In order to avenge his failure to rescue. After speaking, Teach suddenly laughed. What Teach doesn't know, though. Just when he was rushing back to Beehive Island. Advertisement. Someone is also leading the fleet to his Hive Island. And this person is 4 Emperors Yifei. At this moment, he is driving people on the sea. On the White Pearl, Yifei is sitting leisurely on a deck chair by the pool, and 2 sexy dancers from Wano-kuni are dancing for Yifei. Report to the general. Ashura Boy led the people to Yifei's side. Okay. Yi Fei shifted his gaze from the dancer to Ashura boy. According to the coordinates of Beehive Island and our sailing speed, we can reach Beehive Island in 1 day. Ashura boy reports. Although the White Pearl was fighting, it was full of motivation. Its sailing speed is more than 3 times that of other ships. Along the way, it went very fast. It will arrive in another day. What time is it now? Yi Fei asked suddenly. Since last night, he has been staying in the cabin. Report to the general, it is morning. The Ashura boy replied awkwardly. Just had breakfast and you forgot. Oh no, you didn't have breakfast. Yi Fei replied, she slept too late last night, so she almost forgot about it. Then he wondered. In the morning, it will take another day to reach Beehive Island. Then, according to the current speed, when we arrive at Beehive Island, won't it be tomorrow morning? Hearing this, Ashura boy nodded immediately. That's right. As soon as the words fell, Yi Fei continued to ask, what is the current sailing speed? 20 days. The boy Ashura replied. This speed belongs to medium and high speed. It's only 20 knots. I remember that the White Pearl can sail up to 30 knots. Advertisement. Yi Fei asked. Yi Fei is very familiar with the speed of this ship. Yes, my Lord General, do we want to drive the boat as fast as possible? The Ashura boy wondered. That's right, we're going to arrive at Beehive Island when it's dark. Yi Fei nodded. His plan was to take advantage of the darkness to launch a sneak attack on the Hive Island, which was the easiest way. If it is daytime, the sneak attack is not so easy to handle. Yes, General, the Ashura boy just nodded. Yi Fei arranged again. Be sure to arrive when it is dark, and there is still a notice to let everyone load their guns and sharpen their swords. This time, I'm going to teach a lesson. If you dare to fight Baltigo, I will attack your Hive Island from behind. This move, for Yi Fei, is an excellent timing. Yes. The Ashura boy backed away. Yi Fei turned his gaze back to the dancing girl. It was getting dark. The White Pearl arrived at the waters near Hive Island as scheduled. Not far away is Blackbeard's base camp, Beehive Island, the site of Wong G, the original Wufeng pirates. At this moment, the sea surface of Honeycomb Island is peaceful. The Hive Island is brightly lit. Only some of the pirates guarding the road stayed at the port for defense. For the rest, drink and have fun on the island. From their point of view, this was Blackbeard's territory, and no one would attack at this time. But they didn't expect that at this time, someone would prepare to attack the Hive Island. A few nautical miles away, the White Pearl quietly stayed on the surface of the sea. Although the distance was still far enough, the White Pearl stopped its power to avoid attracting the attention of the enemy. After receiving the arrival report from the boy Ashura, Yi Fei walked out unsteadily. Advertisement. During the day, I drank a lot. Although the body is a little swaying, the head is still very clear. Looking up at the sky, it was completely dark. In the distant sky, occasionally a few not too bright stars twinkle. Although the sea was dark, the Hive Island not far away was brightly lit, illuminating the sea around it. All the ships of the Blackbeard pirates are clearly illuminated in the port. As for the White Pearl, it was in the darkness under the cover of night. Notice to go on. Change to incendiary bombs, first target, port, and all ships. After observing the surrounding situation, Yi Fei gave the order to boy Ashura. Incendiary bombs, that Yi Fei specially prepared for them. Yes, General. The boy Ashura took the lead. Immediately afterwards, all the cannons on the White Pearl turned their muzzles one after another, and quietly aimed at the port. Fire. With one order, all cannons fire simultaneously. The shells streaked across the sky like meteors, and with a huge roar, they went straight to the port. Bang, bang, bang. A huge explosion sounded, and the port of the Hive Island was instantly ablaze. Many pirates on board had already fed the cannon before they could react. The rest were directly stunned by the huge shells, and then died directly in the sea of flames. At the same time, the pirates who were drinking and enjoying themselves on the Hive Island soon heard the sound of cannons. When they hurried out to sea, I only saw that the port had already been ablaze. Hey, what's the situation? Katrine Demaiman looked at the port in shock. As the captain of the 6th ship of the Blackbeard pirates. Before Teach left for Baldigo, she was left on the island of Hive as the leader.